All right. Alrighty then. Alright guys, we are live. Hello everybody. How is it going? So I'm gonna adjust this down a little bit. That's pretty loud, right? Like we were just like peeking all the time. Like is that really what we're trying to do here, is just like trying to peek? Peek at it. No, it just looks good. Yeah. Alright, I like this. It's not like completely peeking out all the time. We get a little bit of difference here. Try this out, see how this sounds. So good morning everybody. Alright. Good morning. I hope you guys are having a great one. Alright, today we are definitely going to be doing some stuff. We're going to be getting on that Resto Druid. Okay, we're going to be leveling that Resto Druid. We're going to be preparing for the raid. And we are going to be chilling, alright? We're going to be checking out some WoW news. We're going to be eating some food. We're going to be doing some leveling. We're going to do some gearing. We're going to talk about what's up with the game today. And we're going to have ourselves an awesome freaking stream. Alright team, we're going to have an awesome stream. Planning to be here for a good 4 hours at least this morning. And yeah, we're just going to keep on keeping on. Alright guys, we're going to keep on keeping on. So, first of all, I want to look at something real quick. Test. Yeah, that looks great. This looks fantastic. Got a slightly different camera angle. You guys can like see my disappearing legs here, which is kind of interesting. See the disappearing legs. You can see my hands. It's kind of interesting, right? Kind of interesting thing. Oh, you can actually see my keyboard when I get it going. That's pretty cool, right? Alright. Okay. Sweet. Alright, I say we hop right into some Wowhead, right? I say we hop right into a bit of Wowhead. First of all, let me go ahead and do this real quick. Might get a little bit of a music change here as we go in game. Kind of think about changing up the camera angle, getting a little bit more like direct on with you guys. What do you guys think about that? Getting a little more direct. I don't know. Maybe I'll just leave it like this. Let's fiddle, right? Okay. Alright, let's take a look at this. I'm gonna open up Wowhead. Let's take a look at what the news has got for us today, alright? There was some pretty big stuff announced yesterday that I didn't actually know about until after my stream, unfortunately, so I didn't get a good chance to talk about it. But I have a feeling that you guys are going to hear, so let me just like, let's do desktop, boom. Alright, now you guys can see the Wowhead. Okay, so first of all, we got ourselves a few days until Children's Week ends. We got Turbo Boost, which I don't know what this actually is. It's coming out in 12 days and Horrific Vision in 19. What's Turbo Boost? Season 2 Turbo Boost, launching on May 13th. Dinar's Extended Myth Track, higher item level crafts. Oh, a higher item level crafts? That's my shit right there. We've been closely following your feedback on our recent announcements of the upcoming Turbo Boost event. We understand that while most of the benefits of the event, such as double drop rate on Warbound until equipped gear from dungeons, or extra upgrade tiers available on all existing items will be available immediately, the prospect of waiting 3 additional weeks to purchase select Liberation of Undermine items from Consultant Resto is a frustrating one. I personally haven't had to deal with this issue. I'm really glad I haven't. But I've seen the posts, I've been on the social media, alright, I've been on the Reddit, and I've been on the forums, and I know you guys are pissed about this one, so I'm real glad that they're taking care of this. I'm real glad they're getting more, like, dinars out to people, that they're making it to where you can purchase more specific items. I'm definitely going to be taking advantage of this, so I'm super glad that this is coming in now, and hopefully in the future it gets faster. But in light of that, we're changing the structure of the quest for puzzling cartel chips, so that the first week's quest will now reward 3 chips, enough to purchase 1 item immediately. That's what's up. Good. The 6th quest progression will continue as planned after that, allowing each character to earn up to 9 chips, up from 6. And purchase up to 3 Liberation of Undermine items. Whoa. That's big. It's a lot of items, boys. It's a lot of items. We also want to take a moment to offer some context on the goals of the cartel chip currency and how they compare to past experiments such as the dinar system in Shadowlands Season 4, a natural point of comparison for many players. In Shadowlands and Dragonflight Season 4, there was a very compressed season timetable that rotated through multiple raids, making it extremely unlikely for any player to get a particular raid drop. We introduced the dinar system as a primary means of acquiring specific chase items that would otherwise be unobtainable for most players. Those seasons also weren't about progression, but rather farm from the start, letting players re-experience familiar content from earlier in the expansion with updated rewards, and of course, they came at the very end of their respective expansion. Just like, see a lot of stuff happening in chat here. With a full power reset just on the horizon, and little need to worry about long-term implications of giving players access to gear of a power level several tiers above their normal rewards. The middle of the war within Season 2, however, presents a very different situation. Puzzling cartel chips were designed primarily as bad luck protection, allowing players who've been chasing specific raid items without success to have a guaranteed path to earning them. They also provide a path for players who have only done the normal version of the raid to get a few guaranteed hero items, without undermining a core motivation for the challenge and coordination required in Mythic raid progression. We also need to be mindful of how we will transition into the next season. I'm just watching my, I was watching my audio levels here. Okay, making sure it's not too loud for you guys. Alright, so we also need to be mindful of how we will transition to the next season. Giving players who don't normally engage in high-end content access to item level 680 plus trinkets would essentially obsolete those slots for Season 3. Oh shoot, yeah, that's a good point. We understand that players who don't raid or have no interest in Mythic raiding are disappointed that they can't get Myth versions of these desirable items. The puzzle cartel chip system will still allow someone who only does normal mode of Liberation of Undermine to earn, for example, a House of Cards trinket at item level 672 once it's fully upgraded. We hope that this will be an exciting prospect for many players. I'm going to read that again, alright? I'm going to read that one more time. The puzzling cartel chip system will still allow someone who only does normal mode of Liberation of Undermine to earn, for example, a House of Cards trinket at item level 672 once it is fully upgraded. So basically, they'll give you a low version of it that you can upgrade. So you still got to earn it, like you still got to work it in, you still got to work it for it, you still got to put points in, got to put the time in. This event is an experiment on our part, aimed at giving a wide range of players a boost towards achieving their progression, collection, or power goals as we move into the second half of the season. Your feedback is deeply appreciated, and we'll be listening and watching closely to inform any future plans. Alright, so they're turning things up. New weekly quest. Take up a new weekly quest to defeat 4 raid bosses from Undermine. Earn 1 puzzling cartel chip per week, with a maximum 6 cartel chips per character. Raid gear vendor. Visit Consultant Resto in Dornegal, located near the Great Vault, to purchase a select group of carefully curated from the Liberation of Undermine raids, such as weapons, trinkets, and other special items. Each item can be purchased with 3 puzzling cartel chips. Players can purchase mythic and heroic gear, but will require the associated boss to have been defeated at least once in any difficulty to purchase any, including Raid Finder, because that's, I feel like they should do normal. To purchase hero track gear, yeah, they should definitely do normal. Raid Finder should not count for that. Hero track gear and at least once in mythic difficulty to purchase mythic track gear. That's cool that if you've beaten the boss in mythic difficulty, you can purchase mythic gear. That's cool. I really like that. I really don't think that just because you do Raid Finder and defeat a boss, I don't think that means you should be able to buy heroic raid gear, but I mean, I don't know, maybe that's not a big deal. Delve improvements. Get a leg up on the adventure with a boost to Brand's experience, Delver's journey progress, and improvements to rewards in the Delver's bounty. Delver's journey progress earned per week is significantly increased from bountiful coffers, hidden troves, nemesis strong boxes, and end of run grants. You'll earn more crests, valor stones, and an increase to repeatable earnable crests across Delve tiers. And a profession update. Recipes crafted with a spark of fortune can now be further recrafted or crafted with an augmentation matrix, empowering the item up to 6 item levels. These augmentation matrices can be purchased at any enchanting supply vendor, such as Land in Dornegal or Zenite at the crafting order building in Dornegal. Boys, that's pretty lit. Pretty lit. I like the crafting stuff. I like that. I'm not sure off the top of my head what item level that puts top crafted stuff at with a 6 eye level increase, but hopefully that puts it kind of comparable to at least heroic raid gear, if not mythic. And because I mean, I like the idea of profession crafting. Like each profession that creates gear, in my opinion, should have at least a couple, 1 to 3 items that they can make that's like bis for somebody, right? Like as a blacksmith, like I should always be able to make 1 to 3 bis items for somebody, like, you know, like a bis belt for paladins and a bis gloves for death knights and a bis gloves or boots for warrior, or maybe all 3 of those things, you know. Like I like the idea that if I inspect somebody, I'm not just going to see all mythic raid gear. I'm going to see, you know, like 1 piece of crafted gear at least. I think that makes sense. And I think that that's how you maintain, you know, like the necessity of things like blacksmithing and leatherworking and whatnot. So that's cool. This is all good news from my perspective, at least. So that's wonderful. Some pin news. All right. Reveals name of patch 11.17. All right. Legacy of Arathor. That's what's up. Real-time combat event add-on planned to be restricted in future. Real-time combat event? Is that like Trophy GCD? Add-on philosophy. Oh, do we have a React Andy content thing to watch today, team? Is there there's a podcast here. That's Dratnos and that's Max. What? Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Add-ons and competitive content, improvement to base AI, improvements of visual and audio aids, a world without add-ons. Interesting. So add-ons and competitive content. Should we read this or should we watch this while we like level? I feel like we should totally watch this, right? I feel like we should watch this. So, like, May 2025, Trading Post Review, Great Noble Garden, Turbo Boost, purchase your first item with dinars on May 13th. Legacy Achievement grants player housing rewards. That's freaking amazing. I'm so glad. We need more rewards in the game. We need it bad, especially for PvP, and I'm really hoping that the housing system is going to do that for us. We need it so bad. New Kazagor, Orphan Stories and Children's Week. Hedgehog mounts, other cute pets. Many hot fixes and bug fixes. Completion rate for Mythic Plus dungeons. Week 8 of the War Within Season 2. Blade Flurry dealing significantly less damage. Outlaw Road Trickster bugs. Blizzard reveals name stuff. Blizzard intends to create in-game versions of popular add-ons, including boss mods, nameplates, damage meters, and more. Continuing the add-on philosophy announced on the WoWcast. Alright, we're gonna have to watch that. Real-time combat event add-ons planned to be restricted in future raid content. They're doing it. Blizzard version of Rotation Assist. Hikili coming to WoW in 11.17. This is a big one. So, you know, you guys were talking about this yesterday and I didn't know it was happening. But this is pretty interesting. So it's gonna be a part of this podcast that we're gonna watch. And I think we should come back to this after we watch that. A world without add-ons. Interesting. You know, it's interesting because like I got my girlfriend to play with me recently, and she, you know, I open up CurseForge like the first thing I do, and I start updating, and she sees ads on there, and she's like, why are we doing this? Why are we seeing ads? Why are you like doing this every time you open up WoW? And I told her because you can't play WoW without add-ons. So I told her, and she's like, you can't, like you literally physically can't load up the game. And I'm like, no, not quite. It's just that I can't play the game at this point. Like I don't want to play the game at this point without add-ons. Like I want to see my DPS. I want to have my customization. I want to have my information. That's not always as present in the UI as you would like it to be. And she didn't quite understand why I would like want that. I mean, like she understood that, but she's just like, why is it not just in the game? You know, like that's what she understands. Why isn't it just not in the game? And so Blizzard's been talking about this for years. A lot of the community's been talking about this for years, and it just makes sense. It's been a natural progression as add-ons just become more and more powerful. And you know, Blizzard's done a great job implementing some things that were not a part of the game before, that were commonly always added via add-ons, and I feel like that definitely makes things better from some perspectives. Like, you know, so far they haven't been able to keep up with the amount of customization and power that like traditional add-ons offer, but they're able to offer something where you don't have to download CurseForge or WoW up, and you don't have to know about these add-ons. Like they're just in the game. I think that is so much more friendly for new players, and I feel like it makes a lot of sense for certain things to be in the game, like damage meters, for example. But other things, I'm not sure. And I guess we're going to learn some stuff about it all in this podcast. So I'm very interested in that. We got Comp Stomp out already. We know that. We got the 5th Catalyst charge now available. Swapping weapons to trigger the bugged Gilded of the Undermine. Run an ad to break to disable pre-roll ads. Ugh. Big gross. All right, we're going to run a 30-second ad break, team, so that we can get rid of pre-roll ads, right? Okay. Increase the liberation of Undermine raid buff to 9% of the Gallagio loyalty renown rank 10. Okay, cool. Alright, not that there's anything else really going on here, but we do have this sweet ass video to watch here. This is the whole thing. It's 43 minutes long. Alright, we'll watch this. We will watch this. That's a 50 DKP minus. I'm gonna come over here. Rock like this. Yeah, that's a pretty good looking setup right there. Alright, we should be beyond that 30-second ad roll now. Thank you guys for your patience. We're just trying to keep the pre-roll ads off the stream. I'm trying to keep this as ad-free as possible for you guys, because look, I hate the ads too. Okay, so alright, team, let's take a look at this thing. Go ahead and disable the in-game music. We'll turn on some sound effects though. Yeah, get a little bit of that wow sound. Boom, 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 boom. Alright. You guys will wave. Hello. Leveling up good old Fuzzy Moo today. We're at 76 out of 80. And we're going to do some dungeon farming while we watch this video here. Alright, we're going to learn how World of Warcraft is improving its UI, and essentially what is Blizzard's philosophy on add-ons. What's up with this new combat assist? I've already heard some people refer to it as, like, you know, cell phone game button plays your class for you. I got to be honest, I don't buy that because like just from the few couple clips I've seen on like Instagram and stuff, and the fact they've described it as like that Hikili or whatever that add-on is called replacement, it's not really going to just play your character for you. It's going to help make some like lukewarm suggestions at best. And by that I mean it's gonna if you don't know what you're doing, it's gonna do a great job of helping you to figure out better what to do. But if you know what you're doing, you're gonna play better than that thing could ever tell you. So there's no replacement for skill, and that's my bet. That's my guess. That's where I'm putting my money. My chips are on that one right now. But I'm super curious to see what they say in this video, and so let's go ahead and check it out and just see what's going on.
To a special edition of WoWcast, where we're going to talk about a patch 11.1.7 feature, and then a broader discussion about add-ons in World of Warcraft in general. I'm Dratnos, World of Warcraft content creator.
I'm Max. I'm the raid leader of Team Liquid, the WoW Guild, and a content creator as well.
Okay.
And I'm Ian Xodas, game director on WoW.
Getting some food while watch this too.
Very excited to be here. So what are we doing in 11.1.7?
A whole bunch of fun stuff, but one of the features that we're extra excited about is a new UI option that we're adding called Rotation Assist, which is really designed to help players who are maybe picking up a new spec or want some guidance on what abilities they should be using when, without having to turn to third-party add-ons for it. So we've seen that there's an add-on called Hikili that is very popular with a lot of players. We're basically building in a very similar version of that into the base UI that you can opt into. That will, no matter what DPS spec you're playing, highlight the recommended next ability given your current energy, what's going on around you, and so forth. One extra thing that we're also going to do, which maybe goes a bit beyond what the add-ons can do, is also have a one-button version of that, where there'll be like a keybind that if you just want almost an auto rotation, you can opt into that, and it will just automatically cast the next recommended ability in the sequence. There'll be a small GCD penalty associated with that, but we want to make sure that this is for accessibility purposes, that it's there for people who maybe just honestly aren't interested in the gameplay of like mastering their spec. They want to explore Azeroth and experience the story, and the mechanics kind of get in the way of that sometimes. This should be for them. Ideally, this is not a tool where someone is like being told by their raid leader to stop trying to DPS manually and just turn on the one button mode to meet some DPS check. That we want to give you the tools to kind of go through that organic progression naturally.
Great.
But so the rotation assist doesn't come with a penalty or anything like that. That's just we're going to show you what your next button is.
Exactly.
Right.
It's very similar to the Hikili add-on. It's kind of reflecting just the latest kind of established theory crafting, and it's something that we would continue to update with spec changes and class changes over time. Ideally, it all's born out of the idea that we've seen a valuable tool that players feel like they should be looking outside the game to download, and we'd rather just reduce the barriers to that and make it available to everyone.
Okay. I got some thoughts. First of all, on there's two things here. So there's like the Hikili cooldown, like a rotation assist, where like just like shows you like visually what's the best button you could push next. That's cool. I don't use those add-ons. I don't actually know anyone who uses that add-on because it's very like beginner oriented. And the people that I personally know and play with, they aren't beginners. So I think that's cool. Like it helps new players understand what they need to hit next in a live fashion. I think that's cool, and I don't think that's got any negative effect on the game. That already has existed for a very long time. It's training wheels. People take it off eventually. If they don't, then they like learn it. It doesn't play their character for them. But there's a second part of this, and that's that there's this single button rotation keybind. First of all, I still will almost guarantee you it's not as good as someone who's like actually making decisions in real time. I guarantee you it's not 100% good. It might be like good 80% of the time, but the moment you need to stun something for some reason is the moment that button no longer works. The moment you need to interrupt a spellcast is the moment that button doesn't work. The moment anything happens that's not predictable by an AI, that button no longer works. But there's something else that I think is even more important, and that is that there's going to be a GCD penalty. So basically, this won't be an option for Mythic Raiders, Heroic Raiders, PvPers. It won't be an option because it's going to be too bad. If they start backing down on that, and that's kind of what I'm a little worried about here, is because they're saying this is for accessibility. They're saying that this is for people who want to opt out of class mastery, you know, like the skill of like playing a class, and they just want to enjoy the game. If with that being the angle they're taking, I'm immediately left wondering, well, then what, you're just going to penalize people for like needing more accessibility? This sounds like a slippery slope where I can see Blizzard being like, oh, we're actually going to remove the GCD penalty. And then you will see people using this stuff in PvP. It'll essentially be bots. Like, this is what bots do. Like, bots do the Hikili thing. You know, like in a way where it plays it for them. Like, not bots are literally using Hikili, as I just say. Hikili is a visual helper. Bots aren't visual. They don't need help. They just autoplay through a script of like, you press 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 1, then 3, then 2, then 4. You know, like, or bots play predictably. That's what this one button rotation is going to do. It's basically whatever script it is that the bots use, that's what this is going to be. So like, if the goal is to cut down on botting and like bot-like behavior within PvP, if they remove the GCD from this thing, like the GCD penalty, and make it to where there is no penalty for using it, so many battlegrounds are going to be absolutely full of jokers that are like, using this, and they're going to suck. So hopefully, I've known people like my mom, for example. She plays WoW. She does not care about class mastery. She does not care about learning how to play her character the best. She's played for over a decade, and I don't think if I asked her what her number 2 button is, like what button's on her keyboard on the button number 2, I don't think she could tell me what it is or what it does. She just knows that if she smashes her keyboard, her keybinds just right, she gets through the quest, and that's about as much as she'll ever probably know about her rotation. For her, this one button thing is amazing. Like, this is basically what she's been asked for forever. She's gonna love this. For people like me that just want like quality players to play Battlegrounds with and stuff like that, like, it's a little scary. So I can definitely see the community's reaction. I can see why so many people are calling it, some of the things are calling it. But anyways, those are my thoughts at the moment. Let's continue with the video.
Okay, yeah, because there's 2 parts to it, right? Like the advanced is, I want to really go into this, is the one button thing, but that's not necessarily everyone that's going to use this. Like, I think this game, especially new players getting into it, there's a lot going on within a particular class, and you can be a little lost trying to figure out exactly what I should be pressing. So even just using it as like a guide to start learning your class and move off of it eventually, but just having a base understanding of what actually should I be doing at a base level of this.
That's really exactly the motivation on our end. I mean, especially with warbands and War Within, we see lots and lots more alts, and leveling is pretty quick. You got a bunch of Warbound until equipped gear that you're passing over to a new character, and just jumping into their full rotation, we've never played the spec seriously before, can be a pretty serious undertaking. And for some people, this may be enough for them, and that's fine too. But we recognize that there's so much. WoW has such a high skill ceiling that just recommending what the next ability isn't going to really remove that or fully solve that. There's still the muscle memory that you need to form, and then all of the nuances of like, we might have a recommendation for a rotation that makes sense if you're fighting a target dummy, you're fighting patchwork. But when you need to plan around the fact that you're going to have to move in 4 seconds, that's a whole different like layer of skill that still rests with players.
Yeah, I know when I'm trying to, play a new spec for the first time or haven't played it in years, it often feels like I've got like a 30-minute checklist of, okay, I got to set up my keybinds, got to make sure, oh, this ability's changed since 2 expansions ago, I got to rebind that, and then I got to go and read some guides and figure out how all my new rotation works, and oh, here's how the new set bonus works. So I could see it being really nice to just have this is a way to jump friends and have it work out nice and easily. One thing that jumps out to me is that a lot of the content I'd want to do would be like delves or keys. And in either of those cases, there's a lot of AoE.
Yeah.
Is this going to have a Are we going to detect whether we're fighting 3 targets, 5 targets, and is it going to cast my Arcane
That's a good
Explosion
question.
instead of my Arcane Blast, or is it just always going to be a single target?
It's not just single target.
right.
There is, some sense of, how many enemies are within your range, in front of you, et cetera, and so that will affect the recommendations. Again, the goal is not optimal.
They just
the goal is
backpedaled.
not like this is gonna, everyone's always gonna get perfect parses and so forth going forward. But as a baseline, this should be, it should be useful the same way that many, many people find Hikili useful today. And really, like a lot of this, building on the foundations of the cooldown manager that just came out in 11.1.5, kind of reflects us hearing people in the community telling us that they feel like they need to seek out these third-party resources just to play the game at like a baseline effective level in competitive content. And us asking, like, is that where we want the game to be in the long term, and what can we do to build in native solutions to many of these problems?
Like the base construct of it, there is this will help you learn what you're supposed to do if you are new. And then there is hey, I don't want to be the best player at this game. That's totally fine. I play it for a different reason. I want to collect things. I want to understand the story. I want to quest. I want to level, right? And I don't want to feel like I can go into any content and I just don't really know what I'm doing. I feel anxious about that. Like you have the ability to just be like, okay, well at least Blizzard's got me. I can have something at a base level where I can press one button and just kind of hang out and play the game. I have one question about the actual rotational thing. So is that going to change with talent? So let's say, is it going to work off the base talent build, or let's say you select a talent that now moves a AoE button into your single target rotation? Is it going to be smart enough or planned to be smart enough to incorporate a bunch of different potential talent builds?
The goal is that it's aware of your talents, and the logic is conditional based on what you do or don't have talented. As with, this is going to be something that continues to evolve. We may not have every single possible permutation accounted for in the version that we roll out with, but it should still be very useful in that form to everyone, and we'll just get refined from there. Similar to the cooldown manager that we know is that is a first take at this. We have plans to add much more customization, much more functionality to that over time as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a really exciting feature individually. The thing that's most exciting to me is in the broader context of the cooldown manager, of all these other edit mode changes that have come out. There was a time 5 years ago in WoW where if you were just getting into the game, there was an intimidating list of these are the add-ons that you need, and if you're not using these, you're kind of worse, right? You're noticeably worse. If you can't track your group member's major cooldown, right? You're worse at Mythic Plus than somebody who is, right? And it seems like the goal that has been accomplished with a lot of these things that have been coming into the base UI is you can use those add-ons if you want, but we now have a native way to the game that you don't have to get an add-on.
That is pretty much exactly our long-term philosophical goal.
That's the thing.
Add-ons are amazing. The things that the community has done over the last 20 years to allow people to experience different aesthetics, different functionality, have information available at their fingertips, that is a huge part of WoW's success, and we don't question or want to undermine that for a moment. At the same time, as you said, ideally it is about what do you want? How do you prefer to have things presented to you, and not what do you have to do? What is a group mate or raid leader or whatever telling you must download? Or if you ask people, hey, how can I get better? I'm really struggling at this. The first answer shouldn't be, well, download this add-on, this add-on, and this add-on, otherwise you're doing it wrong. Because that's starting to get into that mandatory place, whether we like it or not. So yeah, I think, longer term, these initiatives kind of fit into part of how we're thinking about the role of add-ons in WoW. As we can probably all agree, today there is a sense that if you want to really be the best you can, if you want to play competitive content, there are certain add-ons that are required, that are simply going to improve your success over not having them, period. We would like to get away from that being the case. I think I'd love to see a WoW one day where you can still customize the aesthetic look of your UI, you can have information and quest helpers and all the other things that you might want to have to make your experience a bit more seamless. But that at the end of the day, when you're in competitive content, when you're queuing up for a rated PvP match, when you're going into a high key, when you're trying to get a first kill on a raid boss, there isn't the sense that you are just holding yourself back if you're not using specific tools. We know that there's a lot of work to do to get to a place where that could be the reality. The first steps really are going to be continuing to build up the just right out of the box functionality that World of Warcraft offers to shrink that gap. But at the same time, I think we're aware that at the very end of this process, we probably are going to have to rein in some of the functionality that add-ons currently have to do like real-time in-combat problem solving specifically, where it's like automating coordination, communication in ways that are always going to be better than anything the UI could natively provide you, as long as they remain possible.
Yeah, so that moves us into like raid bosses, where I don't want to name any names, but there are people who have optimized a little bit of their own fun out of the game sometimes. I don't know where any of them might be sitting. They could be anywhere. They could be in this room with us.
They could be in this room with us.
the like number one. Let's just YOLO this. Let's just do the fight. Let's make it work. And then sometimes it gets to let's try to make something that could be 95% successful, 100 or 99, right? And there's a lot of frustration with the tech involved with that. I would definitely be. I think a lot of the raiding community would be pretty for that. You know, I think a well-designed mechanic that the game giving you enough information to solve this on your own realistically. A lot of the times the community will just use one because it's like what everyone else uses. It gets you in the same place. But if that doesn't exist and the game is giving you that information, it's objectively better, right?
And even if you are doing it very well, you know, manually, it's always going to be better to do it perfectly in a competitive situation. I mean, having watched, you know, your raid leading, for example, over many, many years over the Race to World First, like years ago, you would call much more stuff verbally.
Very
like
true.
going back to, you know, Legion, BFA era, whereas nowadays it seems like if there is something you're calling repeatedly on attempts, the first thing you're doing is asking if, hey, can we automate this and get me out of the business of talking, which seems like it might be less enjoyable for you as a raid leader.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, if we're talking about that, I could talk all day about that. Yeah. No. I mean, I felt like you certainly had more of an impact when you had the ability to, you know, influence the fight more. But the reality is just getting some way to automate it for your players is just better. You know, it is funny. Like when I do that now, I think, you know, what else can I be doing with my time? I could be like looking at other ways to optimize, and it's purely for the sake of getting better. So yeah, for my own enjoyment, yeah, that's sweet. Let's do that. I'm trying to wonder also about those kind of mechanics. So like what bosses have existed in my head, I think in the past couple of years, there's not many, but have been
Max's opinion is a very interesting one.
When we're progressing this boss, we feel like maybe we're progressing a weak aura. Something like Brood Twister or Echo of Neltharion or Jailer maybe was one of the first ones, right? And those mechanics, I feel like, could not have been done or probably would have been nerfed without weak auras or having that effectiveness of that reduced. What do you do as a fight designer now? Do you I know you're obviously like really passionate about raiding. You've raided for a really long time. What do you have to avoid those kind of assignment mechanics? Are there things in game you can use to like naturally sort out those things? Like, do you give more time for the mechanics? Like do you have to stray away from assignments in general because the community has just, whether you like it or not, has like trained themselves to have something solve that for them? Do you have to like go back into like a more simple version of that? Do you find other ways to make fights difficult?
I wasn't fast enough.
The way we design encounters has been influenced in significant ways by the way players use add-ons.
Oh no, I locked myself out.
Speculates
oh
that
god,
like this was built clearly to require an add-on. I can't say that's never the case. No encounter designer is ever sitting around saying, all right, we're going to make this mechanic, and then players will write this weak aura to solve it this way. All right, mission accomplished, let's ship the boss. But when we're thinking about the overall pacing of a fight, the tuning, we might get feedback on a fight that it feels like there isn't enough going on, when in actuality, there are 4 or 5 mechanics going on, but add-ons are largely compartmentalizing and making it so that most players don't have to think about them most of the time. And then players give us feedback that, hey, this fight felt a little bit slow, like I was just punching the boss for 3 minutes. And so then maybe we add another mechanic in the next iteration of that, or a similar encounter. We get to a higher overall complexity space where, there's just, you look at the dungeon journal and you're scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, and maybe half of it doesn't even matter because add-ons are going to handle it for you. I think that's not a great place for things to land. It also definitely ties our hands in some ways. Like, I think we do fewer coordination mechanics than we used to. Like, there used to be, like, if you look at old school WoW days, there were encounters where, like, the primary challenge for your raid was by design coordinating some rotation. And the execution beyond that wasn't super complicated, but making sure that this thing stayed soaked, or that, you were rotating people through with their debuff or whatever, that became a big part of the fight's challenge. Now we know ultimately that that can never be the thing that we lean on for challenge, because it's going to be solved, and it's not going to be solved through what we think of as the more just interesting MMOE, like communication, cooperation, figuring out systems for having these things work in a way that feels collaborative. It's going to be downloading the weak aura pack, setting it up appropriately, maybe having 3 or 4 frustrating wipes because there was a typo in the configuration, like, which is like, that's not what
for
I
real.
think anyone really
For
wants
real,
raiding
though.
to be. And so we move away from making those mechanics as much and lean more on things that add-ons can't solve for you, like moving out of a swirly under your feet with only a little bit of time to respond. Like, I don't think it's
Screw
a
that.
coincidence that more and more of our fights have those sorts of just like twitch reaction, avoidance mechanics, whereas that used to be one type of fight that we did. The design space is definitely constrained by the knowledge that, you know, if we lean on it too heavily, it's just going to get trivialized.
Some of my favorite
makes
WoW
sense.
raid boss memories are bosses like
got a lot of
Mythic
conversations in the
Unot,
community about
Mythic Anduin.
exactly
You know,
that.
you have to spread out, and then you get these marks, and you have to go to the right places. And there used to be definitely a library of mechanics like that, where you would get them, and then you'd have to think, and you'd have to have like a system. And you'd have to have 20 players sort of coordinate and become one team that does a mechanic like that. And the fact now that add-ons take on much of that job of coordinating us, I think that almost all the Mythic Raiders I know would be delighted to move back to a world where we did that in our brains, right? But in Dragonflight, we saw a little bit of an attempt to make that happen, right, with the private aura system. And what ended up happening was we still had the weak aura, but now we also have a macro that we need to press, and then the weak aura will assign us the same thing. So I'm a little bit worried. How's the arms race between the weak aura devs trying to come up with a new way around the restriction that you're putting in? Is this just a further escalation in that?
Hopefully not. I think our goal here is kind of disarmament and definitely not further escalation. I think we understand that if we're not going to try more little targeted things like that are going to encourage workarounds, and it just ends up with this back and forth. Because yeah, if there is a way to solve a complex mechanic, but you have to jump through a couple of more hoops to do so, you'll do that, and then just be more annoyed by the process. Our goal is to try to get out of that space entirely. And so I think down the line eventually, that may mean, I think, some broader restrictions on specifically what information add-ons have access to about combat events in real time. At the same time, we know that that's not a thing that we could just do right now without providing a lot more on our end, both in terms of just UI type functionality, but also looking at how we're designing some encounters, how some of our classes work. I think there are tons of add-ons that are healthy and valuable and really important to how players play the game that do rely on that flow of information. Everything from something as simple as damage meters to
Nice.
honestly boss time, like ability timelines, like the DBM style, like when is this next ability going to fire that people have basically been raiding with forever. That's not the like computational weak auras, that's just, hey, this ability is gonna happen in 15 seconds. Like we wanna build in our own version of that. Like I think like down the line, we'd love to see a place where there is a boss timeline as just part of the encounter UI. And that's not something you need an add-on for. And that way we can hopefully eventually get to a point where we're really just cutting out the weak aura that solves the mechanic for you.
So I just want to chime in here, since we hit a spot with this dungeon. I like everything we're hearing here. I know there's going to be a lot of haters. There's going to be so many haters. I think this is great. As long as they don't go and they remove this GCD penalty. And this ends up getting 100% parses and shit, like the auto button. As long as that's not the world we're heading towards, this is great. And it sounds like that's very firmly not what Blizzard wants us to become. I have absolutely put my foot in my mouth after defending Blizzard before, and so, never say never, but, they're saying the right things. They seem to keep taking it pretty serious, and there's definitely a need for things like that Hikili add-on. There's a reason it's so popular. And also, the people that use it, they generally aren't the people that, like, if you're mad about this, then this thing, you're probably not playing with the people that use this kind of stuff anyways, to be honest with you. Like, you're probably playing with some pretty experienced players that aren't relying on add-ons to tell them how to play. And as far as what they're saying about, like, their philosophy of add-ons going forward and, like, the limits and the constraints of, like, designing for them and things like that, they're right. They're absolutely right. Add-ons have trivialized a lot of what used to be, like, the most fun mechanics in raids, and raids have changed so much to accommodate the way that things are and have been because of add-ons. And I don't know a single person who doesn't dislike the swirlies. Like the instant 0-second reaction time swirlies and Mythic Plus one-shot your ass, okay? Nobody likes that. I don't know anybody that likes that. But that's, like he said, is about the only mechanic they can actually put into the game that doesn't get completely trivialized. So, yeah. I big agree with that. Pretty much everything he's saying here. Big agree. Sounds like a positive change.
But not the informational stuff that you feel like, it really feels like the game should have been telling you all along, where add-ons are, admittedly, kind of filling in some gaps there.
Okay, so coming in 11.1.7, we're going to have the rotation helper, those two options. What of the rest of this initiative? Is any of the rest of this in 11.1.7, or are we just starting the conversation now?
I think there's a lot of stuff that we're working on. I think, we've seen the cooldown manager and then the rotation assist coming. I think down the line, it's some of the stuff that I touched on. I don't have specific patch dates right now, but we are looking at damage meters. We're looking at nameplate improvements. We are looking at, a raid encounter information presentation that shows you timeline of boss abilities coming up. Things in that general space.
Good stuff.
I think we're looking at all the places.
I would love it if I didn't need to download things like DVM and Little Wigs, Big Wigs, whatnot.
To be competitive, and asking ourselves how do we change our game to make that not the case? And some of that's going to be add-on functionality, or UI functionality. Other aspects are going to be looking at how we're building some encounters or how some class mechanics work. I think it's super fair to point at some specs, like let's say Outlaw Rogue, who I know are easy one to pick on in some of these ways, and ask how is anyone really supposed to execute this perfectly with the base UI? Almost any time we're tracking stacks of a buff, and you need to make a decision where it's if you're between 4 and 7 stacks, you should do this, otherwise don't. Those are not reasonable tests for us to be posing to our players without providing them the information to do it correctly. And so we need to either provide the information,
You're asking them to go look for help,
or both.
There are a lot of players who love the version of Outlaw Rogue that has existed over the past few years. So I think there's always some fear when this discussion starts up of, is the answer going to be to simplify everything? And I think it's really exciting to hear instead that the answer is, okay, we'll maybe simplify some of these huge outliers, but we're going to bring in the functionality that makes it so that instead of needing to download a weak order to solve this, right? Instead of needing to have a complicated assistant tell you, now you're supposed to press this button, now you're supposed to press this button, instead we're going to provide that information in a more clear way than looking at the top right of your screen to see your buffs and trying to catch the rotation buff between all the other 20 that are changing in combat.
That's definitely the goal. I think we want World of Warcraft to be as approachable as possible, but we also love that the skill ceiling in the game is as incredibly high as it is. That allows for tons of differentiation and self-expression
the best part of the game
and accomplishment. But I think a lot of at its core, a lot of skill in WoW I think boils down to multitasking ability, and even just you might be able to do amazing damage just testing it against a target dummy. Very different world when you're also in an encounter and need to do 3 mechanics at the same time. And we see tunnel visioning DPS are a meme for a reason, right? They're just focused on their rotation and whoops, they just messed up the encounter mechanic, or vice versa. Someone who is good at mechanics but their DPS goes off a cliff. Really, the function of a lot of these add-ons is to offload a portion of that computational complexity. And we recognize, if we are removing some of that functionality, we're providing more information, we can probably remove a couple of mechanics, but still keep the same level of challenge. The goal is not to make it easier. The goal is to make it less complex. And I think that's, I think it's a key distinction there. Because I think it often can sound
it's a very nuanced distinction
about dumbing down the game or simplifying things. It's not that. It's about trying to create a more approachable baseline experience that still has every bit as much room for differentiation.
When you were talking about add-ons that things have been in the game, been inspired by it, you mentioned a damage meter.
Yeah.
So I'm really interested in just what your view is, philosophy-wise, about damage meters in games.
Yeah.
That's a great question.
Facts. I'm curious about that too.
Ultimately, we have to be guided by what our community prefers and what we see them doing today. The single most popular add-on used across the entire game is a damage meter by a fair margin.
Okay.
The majority of players, the large majority of players, have a damage meter add-on installed. And so that indicates that people want to see that information at least about themselves.
Yeah.
We definitely want more nuanced measures of success and understanding how successful were you, or how much did you contribute on this run, highlighting things like interrupts, highlighting things like avoidable damage to give a fuller picture of performance.
This was
But at the
very
end of the day,
interesting.
I think for someone who's trying a new spec, trying a new talent build, getting a new trinket, and they want to see like how did this affect my performance compared to the last run, that's an important piece of information to have. And so I think we know that in any world where we were going to limit some of the ability of add-ons to like again do that real-time combat event tracking, we would need to provide a damage meter solution of our own. And I think one of the exciting things is I think if we're doing that on our end, we can also have it be server authoritative, so you're not worried about like who's in a different combat phase, who's out of range, or whatever.
Yeah.
It could just be like, this is official and going to be accurate all the time.
We were obviously mostly thinking about Mythic Raid when our brains go to how this is going to affect things, but the overwhelming majority of players are in heroic raids, normal raids, raid finder raids, doing Mythic Plus dungeons, right? When we're talking about making these changes to what weak auras can do, is there an appetite for changing how heroic and normal raids function as well? Like, do we see these problems in there as well for what add-ons can do and how they solve things?
Absolutely. I mean, I think it all trickles down, right? I mean, I think maybe even more, a larger percentage of players doing Mythic Raid might use specific weak aura packs than, let's say, normal. But those add-ons are used by the majority of players right now, and certainly other, boss mods are as well. And I think a lot of it just comes down to, what are the coordination challenges that we're presenting? If there's something that everyone is relying on a tool right now to assist with, we would have to change it to still keep it the same level of challenging, but without that same automation assistance. And that can take many forms. It can be there's one or two fewer things to soak. You have an extra couple of seconds to like actually spread out on the fly. It's a pretty common mechanic of like, all right, 3 people get a debuff and they just have to like run out in different directions from each other. People have been just kind of playing the game and doing those for years and years. But of course, if you can like, if the time you're given to react is so tight that you can't afford to do that, then people do gravitate towards, all right, we're going to put diamond, circle, and triangle on the ground. Everyone's going to get an auto-assigned marker, and you just know, like, I'm going to run to my marker to guarantee that it's executed correctly. I think it's a bit more interesting if we give you a couple of seconds so that you can look around and make sure you're not running in the same direction, and then do the exact same thing. I mean, at the end of the day, raiding in particular, but group PvE, group PvP too. Like in an MMO, a huge portion of I think the fun of it is just coordination, communication.
What does he
feeling
think
like
about
everyone's
PvP?
working together to overcome some challenge in front of them. And I think getting back into a space where there's room for more of that organic collaboration, as opposed to it just being like regimented and solved by an external tool, I think it will open up a lot of design avenues for the game going forward.
Throughout the last couple years, especially Mythic Plus, that had been ramping in complexity, you've seen, and actually even if you can go back, like you can see the amount of things that people have in their UI to help them know that something's happening. So like back in Power Auras, it was, there was just some giant, some giant face on your screen would pop up, and that meant that something procced. And then it's gotten more, refined. And now, even in it's been ramping the past couple of years. You see like, you listen to someone's POV who's doing High Mythic Plus right now. You're going to hear AOE, dodge, frontal, circle.
Yeah.
Like it's just every bit of audio
Everything.
aid they've used to. It's in the idea of being optimal. It's not required. And especially this patch, I think Mythic Plus complexity has actually gone down as an intentional design point. It seems, at least. I think you might have made a post about that. So that stuff is less required, but people have like kind of already baked that in the UI. Is that something that you're looking to either have an ability to have that in the game, or is that something you don't want to have happen, where it's more like you're organically doing mechanics because you see them, or are you okay with all of the audio and visual aids that exist currently within add-ons?
I think the answer is mixed there. I think like audio prompts are something that are super valuable to people. That's something we want to continue to add support for on our end as well. Like we know feedback we've gotten around the 11.1.5 cooldown manager would be that many people would appreciate being able to have audio prompts tied to certain things or procs firing, and that's something they would miss about weak auras. We want to make sure that we're offering that kind of thing as well. Beyond that, I think a lot of what we've seen is frankly us not doing a sufficiently good job of telegraphing the importance of certain mechanics and their impact, and players needing to come up with solutions for them externally. Ideally, there's a concept that we call affordance, which is basically just how well is something telegraphed, how intuitive is it with visual presentation, and ideally, the affordance of a mechanic should match its impact. And sometimes, yeah, if you have a random mob in a dungeon pack that has a frontal that will just delete you if you're not getting out of the way of it, and it's just one thing going on among a half dozen other things, why? And why? Like, how could we call that out better with visuals, with a longer cast time, with how we're creating the pack in the first place? And that's just one example of one of the areas in which we know we can do better. You know, something else we've talked about on the UI front is we would want the ability to, on our end, flag mob casts in Mythic Plus as like lethal, as like this should be a high priority interrupt, because we know players are going to basically look to solve that anyway. If there are 3 casters in a pack, and 2 of them it's actually kind of okay to let them free cast, but one of them, if they ever get a cast off, you're probably going to wipe. They shouldn't all just look indistinguishable on your screen.
Yeah. Facts.
And us
Big
expect you to figure
facts.
that out on your own.
They did that in season 1, right? Wasn't there like a couple casts or like super giga you die death volley or something?
Yeah.
And they had this big
It's
animation.
the Arcara casters where they hunker down, there's green glowy stuff around them, and they're casting a volley, and you're like, all right, I gotta kick
You
that.
can be playing WoW for 2 days, and
Yeah.
you're like, that
That's not
cannot
happening,
That,
yeah.
that can't happen. Yes.
But I'm looking forward to an M+ then, where if we're talking about maybe taking away my ability to air horn myself on a certain cast, something like that, if instead I have to be now looking at a mob and there is a sort of a visual language that I can come to expect, like if the mob is hunkering down and it's got particle effects around it, that means I gotta kick it. I think that would be more fun for everybody as well, rather than having the air horns be the solution.
Definitely.
That is entirely our hope, right? I think, and just to be super clear, you know, I think we see the taking away part, the restricting functionality, as the end of this long road. I think we know, we want to make it very clear, we're not sitting here being like, all right, we want you to play the game the way we intended, and we're going to take away your tools. We just want to bridge that gap. And we have a lot of work to do on our end to keep building up more improvements, more functionality. And it's not just the UI. The VFX changes that you mentioned are a part of that overall effort of us asking, what are the places where players feel like they need add-ons to succeed? Why is that the case? And when it's like, it's not clear when you're standing in something, and so I need, GTFO or some other, sound effect to let me know that I'm standing in something lethal, it should be obvious. Let's fix that on our end. And we know we want to keep chipping away at those things, and hopefully eventually get to a point where really the only difference between what we are offering and what powerful add-ons can do is that small subset of like computational problem-solving stuff, at which point we can move forward.
So throughout the evolution of private auras, we've seen, initially when they came out, they were like kind of, a lot of friction was involved, and then I think they were done really, really well in a couple of cases, starting in Emir Drasil, where they were a mechanic like P1 Fire Act. You had the circles you had to quickly spread out for. They were pretty fast, but they were too fast to use a macro for it, and it basically forced the players into something they would have used a weak aura for, to just do the mechanic normally. And like, are there lessons you've learned there of like, this is actually how we can design mechanics or kind of assignment things going forward? And then also, is this, if done successfully, would this also remove private auras as what would have been,
I'm actually completely unaware of the private aura thing.
To the weak aura problem?
Yeah, we've definitely learned a lot from how private auras have rolled out. Certainly we understand that if we're ever using it on something that like is on a long enough time frame that macros are going to let you solve it, and it's punishing enough to not solve it, all we're doing is creating an extra annoying hoop to jump through. And
I see what's going on now.
Fixed off the private aura designation from some of those back.
Private auras seem to be whenever they make the auras private, meaning that the no add-on can like tell it's happening, meaning that it's entirely on you to like know that the ability is like gonna happen, that it's on you, that like the mechanics going down. So basically it's a way of them trying to keep add-ons out. And apparently they've had some instances where they did that and people ended up having to create other solutions because it was a pain in the ass. And so they've learned from that okay, be careful what they hide. Don't make another problem.
Kind of Emir Drasil, and we've let that shape how and where we use or don't use it going forward. And so yeah, I think examples like the Furak mechanic that you mentioned are ones where like when we know that everyone is in a level playing field, everyone just has to play the game, play the mechanic. We can tune it accordingly so that it's hard but doable. We'd like to be able to do more of that for sure.
Yeah, I see the Fire Act first intermission, which was a private aura and then had to get hotfixed off of the private aura, as sort of a cautionary tale for if there's a mechanic that is only doable with the weak aura assignments, and then we take away that without giving an adequate replacement, then it's worse than doing nothing at all. what would a mechanic like that look like in a world where we don't have a computational solution to it, right? Would it be slower and fewer sets of, like, lower damage numbers on these things?
I think probably a bit of all of that. There's multiple knobs there. There's, you know, on Mythic we might default to like everyone in today's world. Everyone in the raid has to participate in this, and you know, there's enough things to be soaked that if anyone isn't doing it, it's not going to work out. Versus maybe shifting to a world where there's a little bit more slush, things are a little bit slower, there's a little bit more time to react, to get into place organically based on which, you know, buff you were assigned, stuff like that. But at the end of the day, you know, our goal here is to preserve challenge, and we know that we'd have to design encounters differently in some cases to deliver roughly the same level of challenge in terms of how many pull counts it takes, you know, just what progression looks like, while living in a different mechanical world. And I know that, you know, when we talk about restricting any kind of add-on functionality, you know, many players very rightly, kind of reflexively say or ask, well, how am I supposed to do this boss in this tier without my weak aura? That would be impossible. And the reality is, if you couldn't use that weak aura, that mechanic would be designed or tuned differently. We would have ended up nerfing it right away or designing it differently over the course of even just PTR testing. And so that's like, any future design in this space will have to be built from the ground up with that in mind. And I think, you know, it's making it a little bit more forgiving in a way that makes the challenge human rather than superhuman, as it often is when we're looking at like cutting edge, mythic tuned things. Because I mean, you guys are really good at the game, as it turns out, and we want to make a boss that is going to, you know, pose a challenge and is going to take you dozens of attempts, let alone 100 plus to beat. We do have to take into account the fact that not just you, but every Mythic raid guild that's going to follow in your footsteps are going to be using these tools. And at the end of the day, I think players do want challenging bosses. That if, you know, we just tuned the boss around none of those things, players used all those tools, and they went in and like a late Mythic boss was dying in a single night for like, you know, a cutting edge guild, rank 500 or whatever, that probably doesn't match what they're looking to get out of Mythic raiding, in my estimation. And so like our goal is to keep the same overall level of challenge while paring down the complexity a little bit.
Even if you look at the history of bosses this would have affected, you actually, even looking at Mythic Plus, something where the complexity has gone down from pack to pack in this patch, but the reality is you can still find challenge in it because it's infinitely scaling, and you will get to a point where it's doing too much damage to you, or the amount of damage you need to do is too high. There's been Mythic bosses that have been simple mechanically, but have been unbelievably difficult, and that's been true all the way down the guild ranks. It's not something that's just nerfed by gear, like Sludge Fist, where you've created really intricate problems to solve where weak auras basically didn't matter. Halandris, you actually put a bomb timer very clearly in the game around the bomb. You did not need a weak aura for one of the hardest bosses ever, right? It's more just basically the solution for these weak auras has been just a very specific kind of assignment mechanic that is just like, oh, it's just so much easier to do this, right? You could build in a lot of that computational stuff in game to where even if weak auras existed, you would find people just being like, I don't know, the game just kind of does it. We have players that don't use audio sounds in weak aura packs because on bosses like Skarn, on most other bosses, there's like either an in-game sound for when the bombs are actually activating, or a voice line. We have 2 players in our guild that use very minimal weak auras, and they literally listen to voice lines for when mechanics are going to happen, and it's extremely accurate, right? So I think a lot of these things are already
the voice lines tell you a lot, guys. Seriously, if you never tried it, the voice lines they tell you how to play.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think your example, going back to Nathri of Sludge Fist, I think is a great one, right? Like a lot of that was
Sludge Fist is the bane of my existence.
Just practice and just learning like how to react to these situations when chained to different partners and dodging the stuff. And people were in enough situations over enough time, they kind of develop that muscle memory, that sense of planning, and eventually your guild as a whole overcomes the challenge. Compared to, let's say, the Stone Legion generals that came after it, a couple of issues there, but like one of the central challenge, like one of the central mechanics that was being solved by weak auras was like, all right, there's a whole bunch of soaks that need to be covered over the course of the fight, and it's not realistic to have that like 7 to 8 soaks up simultaneously, where you need to also account for like, well, this person just got targeted by different mechanics, so they need a backup to go in and do it for them.
Yeah, so it sounds initially like it's, we're restricting what add-ons can do, but really we're opening up the universe of mechanics that can exist in a WoW boss without, because there are so many that you could think of right now where all of them would be, this is going to get solved by this, right? This is going to get solved by this, but if that's not the answer, then now the designers have all these tools back, and we can get these mechanics that maybe haven't been used since MOP because we've been weak-oring them ever since, and now we get to solve them with our brains again.
And he even mentioned too, he said like, well, there's a lot of swirlies now.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing, like, oh, we can always default to this and a few other things because you know you're not going to solve that with weaker, so we can add fights where that's not a thing. But you remove that, that friction of there's too many swirlies goes away. And I think there's assignment, like doing a lot of these assignment bosses without a weak aura that could work would be like really fun. Like it's fun to do that. It's fun when you have 5 people that need to soak something, like the last phase of Gallywix. There's a frontal on a side of a room, and 2 people die. And right now, weak aura is just like, okay, well then we're going to sign backup. So these 2 people get a big green thing on their screen, go soak that.
So
that is
focused
something
right
where
now.
that fight is spread out enough where you could actually communicate that. We need 2 people on the right to back up because 2 soakers are dead. Who can do it? This person says
shit,
something.
that's a
This
bad
person
time.
says something. Now, obviously, you're not going to have that kind of
was
communication
real
like
bad.
heroic and normal. Maybe you won't be in comms, whatever. But in Mythic, that's perfectly reasonable, right? A lot of the things, like we could probably count, honestly, on 1, maybe 2 hands over the last like 4 or 5 years, how many bosses would you meaningfully would have to have a mechanic change. But they are very impactful, very memorable, and they have been purely defined by that. Are you
they're
worried
absolutely
at
right.
all
I love
about
what I'm hearing
the
on this.
communities, and this has certainly been ramping up over time. Like you mentioned, even for us, we were much more just do the mechanic 4 or 5 years ago than we are now. Are you worried that there has been this built-in reliance on it that might be hard to shake when creating new raid bosses?
Absolutely. And I think
The way he said that, he knows. He's like, please don't hurt us.
Into this, that anyone
That
just kind of rip
was-
the Band-Aid off and say, all right, have
Yeah,
fun,
rip the
we're in a
Band-Aid
new
off.
world, as opposed to building up more built-in functionality, starting to have clearer visuals, simplify some mechanics, and then building counters and to have classes designed around a world where we know that this isn't possible. As long as people are set up for success, I think we'll be fine. Certainly, if we were to disable any functionality and then players went into a new tier and we're just wiping to bosses and they used to clear heroic comfortably and now they're brick walled halfway through heroic, yeah,
Mysterious
players
pants, I'll take
that will
them.
be a source of tremendous frustration. But we know that we need to avoid that by any means possible, and we have a lot of work to do before we get there.
Something that really encourages me is the ping system. That seems like such a perfect way to give us an
Yeah.
option to identify where we're going, right? You just ping where you're going, and then you don't have to, try and communicate with words. Hey, I'm going to move over to the left 20 yards, right? I just ping
Yeah.
where I'm going, and that opens up an ability to solve these again in a YOLO style, right, rather than an
I think
assignment.
your guild did that.
Yeah.
So the Echo of Neltharion, right?
Yeah, we just pinged it.
Yeah, so
Go for it,
famously,
yeah.
everyone had the maps for that. Here's your exact spot you go, and then his guild was like, you know what, everyone just ping your spot. Mostly it gets covered. People go to the same spot every pull. But if you see 2 pings in a spot, 1 person has to move, right? And that could largely solve a mechanic with just something that's already built into the game.
It's true.
I think, and ping
That's
system is something
smart.
we've also
That's real
talked about
smart.
looking to improve and to
I need to set my
broaden
pings
the
up,
sorts of
boys.
things you can do with it. To give people more tools to solve these problems in a coordinated way, but using their own skill and expression instead of another tool.
When I think of World of Warcraft, I'm always thinking back to when I first started playing the game, and there was this really exciting moment where I looked at it and I'm like, oh my god, I can make this game look however I want, right? I can put this
Yeah.
here, I can have an add-on that tells me what time it is in London, what time it is in Darnassus, right? I can have all the world clocks there if I want. I can have 3 different bars at the bottom of my screen. I can do whatever I want there, and to me, that's always been a strength, not a weakness of WoW.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of people that disagree with me on that, but then there's also people that they hear about Blizzard thinking about restricting add-ons and they're worried about losing that. Is
Yeah.
there any intention to go after any of that kind of customization?
Not whatsoever. And in fact, we're doing everything we can and we would do everything we can down the line to minimize any collateral damage to them. But the goal is anything that's cosmetic should be completely fair game. All informational stuff that's out of combat, again, you have RP add-ons, things that are tracking, helping with professions, tracking gathering nodes, helping you with quests, you name it, a bunch of accessibility add-ons. All of those, there's nothing harmful whatsoever about any of them. The only thing
Good to
is, at
hear.
the very end of the day, once we feel like we've done enough on our end to improve baseline functionality, what we'd be looking at is the ability to parse real-time combat events in a way that drives, problem solving on the fly.
So it's kind of, we build the scaffolding to then be able to take away the existing weak aura solutions that we have for these. How much of this is, so the thing that's excited me also about edit mode has been, it's so clearly based on what the community has learned over 20 years, right? It's oh, the community has revolved around this is a solution for presenting this information. Let's give them that base in the UI rather than making them download something. How much of this initiative is still going to be based on what the community says, how the community reacts, versus which of these things are already kind of locked in decisions?
I'd say basically nothing here is locked in.
Okay.
Really, my hope today is to kind of begin a conversation about that direction and what areas are welcome, what areas maybe have more to do to convince the community on, and what areas we might be wrong on and should reconsider. Because I think at the end of the day, this game belongs first and foremost to our millions of players. We're trying to serve them as best we can in the long run. And I think our sense is that for many players, the feeling that they have to download and use certain add-ons in order to play the game competitively isn't really part of what's attractive about the game or healthy in the long run. And so if we can pull things back to a place where add-ons are available for those who want to use them, but people aren't feeling pressured by their groups, by just the natural demands of competition and not wanting to lose out to someone who's using more advantages, then that's going to be the healthier route in the long run.
So if I was the kind of person who wanted to write a 10-paragraph forum manifesto, this would be one of the topics to do it on, right?
Absolutely. We'll be reading, we'll be listening. I think this is a long path ahead. And yeah, just curious to kick off the conversation and hear how people feel about it.
Yeah.
So Rotation Assist is coming in 11.1.7, which is going to be hitting the PTR in the very near future. Can't wait to hear people's feedback as they're able to hop on and check it out. We'll be listening closely so we can make it the best it can be for everybody. It's also been amazing to just get a chance to talk through kind of the history of add-ons in WoW, where they are today, and where they might be going in the future. Thank you guys for coming out. It's really been a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks so much for having us here. Really looking forward to see what the community has to say about how much they want more of these casts, maybe monthly, maybe bi-weekly, weekly, whatever you guys think, put it in the comments.
Daily?
Daily?
Yeah.
You said it, it's not me. Thank you so much, Liz. This has been really, really awesome.
All right. That was really good. That was a really, really good presentation. That was a really good presentation. So there's a lot of food for thought here. There's a lot to talk about. First of all, I just gotta say I like everything I just heard. That was amazing. That they're right. They're absolutely right. There's so many issues with basically just the way that mechanics are designed. They're designed expecting you to have a little voice in your ear telling you a billion things, to tell you everything, to try and trivialize everything. And it does. It results in these types of mechanics like the swirlies of death that are, they happen so fast and they just one-shot you. And they suck. And also, like Ian said, Blizzard doesn't do a great job of showing you which ones are going to one-shot you, which ones aren't. Which ones are trivial, so on, quote-unquote, which ones are lethal. And that's been a big issue in the community for a long time. I'm really excited by the possibility that we're going to have raid mechanics that are more reminiscent of how they used to be, that they're going to be more based around cooperation and computation. They're going to be more based around skill checks in different ways, aside from, how fast can you dodge the swirly of death. I think that is a really interesting prospect, and that's something that the game used to have, and it's something that's slowly just been lost, and fights have become more homogenized. They become more swirly based over time, and I see this as a big opportunity for Blizzard to kind of undo a bit of that history and aim for something a bit different, and I think that that's great. And people are going to be so mad about the rotation assist. Oh my god, people are going to be so mad. I've already seen it. I've already had people come to my stream, so completely pissed about it. I'm not worried about it one bit. This isn't actually doing anything new. These add-ons have existed forever. Literally forever. I remember having something like Hakili back when I was a kid. Back in, I want to say, Cataclysm. So this really isn't something new. This is just making sure that people that need it have access to it. They don't have to go find out about it in a forum and then download it on CurseForge. It's just in the game if they'd like to participate in that. And I'm glad that with the single button thing, I'm glad that like the single button rotation, you know, like auto button do. I'm glad that it's not, they're not basing, like this isn't going to be like the ARPG on your phone, you know, it isn't going to be like that. It's not going to be a situation where all the top parsers in the game are people using the smart function. Not even close. It's gonna be the worst parsers in the game are gonna be the people that use the smart function, and that's not. But and that's not just by design. Like they very clearly said that's by design. That is not. It's gonna have penalties like within the GCDs. They also said it's going to that it's not going to be like perfect. It's not going to, especially at first, have every button you know, combination. It's not always going to understand fully where you are, what you're doing. Thus, it's not going to be able to make high-end computational decisions like that, right? Like, you're going to have to make decisions if you want to be any good at this game. You're going to have to be able to read the situation and understand what you're doing, why you're doing it, and what you're about to be doing in order to create the most viable decisions. And those are going to be the people that parse at 100%. Those are going to be the people that blow people up in battlegrounds. You know, I just thought, I was imagined a Rep Pally. I do gotta admit, honestly, a Rep Pally of a single button thing, like they do so much damage in battlegrounds that, like, there might be some Rep Pallies that rock that shit. But ultimately, all memes aside, I don't think it's going to be an issue. This isn't anything new. It's just that they're doing it in a way where people are going to be able to access it better. And then as far as what they're talking about limiting add-ons, I think I'm wholeheartedly, yes. I'm really glad that he specifically mentioned they're not interested in messing with out-of-combat stuff, or, you know, like your professions and your auctionators and your Atlas loots and your LVUIs and, you know, all the cosmetic stuff and informational stuff and profession stuff and world tracking stuff, you know. This stuff is not what's on the block. What's on the block is highly advanced niche weak auras that trivialize what would otherwise be like major primary mechanics in fights to the point where there's no point in having added it to the fight in the first place. Makes a lot of sense. Makes a whole lot of sense to me. We are just getting obliterated here. Oh my god, what's wrong with what is going on here? So much damage. I'm super excited what we just heard in that podcast. I'm really glad he did this podcast. I think it was a great idea for them to have Max and Dratnos on. That's huge. They're highly respected players in the community. They're both extremely good players, and they both are extremely prominent within the raid, high-end raid, and Mythic Plus scene. They're both seen as very much like maximum style, like to the max players. Like Dratnos makes spreadsheets and stuff, and Max literally raid leads the world first Mythic raid guilds, like one of them. And so, I didn't know apparently Dratnos is part of one too. I didn't even know that. That's what's up. But so yeah, a huge thanks to them for being on the show today, and a huge thanks to Blizzard for putting the show on in the first place for us to enjoy. And I'm just really happy to hear what we heard. Like they said all the right things. Now let's just see how they implement it. You know, Blizzard's famous for their implementations never being quite as idealistic or perfect or ambitious as their promises. And so, you know, I definitely go in with a bit of we'll see how it really like plays out. But the philosophy is there, and I think that means they're not going to mess this up for for the community. All right. So, I'm happy to hear it. Very happy to hear it. Good podcast, man. Good podcast. Big fan. So let's see here. And while we were watching that, we got the level 78. Oh, don't get into that thing. Level 78 team. Almost to 80. I'm so excited to get into raid. It's going to be great. We're going to have to do like a raid finder stream, and I'm going to be like parsing myself, and we're going to be getting ourselves into a fancy guild. Fancy guild. Do a little raid. Get into the Undermine. Super excited for it. Also, I'm excited to get into a little Mythic Plus. You know, like I know it's just going to get eventually, like it's just going to like plus 20s, and it's going to get ridiculous, but super excited to get into the raids. Super excited to get into the Mythic Plus. And I am excited too for some solo PvP. I mean, You know, I haven't heard great things. Frankly, I haven't been able to get into any of it because the I haven't been able to get into any like solo PvP because the queues are so long. I literally haven't been able to get into a single match so far. But you know, I really hope that player housing fixes that. We really desperately need. Excuse me. We desperately need some more rewards for PvP. You know, I wish, there's a big part of me that wishes that we didn't have to wait for player housing for that. And maybe we won't. You know, I know they keep on talking. They've been talking for like 2 years about PvP rewards and like how they're going to add more PvP rewards and more variety to like, why are you PvPing? What are you PvPing for? They've talked about this, especially around RBGs for a long time with like the promise of soon. And I think people, I know I am getting very sick and tired of soon. I want PvP to do good. I know a lot of other people want PvP to do good. And all it needs is just a refresh in the achievements. Straight up. The gameplay is there. The gameplay is there, Blizzard. Like, all you gotta do is put the rewards into the game so that people are incentivized to do it. And if they can do that, then the MMR system will be infinitely better immediately because there's going to be people playing, right? Like, why does a 1900 player get stuck in a group with a 1300 player in solo shuffle? It's because if they didn't put those two people together, the queue would have taken an hour or longer. That's why. My personal theory is every 10 minutes you spend, every 5 minutes maybe even every 1 minute that you spend sitting in a queue for a solo shuffle or a solo blitz or whatever, your MMR, the MMR requirement for your teammate matchmaking, it goes up or down. Like the net widens. This way they can hopefully get a game started. Because there's a balance. Like, yeah, you want quality games. That's very important. Without quality games, people can't climb rating, and they can't have, you know, like, fun. They're not getting into quality matches. But if your just like requirement for quality is so high, and there's not enough players to satisfy it, like, there's literally not enough players at 1800, 2K, 2400. There's not enough players to matchmake you with. Eventually the system's gonna be like, okay, not for real. They're never gonna get a match. We have to put them with somebody. And it's like, oh, there's this other 1400 player. They're also never gonna get into a match. They're never gonna get it if we don't put them with somebody. These two people get bunched together. Because it's better to make any game than to have people sitting for 4 hours in a queue, right? That's my theory. That's my theory of why matchmaking's screwed up in the solo stuff. Is because they're literally just trying to make games. If they bring more people to the games, there will be more people queuing, there will be more people in every MMR bracket. It'll be easier to make matches that are quality, that have like everybody being very similar MMR'd. There's no reason for a 2000 player to be in a lobby with a 1400 player. There's no reason for a 1400 player to be in a lobby with a 2000 or in a 2000 lobby. You know, this is not a good time for anybody involved for obvious reasons. So they just need to come up with new titles. They need to come up with new pets. They need to come up with new mounts. They need to come up with new toys. They need to come up with new ways outside of these things to reward people. Because frankly, I mean, I got to be honest with you guys. I haven't been excited about a title in a few years now. Like there's one title I'm chasing right now that I'm interested in, and that's of the Horde and of the Alliance. Somehow I haven't gotten that yet, and I'm super excited. I'm literally like a couple of hundred kills away from getting it. That's the 100,000 PvP kills, or 1 million or whatever it is. I'm super excited to be getting that. Yeah, 100,000. Really, really close. 200 kills away from it. I'm so excited to get that. I've been looking at that one for a long time. I've never specifically ground it out. Like my buddies, I remember my buddy Hayes grinding that out back in like 2014, 2015. You know, he ground out Bloodthirsty and everything. You know, that's fucking dope. More power to him. But I never ground for it specifically. I just played the game, and then when it happened, and it's about to happen. I'm super excited to get that title. It's been around for a long time. I've been working on it for a long time. There's no other title right now in the game that I'm excited about. Look at my titles. I seriously, I have so many. I have so many, and I never use 90% of them. I never use 90% of them. So, like, in fact, actually, I want to change the title I have on right now. I want to be Knight Champion. I want to show my support for the RBGs. Legionnaire. I might not have Knight Champion on this guy. Okay, I don't have Knight Champion on this character. That's okay. Centurion's great too. But, yeah, we so badly need rewards. And housing is absolutely going to offer it. Like, all the legacy content offering housing rewards is great. But I also am concerned about housing. Like, in fact, I would love to watch a video on it, because the reality is that, like, how are they going to make sure that doesn't become a situation? Oh my gosh, can I, like, not get blown into this boss, please? Fuck. There it is. If they can't make it social, then, like, I'm worried. I'm big worried. I mean, people really got into the garrison, and arguably, I would say that arguably in some ways, the garrison has become a more favorable viewed, you know, like, asset to the game as time went on. Like, now that not everybody's not hiding in the garrison 24/7, and it's not screwing up the profession market, people do enjoy, like, going back and collecting things for their garrison, you know. Some people do actually go there still. And so that gives me hope, because, see, like, here's the thing. Player housing, as it's planned to my understanding, is it's going to be instanced. If it's instanced, then that means that, like, no one's going to be walking by your house and it's going to be like, wow, look at that player's house. That's so cool. Look at all the things in their front yard. And, oh, look through their window. See there? Look at that stuff in there. Wow, I want to meet this guy and become his friend so that I can go inside his house and see his stuff. It's going to be instanced. So people are going to walk by and see their home. And if they're invited to another player's home, then, like, they can group up and do that. What does that mean for two things? A, how are they going to make sure that people aren't just spending all their time in their house? And I think that the answer to that is probably pretty easy. It's going to be something along the lines of, well, professions aren't linked to it. Questing's not linked to it. It's not the main city. And see, like, that's the big thing in WoD. WoD didn't feel like it had a major city. Like, Storm Shield, Ashran, it was the major city, was the main hub. People did spend a lot of time there. People spent as much time there as they did their garrison or more. But in some ways, it didn't feel like a main hub like Dornegal does, you know. And in a lot of ways, it didn't feel that way. It did, but didn't. Teach their own. To me, it didn't quite feel the same. So garrisons became a place where people went and they spent a lot of their time questing, professioning, campaigning, and they couldn't see people. They couldn't see their allies. The moment you went to your base, then everybody else, the whole world disappeared. You went to a shard. You went to an instance. So I think the way they're going to keep that from happening in player housing is not putting quests there. Making it and keeping it a place for people to hang out with their friends. What I am concerned about from there is, how do you get friends to see it? Like, what is the purpose of decorating it if you have no one to look at it, right? And so how are you going to incentivize people to bring friends there? What's going to happen there that's going to specifically enable social groups? If there's not anything happening at your house that can specifically enable people to socialize with each other, why would people socialize? Like, there's already some people that play the game in this way, like RPers, for example. Like, I've seen them. I've seen them on Moonguard. They'll literally create their campaign. They'll meet up at Goldshire Inn or, like, another inn, you know, and they will sit around a table, RP, drink and eat, and, you know, an in character, like, talk about everything, hang out. That already happens at inns. That will happen at houses. RPers got this on lock. They're probably the ones that undoubtedly are going to get the most enjoyment and fun out of the player housing system, in my opinion. But what about the PvPers? What about the raiders? Why is a raider going to invite their friends, their raid group, to come hang out with them at their house? Why is the arena partners, why are they going to meet up at their house? You know, people will do it. Some people will do it because it's cool. Some people will do it because they want to show off their like collection to their friends, their family. But I'm hoping that Blizzard will find interesting ways to put things in the house for people to do together. Not alone, but together. And I don't have any idea what that could look like or what that is. You know, things that come to mind is like arcade games like Warcraft Rumble. You know, if you guys have seen it, it's like stashed around in Stormwind and stuff. The thing is, you can't actually play Warcraft Rumble from it though. But like maybe mini game arcades that like you can play with your friends is an idea of that. You know, like if you try and put like a buff, like you get a buff if you go and like bring your friends there and hang out for a certain amount of time. That's gonna be annoying. People are just gonna be like putting together pre-made groups like coming out of my house so we all get a buff and then go like leave each other. And like nobody's gonna like actually hang out and have fun. They're just gonna like go there to get the buff and then leave. Nobody will even talk, right? So I don't know, there's just a lot of questions. It's such a, you know, player housing has been such a big thing, but the way that has always been like, the way that I've always heard people kind of fantasize ever since I was like a kid, going back to the Burning Crusade, the way I've always heard people fantasize about player housing, it was the idea of like, you know, picking out a plot of land that you specifically like, buying that land, and then people being able to see your home as they walk by. If it's in an instance, if it's like the Garrison and it's in an instance and there's only one plot or 5 plots or 10 plots that are optional choices, and every player owns one of those 1, 5, or 10 plots, and the only way that you can actually see anyone else's house is to be invited there, otherwise it just won't appear, and that's an issue. You know, something that New World did really cool, was really good, and it was really cool, is you actually could see people's houses. There were hundreds of plots of land throughout the game, to my knowledge, hundreds. And if you were like walking through a town and you would actually see, like, there was only one plot of land. That one plot of land was for sale, and someone owned it. You saw their house. And so you would walk through neighborhoods, and each house is owned by a different player. They're the only player that owns that plot of land. And you can look in through their window, and you can look on their balcony, you can look in their front yard, their backyard. You can see what they've done. You can see the work they've put in. You can see their customization choices, their decoration ability. These things matter to people. They matter a lot. Like I think of a buddy, Hayes. He loves decorating his houses in games. He loves it. He's really good at it too. He's like a really good interior designer. He does it in like World of Warcraft in GTA and stuff like that. And so like people like him, I know that for him, he would want for people to be able to see his work. If people can't see his work, then he's not going to be nearly as inclined to want to do it. Like, he'll do it for himself to a degree, but like what he really wants is for his friends to see it and for people to see it and be like, whoa, how did you get that? That's like that ultra rare thing that like almost nobody has. Like, how did you get that? That's like part of it. And also like, whoa, I didn't even know you could decorate like that. This looks like it was made by the designers. It doesn't even look like like it was done by a player, you know. And all this requires people to see it. So I guess like all this monologuing is to say that without people seeing your work, it takes a lot of the enjoyment of actually investing in something like decorating a house out of it. Like, why do you decorate a house in person, right? Like, it's partly for yourself. We spend a lot of time in our homes, you know, and a nice, clean, organized, minimalist home, you know, generally makes people feel better, you know. And so people do it partly for themselves, their own mental health, to organize their belongings, to organize their life. But they do it also to invite people over sometimes, or to, you know, to host events maybe for some people, or to have a sick background in their stream, you know, whatever it is that their life facilitates. Like they're usually decorating for themselves primarily, and then for others secondarily. And so like I feel like any good housing system in WoW's got to scratch that. It's got to scratch that same itch. They've got to think of creative ways that don't affect player power to want to motivate people to visit other people's homes in WoW and to want to share their homes with other people in WoW.
There he is.
So it's an interesting conundrum. I have a lot of questions about it, but I'm really glad to see WoW finally going the route of having such a thing. And like I said, I'm so excited for the prospect of legacy content that hasn't gotten a lot of love, finally getting some love. And like, you know, why go kill Onyxia, bring her head back, do the head quest for Stormwind? Why not just delete the head out of your bag as many times like as I have, like doing Onyxia? It's because that head's a trophy. You can put it on your wall. You know, like that's freaking sick. That's so cool. And that is something that they've announced they're doing. So, amongst a plethora of other things. So like, it's super neat. And I'm super excited to see what they do. See if we can destroy this totem there. Yeah, that's what I like to see. I don't think we can stop these guys from casting, but here we go. Hit him with a little fear. Throw this stuff up. Keep those life blooms rolling. Very important. Very important. This is such a cool room. Like you see all these, like all the frozen keepers or you know, like earthen. It's so neat. Gives me some like Terminator vibes. Or Matrix maybe. Oh, excuse me, guys. Apologize for all the yawns today. It's an early morning for me. We're slowly working the schedule back. I'm wanting to make the stream schedule pretty consistent in the mornings. You know, like starting up between like 8 and 10 a.m. and going through the earlier part of the day. That's a pretty big goal at the moment. Because I really want to, A, stream when I have the most energy, which is certainly this time of day, generally speaking. And I want to also stream when the most of you guys are on, and it's pretty interesting, but like EU is just like dominating more and more and more. The population is larger in EU now than it is in NA, which is pretty interesting. And you can see it. It's reflected in the like prime stream times. Casting Swiftmen, increase your haste by 10%. Hey, that was a talent from last expansion, I believe. That's nice. I'll take that. Pew, 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 pew. Big heals, big heals. Later, dude. Yeah, lots of dudes. All right. You go ahead and get that. Sure. Get a little this going.
The title, the glory. It should have been mine.
This rogue sure is like taking a lot of damage. I don't know why they take so much damage, but we'll heal them up. Either way. I think it's this orange juice. Got the orange juice and salmon burps and yawns today. I just pulled the boss. I just pulled the boss. Heh. That's alright. That's alright. What's normal for if not this? The rogue died. Okay, we're gonna brez him. Hopefully, it's not a mistake. Try a little. What's this called? Iron bark. Throw a little iron bark on him. See if we can get out of this. Nope, but we didn't get knocked out, which is good. Very interesting podcast. I'm just like kind of running through it in my head, thinking about it here. And honestly, I really am happy with what I saw. I was expecting it to be a lot more focused on the auto button, and I was expecting it to be not great. Just to be honest with you guys, I was expecting it not to be great, but it was really so much better than I was expecting. The Doomers really got me down, and I'm glad I didn't like put too much stock into them, because they were dooming for no good reason. Nothing new. Nothing new. Whee. I wonder if there's anything bonus. Like, what are the bonuses of going through these things? Oh, they hurt. There's not bonus. You don't want to do it. Okay. Okay, we don't want to do that. Build the bio. Isn't that a meme? Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Big damage. I really want RBGs to be popular again. I want it so bad, man. I want it so bad. We need to set up the pings. If I can set up the pings, we're gonna be doing real good, team. We're gonna be doing real good. After this, after we're done with this dungeon spam, because we kind of just been going one to another, back to back to back. Once we're done with this dungeon spam, in fact, for 79, that's sick. Fuck yeah, team, we're almost there. Almost to the goal. Goal. Hopefully we can get to the halfway point with this, and with this dungeon, we might have just one left. And then we're going to be spamming dungeons for a whole new reason. We're going to have to get new gears. Just go ahead and Ironbark him. He's going to take more damage than that. Dark Gravity. Alright. Some damage out. Big bite. Huge bite. Yay for satchels. A lot of gray items. Whole lot of gray items. Let's do some selling. Need to do some major selling. We got the sun starting to come out here. It's been raining for days. Looks good. Kind of hurt my eyes. I haven't seen the sunlight in a few days. Oh shit, the rogue. Okay, it wasn't as scary as I thought it was going to be. I saw his health at like half for a second there, and he was like way far away, and I was like, oh my god, he could die before I get there, but he didn't stand in anything else or whatever he was doing, he didn't do that, so that was good. Void Crush on Fuzzy Moo. Achoo! Big trank, big trank. I'm just gonna stand in this. No, never mind, I didn't have to. I ain't that fancy. Just gonna help with this. Help with this DPS here. Big Heart of the Wild. Heart of the Ass. I was gonna say Heart of the Aspects. I was like, that's not right. It's Heart of the Wild. Boom. My DPS gets lower every single level. But that makes sense. I mean, I am a healer, so you know that seems fair. All right. Next boost. Again? Yeah, let's go again. Join the party. There you go. Good team. Really good team. I think I need some water. I don't think I've actually had any water yet today. I think that's what I'm yawning for. Hydration check, team. It's good for you.
Here we are.
Excuse me.
Hi, Skipper. Or is it just Iric? He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stone Vault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse. Sleepy, cowering, timorous beastie.
Tell me how you really feel, though. Tell me how you really feel. So much damage. Feared. Oh, you want to fear me, do ya? I'm listening to this guy with his Irish accent. It's great. It's so fun. Okay, this is looking a little scary though. I don't want to trinket this. I'm holding this like it's PvP, man. Nah, they gonna re-fear me, man. They gonna re-fear me. I ain't getting my trinket that easy. when you have PvP trinkets in the dungeon, you know, for real though, I oughta. Oh, that's a lot. That's a pretty fat chunk of intellect actually. There's a good reason I haven't replaced that yet. It's a fat chunk of intellect. I have like 7. I have several trinkets in my bag at this point. I don't think any of them have main stat on them, so can't beat 1,000 main stat. Okay, it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to beat. Not to mention I can get out of the annoying things. So that's cool. I like how he gets like excited about this character. You know, it shows how he's like a nerd for tech. It's cool. Full bleeds. Kind of made me want to play Feral. That guy just got fucking deleted. I don't have a bad res for him. Looks like get our bleeds back up here. Go ahead and res this guy. My bad, I zoned out. No problem.
Looks like the main door is locked. Either one of these paths should lead us to an access console.
A lot of these mysterious satchels. Yeah, man, I'm pretty happy about them. Getting a lot of loot out of them. Very fascinating. Let's go ahead and... I think I just overlapped that with a lot of stuns, but it's okay. We're gonna get out of the silence, and we're just gonna come out big damn. Big damn, big damn, big heals. I'm gonna take this out of the group. I'm not sure what it is, but we're not gonna bring it into our group. Boss time. Bleeds. Give me them bleeds. Fat bite. Big bite damage. I'd be the healer and the ranged DPS same time. Yeah. Two-hand mace.
Look for a service tunnel nearby.
Huh. Surprised I got that. It's probably warbound.
Central processing.
Dealing with these changes. I gotta be honest, guys. I kind of miss putting the music through to you. Where you're thinking like, over here thinking like, is it worth it streaming? It's a wild Nick. Hey, it's a wild Joe, man. Thanks for stopping by. How you doing, bro? How you doing? Long time no see, man. How the tables have turned, for it is now you in my stream instead of me in yours. I've been enjoying your streams, man. I'm enjoying seeing the GTA shenanigans. I'm so glad that you're still doing it and that you still got the server and everything. Doing good? That's great, man. I fucking love to hear it, bro. I fucking love to hear it. I need to get in Discord and hang out with you guys soon. I've been wanting to lately. Like, I've been wanting to for a hot minute, but it's just like hardly ever lines up, it seems like. WoW is an interesting take. Haven't seen this in forever. Dude, it's a blast, man. This new expansion is lit. I'm having a lot of fun. It's good old-fashioned WoW with none of the bullshit. No borrowed power. No like stupid drama systems. Like, it's just kobolds, spiders, and dwarves, man, and goblins. Like, you know, I've been having a blast with it. Playing for about a month or so. Getting ready to raid with my druid here. Just leveling them up. We're about to be ding 80 here in a second. And yeah, I've been having a blast, man. Been having a blast. PvP's down bad. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. PvP's down bad. There's no rewards, so like nobody's participating. None of the extra stuff. No borrowed power. Zero. Zilch. Nada. It is WoW before borrowed power. It's fucking amazing. It's a big about damn time. It's basically like, you know, the Dragonflight had no borrowed power either. So it's basically kind of like that, except that the setting and what's happening is more Warcraft themed and less Dragonflight themed. That sounds fun, right? Yeah, man. Seriously. Yeah, I've been enjoying it. I've been enjoying it a lot. I'm super happy. I actually just got done watching a WoW cast as well. They're limiting add-ons, not customization, not like profession, not open world stuff, specifically like some of the more like hardcore weak aura stuff that affects raids. And they're wanting to take raid design back to where raid mechanics are less focused on like swirlies of death that happen instantly and one-shot you, and more focused around coordination and cooperation with your team, and, you know, kind of bringing back some of the bringing back some of the I'm in heroics right now, or normals, just leveling, so this stuff's not a big deal, but trying to bring back some of the kind of old school design of raids and raid mechanics that was just a little more fun. It wasn't just like gets blown up randomly because it didn't react fast enough, because like that's the only thing an add-on like won't trivialize. Pretty interesting podcast. It's like a good hour long. It's in the VOD. I'm gonna definitely try and export it to YouTube too. A little bit of React Andy content, but they're doing some interesting stuff, and I'm really happy with where the game's at right now. I haven't played for a Death Knight, but I heard that it was actually like meta last season. This is the beginning of a new season right now. It actually hasn't started. It starts at the end of the month, I believe, and so that's pretty lit. Actually, am I mistaken on that? I might be mistaken on that. I think it just started like this month, the new season. So I'm planning on getting this character up. I already got a level 80 warrior. I'm playing on that for like a month, and doing a lot of profession things and making a bunch of monies. And I'm planning on taking this character in a raid. So I want to go for heroic. You know, I still got that 99% parse. I finally got dethroned from 100% from that time when I single raid healed in Dragonflight with our raid. So I'm gonna bring that 100%. It's now 99%. So I'm bringing that 99% parse, and I'm going to get myself into a like pug a normal, and then try and work my way into heroic, and then shit. If it goes good, dude, I might actually go for mythic raid. I might try to get into a mythic raid guild. But that's a bit down the road. Those are longer term goals. Longer term goals. I really was excited about doing more RBG stuff, but RBGs, it's rough, man. Like the balance seems fine, at least in my opinion and approximation. It's just people aren't queuing for a lot of PvP just in general. There's just no rewards right now. Like it seems like they're really banking hardcore on the housing system. I don't know how much you know about it, but basically they announced player housing for WoW, and it's very New World inspired. I'll just put it that way. And they're going to be adding rewards for everything in the game. So like Anixia's head. Why would you go kill Anixia in 2025, Joe? The reason is because you want Anixia's fucking head on your mantle in your house, bro. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. And they're doing that, they say, for everything, all throughout the game. So I'm super excited to see what they do with that. That's be coming out later this year, I suppose. I'd have to look at it, at their thing, their timeline. But I'm hoping that that will open up a whole new avenue for rewards, not just for stuff like, you know, legacy dungeons and raids, but also like for PvP. Because PvP desperately needs rewards, man. It's bad. Like they added the solo battleground stuff, right? But there's not actually any tab for solo battlegrounding. It's all here. These are the 3 solo battleground reward achievements, and then there's a title for getting 2,500 or 2,400. So there's a gladiator title, and there's like some participation achievements, and that's it. They desperately need more rewards to get people to do it. Can you share houses and stuff with people? Abso-fucking-lutely, dude. Yeah, you can invite people to your house. You can invite people to your house, and you can like have house parties. One thing that I'm not entirely certain on, there might be a video that we need to watch. I might watch on stream later. But what I'm not certain about is like, are people gonna be able to see your house? They've already said it's not gonna be like the Garrison. There's not gonna be only one plot of land. There's not gonna be everyone shares and it's all instanced. There's gonna be multiple plots of land. They've actually talked about a potential like new zone that's like a housing zone, if I remember correctly. It's been a while since I've read the announcements. So I'm super curious like how they're gonna do that. Like, because I think that a big part of it is that New World was cool because like you're just walking through the city, right? And you just see people's houses. You just like see people's houses. That's so cool. And I want WoW to have that. Yeah. I want WoW to have that. I want to be able to see each other's houses as we're just like walking around. And I feel like that's gonna be so big. Because like I think of people like Mike. Like Mike loves to decorate houses and he does really good job at it. But what's gonna make it worth it for people like him is that he's gonna want people to see it. They would need a lot of a housing. You know, oh yeah. I don't know exactly how they're gonna do it. That's kind of what I'm wondering. Is like, how are they gonna do it? Because it is scale. I mean, like literally, they would need 10 million housing plots. So I'm not entirely certain. You know, it's still something that's early in development. And something that, like I said, I would love to watch a video on. Because there's more information I haven't watched yet that's come out. So I would love to watch those videos on stream here soon. I'm just like really trying to get to... Wait, I was queued for a random battleground. No! Oh, no! It's not what I meant to do. All right, well, we're getting level 80 in a BG that's already started. Let's fucking go. Let's see if we can get level 80 off this BG. Oh, my God, I don't have it. Oh, my God, can I do anything? Oh, Jesus. Oh, frick. We need Malorn Swift. Oh, I can't change anything. All right. We're in. This is not what I planned for, but that's okay. All right. Team. Oh, God, we're getting annihilated. Oh, we haven't lost a single enemy. Okay. Let's go. I've arrived, team. All right, I got instant cast that thing. That's good. I did not pick my PvP talents. I just like chose randomly because I didn't want it to tell me any more about them. Ah, okay. Oh, get that guy back. Don't lock me. Fear that. Oh, jeez. Get him back. Oh, no. I'm dead. I'm so dead. I don't have nothing. Oh, please, please, is this God mode? Am I bubbled? Oh, thank God for bubble mode. Ah! Save me! So many pets. I think I'm dead here. I don't think I got anything left in me here. Nope, I lied. Get me across the water, team. Back across the water. Back across the water. Heal this guy. Heal this guy. She's fucking dead. Frost DKs are really good right now, from what I've heard. And so they are like instant kill target. I'm dead. Yeah, we're dead. I did not mean for this. But here we are. Here we are. We should be number 1 healer in the game, though, right? So, I mean, take your wins where you can get them. But, okay, I'm probably the best FC we have. I'm just going to go for it. Let's see if we can troll this guy. And I'm out. I'm gone, bitches. I'm a furry raptor. Fear me. Fear me. Okay, someone's got the Alliance flag. All right. Hey, now you're a pop star. I wish I had different talents. I could do this so much better. I need to get this new symbiotic thing on him. If I can catch up to him, then I will give him speed. Oh, that's the whole enemy team. He went the wrong way. So dead. Oh. Did I get it? I got it, team. We're so dead, but we got it. Oh, no way, man. No way. No way. Look at that. The team didn't even back us up, man. They didn't even back us up. Are we going to level off this? I need 45,000 experience to level. I don't think we're going to level off this, but that's okay, man. It'd be great if we could level up in a battleground. That'd be sick. It's been a while since I've done that. Water check. Make sure you hydrate. Oh, the DK's got it. The DK's got it. All right. Okay. We gotta get to this guy. This is our chance. If we win this, we might hit level 80. Okay, we're gonna set the frozen trap. We're gonna speed him. Get sped. Go. Snooze the ad break. No ad breaks. We're trying to get level 80 here. Come on. We are bigger chillin'. We chillin' with some villains. We gonna protect you, dang straight. You dang straight. Let's see here. Looks like we're home free, but they're trying to get to our flag. I gotta protect the offense. Where's the flag? I don't know where our flag is. We iron barked him. But we're gonna have to get our flag back. We can't just turtle. Where do the enemies have our flag? Alright. Come on, we need them to go get that flag. Overpower Sargeras. They're on him. He's right there. That's all they gotta do. They gotta take that guy out. Do we go O or do we stay D? We're the only healer in this team. There's 3 people that rogue. Rogue. There he is. The rogue and 2 hunters. That's warrior. Warrior's got this. Shoot. Did they turtle it? Please get EFC before they kill me. Yeah, straight up. straight up. I have a lot more health than he does. I have more HP and bear form. Worst case scenario. Wish we had a second healer, bro. Okay. I wish I had like frenzied regen. That would be so much better. If we had frenzied regen, that'd be so much better, guys. But I did not anticipate to be a flag carrier or do any PvP at this point in my WoW journey. So here we are. Oh, here's the enemies. We're just going bear form. We're just gonna stand on it. Oh shit, that was a big hit. It's okay though. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We're in a smoke bomb. We're all right. We're gonna get kicked. We're gonna get kicked. It's okay. We're gonna trinket that. Oh please, please. Oh please. Oh, freaking A, please. I'm dead, man. I'm dead. Shit, man. They didn't cue it. They didn't get it, though. They didn't get it, though. Let's go. They didn't get it. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. We're going here. We're going here. Oh, man. So close. That was going to be it. All right. Up here, up here, up here, up here. They don't have our flag anymore. We just gotta run it. We just gotta run it. No one's got nothing. We're great. We got this. Have Mark of the Wild. So many hunters in here. Ah, right as I did that, fucking spear. Give them a good old fear. Running such the wrong spec. I freaking Convoke. Can't cast that shit for a second without getting interrupted. I'm dead, man. I'm dead. So we got 3 minutes on the board. Is this gonna be a tie? It's gonna be a tie. I can almost guarantee it. I'm just gonna stick with the team. That's all I can do, man. I'm just a healer. I'm just a fuzzy moo, bruh. I'm just trying to get by. Just trying to get by, man. Are we turtling? Is this Turtle WoW? I've seen the advertisements. I think we're turtling. A little turtle? I'll ask. Yeah, they would need so much housing to fit that. I think that if I remember correctly, it's a zone. There's a video that needs to be watched. Apparently we're going out front. That person's just dead. Where is he? I'm just gonna go and trinket this. So that's a long fear. The Alliance has our flag? The fuck? I just like 5 of you in there. What do you mean the Alliance has our flag? This guy's immune to shit. What do you mean? Alright, they got the flag back. Nature locked. I'm gonna bleed this guy. Die. Minute 45 seconds. Catechism. Let's go and just like knock this guy out. Let's stop that fear. Ugh. What? Oh, he totally has the macros. He wasn't selected on me. I didn't think I had a shapeshift. I should have just shapeshifted. Homie's using focus target macros in the random battleground at level 79, dog. What in the tryhard, man? I just got focus target macroed by a warlock at level 79 in a random battleground. Fuzzy, you try to get the FC? Fuck you mean, man? Alone? Alone? Alright, shit. Let's see if we can do this 50 seconds, man. I'm out. They said go get flag, I go get flag. I do good, I do things. They don't want me doing shit. There's a minute left, not possible. Yeah, straight up. This rogue got it though. They think I'm gonna get it, but see the thing is, I'm not gonna get it. The rogue's gonna get it. I fear all those fucking pets. We need to get them away from our flag carrier. They're so focused on me, I don't think they actually realize we have their flag. 21 seconds left. Homie's crossing the map already. Fuck yes. That's the diversion that we needed right there. Homie's got 10 seconds. I don't think he can make it there. I don't think he can make it there, man. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. He's about to ninja this, but yeah, it's a draw. And oh, we're a smidgen. We're a smidgen. A smidgen away. We're a smidgen, man. That healing, though. So close. So close. With no cigar. So close. So freaking close. Let's see here. With that little amount, I think we can just like do a singular world quest. And we should be good. I bet a delve would do it too, honestly. I bet a delve would do it too.
Kobolds are vandalizing and pillaging Morning Rise again. Please stop them any way you can.
Resto Druid DPS for the win. And there's 3. Alright, I'm just gonna go boomy. Boop. Let's go boomy for a second. Let's do this world quest. Okay, starter build. Wait, Gorok build race. Let's just do starter build. Let's just keep this simple, boys. Let's just keep this simple. All right, just give me some shit. Get me going. Hello. All right. Elun's chosen and keeper of the grove. Elun's chosen dedicated themselves to the moon goddess and are granted her connection to the moon stars. Their ability to infuse with astral might, and they can call down potent lunar magics. Keepers of the grove take inspiration for scenarios, mighty children to protect from the balance of nature and safeguard the dream. They channel the power of the dream to strengthen their spells and summon empowered trends to protect their allies and crush their enemies. So, Dream Surge. Force of Nature grants 3 charges of Dream Burst, causing your next Wrath Starfire to explode on the target, dealing a bunch of damage to nearby enemies. Damage reduced about 5 targets. I'm in combat, maybe? Boundless Moonlight? Yeah, I'm in combat. Oh, geez. No. No. Edit mode. Nick. Boomkin. Come together. Okay, there we go. Starting to get somewhere now. Okay. Kobold slain. Hero talents. I don't know which one of these is good. Let's do this one. Starfire deals 106% damage. Sure. Let's just do this. Using wild charge and very formula can perform course of 3 seconds shorter cooldown. Means affected by moonfire still by 20%. Sure. All arcane damage from spells and abilities increased by 3%. Arcane abilities reduced by 2 seconds. I like CDR. Let's do that. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, quest. Alright. This should do the trick. Boop. I see tunnel. See, man, kobolds. Classic WoW stuff, man. Kobolds and no take candle, bro. Back to the basics. Back to the basics with it. Workmaster Nast. You guys going to count for the quest. What these guys do. You are all getting ready to die now. Thank you for your great sacrifice to the cause of me getting to level 80, please.
Fortune guide your
Ayo. Level 80 team. Level 80. Fuck yeah. Now time for gearing. Something on the horizon. Level up campaign skip unlocks the option for this character to skip the level up campaign to begin the max level campaign by speaking a brand Bronzebeard. Hells yeah. Yeah, you know I want to do that. I don't know what I'm choosing, but we're choosing it. Level 80. Let's go. Sweet. Get this Myco Bloom. Bonk. Alright. Let's go turn that quest in and skip the campaign that I've already done. Get caught up.
Adventurer, Anthrax loyalists seek vengeance.
Oh,
Flames radiance and defending Hallowfall.
sweet. Attack time.
Inquiring minds
Something on the horizon. Skip. There we go. Alright, is this ring anything worth anything? Kind of, yeah, actually it is. Open up Bungie's bags. Got a bunch of gear from that. 548. Lose a lot of mastery. But screw it. Higher item level. I think that's just like the preference right now. Take that. And we got some wrist. Good wrist. We'll take that. Dagger. He's got a good weapon. Oh, 552. Hot dang. Let's keep that for a second. But, it's time to sell.
I got what you need.
Sell all the junk, please. Repair the gear. Sell all this stuff that's low eye level. $541. The trinkets are kind of like the one thing. Don't want to get rid of all those. This stuff, we want to get rid of all that. Agi. 528. Let's keep these three. Okay. Okay. We got mostly cleaned up bags now. Cool. We have so little gold in this character, it's silly. Alright. Oh, there's a world quest, a daily quest to pick up over here. A couple of them.
Please Proceed.
Win 4 battleground matches. Okay. Oh yeah, it's Comp Stomp right now. Yo, it's Comp Stomp team. Easy PvP gearing. That right there is an easy way to get ourselves up to 583 item level real quick. Oh, there's a quest. Ugh. Senior.
Cycle.
Find another fractured spark of fortunes. Okay. Yo, I'm so happy we got level 80. That's so sick. That's so sick. So let's see here. I'm thinking, because like if we go into the dungeons, like because we got Comp Stomp right now, so this like adds a little bit of an interesting query, like a quandrum for gearing. So adventure guide, dungeons. So if we do a 5-man normal, we're gonna get 593 item level loot. If we do Comp Stomp and get a full set of PvP gear, we're gonna get.
My directive is to
597. Is that actually a little better? It is a little better. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to queue for a little bit of the Comp Stomp. And we're going to queue. We're going to queue for a little bit of Comp Stomp. We're going to queue for a little bit of dungeons. And we're just going to chill. We're also going to change our title here. We are no longer a leveling stream. We are now a gearing stream, team. We're moving up in the world. Okay, actually, I don't have leveling in the title, so yeah, that's all good. It's all good, man. It's all good. Huh. This thing's saying we're offline. Nah, we're not offline. It's lying. It's lying. We live. Okay. While I wait for this queue, though, I'm totally going to see if I can find us that video on player housing. And just see if there's anything, any new information. Legacy achievements grants player housing rewards. Decoration sources revealed for player housing. So I'm just gonna go ahead and show this. I hope you're still here, Joe, and you can check this out with me if you'd like. I'm coding, just listening and watching. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. I'm glad you're hanging out, brother. Glad you're hanging out. I really appreciate the support, man. This is my first time streaming in a while at this early in the day. I've been streaming lately more around like 2 to 6, more like in that time zone. And so I don't have like anybody hanging out with me here today except for you, but I've been trying to just move it around. So get that schedule early. There's a lot more people playing WoW and seemingly watching Twitch this time of day. So it seems to work out. But player housing decorations will come from everywhere, including legacy achievements, which are retroactive. So like the achievements that we've all collected for years, that's great. We're going to get stuff for that. All non-gathering professions, housing-specific objectives, solo questing, auction house, dungeons, and raids. So basically everything except PvP. What the fuck? Why is PvP not listed in this? Knowing what tools you have to decorate your home is one thing, but knowing how and where to get your decor is another. Step into our showroom as we open our catalog on housing rewards and share more information about what you can expect when seeking out to outfit your Azeroth home in style. At the end of our previous article, we asked a few questions regarding the source of decorations and how professions fit in. Today, we're going to answer those questions, talk through our philosophies for housing rewards, and provide a few more details on the decoration economy. All right, so before starting, we want to do our usual disclaimer. It's still a work in progress. Names, details may change between now and launch. This is directionally what we're aiming for. Setting up our guide principles. Progressive journey. Similar to our housing pillar of a long-lasting journey, players should expect a collection of decor to be just that, a journey. The collection of the perfect room and house is something to strive towards, not run to a vendor and complete on day one. One thing I saw that's pretty interesting is that you can actually, like, reputations. Like, have you ever, like, when was the last time you cared about being exalted with Stormwind, right? Supposedly, like I've seen the clip of it from the PTR, like you can get like a special rug from the Stormwind vendor if you're revered. So like being exalted or having some amount of reputation with these older factions and things is relevant again, which is really cool. It's like new stuff to go get those for. It's not about the journey, not the decoration. It's about the journey, not the decoration. Variety of spice of leather. Yeah, there's Stormwind rug right there. I'm gonna go ahead and turn this off right now as we like do this comp stomp. But interesting, didn't specifically list PvP as one of it. I was really hoping that that was going to be like the thing that was going to be new rewards. They have talked separately about new rewards for PvP. Like, it's not like I was just assuming. They have literally specifically mentioned they want new rewards for PvP. So, I mean, you know, hopefully they meant that, you know. And they said they'd do it. It's on their timeline. I thought this was going to be it, but maybe this isn't going to be it. Maybe they got other plans. I hope they're good ones. I hope they're good ones. I mean, I don't think the game has that PvP to do well or anything. Like, it's been doing pretty good about PvP for a while now, unfortunately. But there sure is a lot of people that really like PvP and would really like a reason to do it. Aside from, like, it's something to do. I'm going to YouTube real quick and see if there's, like, official videos or anything on that. The comp stamp. We're just gonna go ahead and. I'm gonna put that elsewhere. And just like loot all these guys. We hold everything? We hold everything except for farm somehow. It's contested. WoW player housing. Wonder if there's like an official video. I know that Taliesin and Evitel have been making a lot of content on it. But I would like something. Here, I'll play this for you, Joe. I don't know if you've seen this, but this is the housing teaser. This is the official housing teaser from Blizzard. I don't know where my starfall is. That would be helpful. Oh, frenzied regen. I don't have starfall. Home sweet home. Your next adventure begins at home. World of Warcraft Midnight. So that's kind of like the official kind of like teaser for it there. Here, I want to watch this. Player housing is so much bigger and better than we hoped, right?
Display Lumino.
This is a Taliesin and Evitel video. Huge shout out to them for making this video. They're some good content creators. Hopefully we will learn much of the details on housing. This is a month old.
Taliesin here, and today we are talking player housing in World of Warcraft. Which,
who would have thought?
I know, I did warn you we'd be talking a lot of housing this year in the build-up to its release, but this is a big one. Because Blizzard, who have been surprisingly candid and vocal about their plans for housing so far, put out another blue post just a few days ago, which gives us our biggest indicator yet about what the finished product is going to look like and how it is going to work. And quite frankly,
yay, we win.
A bunch of our biggest questions about the system have now been answered, and in a way much better than I think most of us dared hope. I don't mind admitting, I was very wrong in some of my assumptions of WoW housing, and I am not exaggerating when I say this entire thing is way better than we thought it was going to be. In a couple of
that's
very
what I want to
important
hear.
ways that legitimately make it potentially the equal of the very best in the entire MMO space, which is pretty good really, isn't it? So join us as we go through that blue post, spot some interesting little details, and allow ourselves to get properly excited about WoW's upcoming player housing, which genuinely looks very, very cool indeed. Okay, go. So this blue post that we're looking today is dedicated entirely to the interior customization of your home, which we already know is going to be a part of the wider neighborhood zones, as one of around 50 plots per phase, which can be public or private, as in one just for you and your buddies, or
Wait, I want to hear that again. That's a big
This
thing.
blue post that we're looking today is dedicated entirely to the interior customization of your home, which we already know is going to be a part of the wider neighborhood zones, as one of around 50 plots per phase, which can be public or private, as in one just for you and your buddies, or guildies, or community members. Very interestingly, one of the things
public
this
or
post
private.
clarifies right at the very end, which I think is actually a good starting point, is that the inside of your home is completely disconnected and irrelevant to the outside. As in, your home could look like a giant mansion with a million windows from the outside, but be a one-room tiny cave on the inside. Or a tiny little hut when seen from your neighborhood street, but a sprawling mansion on the inside.
That's kind of neat.
Actually kind of indicative of Blizzard's entire approach for this system here. There's a surprising lack of arbitrary rules and restrictions on what you are able to create. And be honest, how many of us expected that? Of course, the biggest news and
lack
for
of
me,
rules?
surprise
Oh, look at move that
is
window.
how furniture and items in the home
Oh, shit, you can just,
will be
move the
placed
windows.
and displayed.
You put them
Arguably
anywhere.
the
You
most
could do some
important
dumb,
part
crazy
of
shit
any
that don't make no
player housing
sense.
System. And Blizz clarify that there will be 2 modes for arranging your stuff: basic and advanced. Basic is how I think most of us imagined WoW's housing would work. Honestly, even if this was the whole extent of it, it would still be far more detailed and customizable than I personally would ever have allowed myself to hope for. Furniture
That's
is
true.
placeable in any spot you like, on a snap grid, rotational to 15-degree increments, placing items on top of other items. The blue post mentions being able to place individual books on bookshelves as your heart desires. Basic mode is
cool.
already a bit better than the absolute best case scenario that I had imagined room decoration would be. Because look, I wasn't one of these "it's just Garrisons 2.0 people, you know. I didn't think that there would be a spot you could put a table and you just choose your table, the spot where you can put your bed and you just choose your bed or whatever. But I wasn't expecting this kind of freedom either.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
it reminds me of the
excellent. If
GTA,
this was all WoW player
the
housing
way
had
that
to
you had it
offer,
set up in the
I'd already
GTA
be
server
saying this is a
when Bud and I
massive
were
win, but this is just the
decorating our
beginning,
houses.
because
It's
then
fucking cool.
There is advanced mode. Advanced mode gives you complete control
Whoa.
over every object you place. No grids here.
can't see if
You
this
can
guy's
change
dead.
the size of everything within what are described as
Whoa, the
generous
size?
parameters. Using the still funny gimbals, you can alter the position of everything on any part of its axis.
I'm gonna
and
make my house
place
look like
it
I went
anywhere,
werewolf in it.
including floating in the air, or sunk into the
Okay.
ground, or clipping through walls and other furniture. You
People
can
gonna get super
change the
creative.
color of things. I repeat, there are die sets that let you change the color of your furniture however you like. A sentence in the blue post with some very interesting wording, actually, that we'll be looking at a little bit closer later on. This is the kind of complete interior player housing building sandbox that, quite frankly, I didn't think World of Warcraft and its creaky 20-year-old engine and spaghetti code was capable of creating, and gives players endless possibilities. This is the moment when this player housing news changed from being a segment on the weekly reset to its very own breathlessly excited video that you are watching now. And I know that many of you
That's
will be sitting
great.
there right now, especially if you're not familiar with player housing and other MMOs, and you'll be thinking, well, that's all very nice, Taliesin, but honestly, impressive though it is, What on earth is the point of being able to move furniture like this? Who
People get
wants
creative.
their table floating in the
They'll
air
make new
poking out
things.
of
They'll
the
make
ground?
spaceships.
Isn't this just a
They'll
complete
make
waste of
spaceships.
time? There's no practical use to any of this kind of customization. And honestly, that is a fair point, but you are wrong, because it's this kind of customization that will allow players to make their homes look exactly how they want to look, way beyond what objects and furniture Blizz
Yeah, people
might
will do
actually
things that
design
Blizzard
for
never
them.
expected.
So, as an example, say you don't like any of the wall options that Blizz have provided for you for your home. Well, there's nothing to stop you taking this big wood and metal table, flipping it on its side,
Yeah,
clipping
making
it through
panels.
the walls so that only the toppermost wood and metal surface is showing through the wall, and then do that over and over to create a chunky metal paneled wooden walls. You can
That's
create
cool.
floating levels. You can hang rugs from walls. The possibilities are literally endless.
That's pretty
can
cool.
Be seen with just a quick look through YouTube of Final Fantasy XIV decor guides. Except 14 needs add-ons, which are illegal, to do this stuff, whereas this level of creative expression looks like it will be open to any WoW players who want to spend that kind of time and effort on their housing, which,
That's awesome.
you know, many of you
I straight
won't,
think
but
of
I
players
know
like Mike,
many of you
straight up.
will.
Like
We see a
Mike
very
loves
small
decorating
example
houses. I think of
this
him
in
whenever
one
I
of
hear
the
shit like
videos
this.
that
Like he's the
feature
guy
on
who would go
post.
ham on
This
this.
barrel with what I assume is like a shelf clipped through it to create a cool, unique drinks table. The article mentions their devs shrinking down paint buckets and putting them on shelves to create spice racks, or growing bushes to make them into garlands for fireplaces. There is potentially hundreds of hours of tweaking and experimentation here for players that want to dive that deep. And that amazes me, honestly. I would have bet money, I would have bet my children that WoW player housing would never have got anywhere near this type of customization. I just didn't think it was possible. There's more answers to some other of our most important questions in this post too. When we were shown the two concept art interiors and their very human and orc stylings, there was
cool.
a fair bit of worry in the community that there wouldn't be much freedom in the themes available in your homes in terms of items. Like, are we going to have to choose between orc or human or elf or goblin or something like that? The freeform advanced mode pretty much mitigates that worry anyway, but not everyone is going to put that much effort into things, and that's very fair. But don't worry, because the blue post says if you want blood elf wallpaper with a stone roof and a wooden floor, go for it. Which is just clarifying that there will be no restrictions on the styles that you can combine, and that there will hopefully be a lot of styles
Yeah,
to
very
choose
nice
from,
looking
certainly
bed.
more and more over time. And that lack of restriction is a recurring theme, which I know I keep mentioning, but which honestly is something of a surprise, because, you know, Blizz does kind of like putting weird arbitrary restrictions on fun things historically, is all, that's all. You
true.
even get a hint at how home items will be organized with these menus. And obviously this is a super early internal build. The finished thing could look completely different when it goes live. And may I remind you of the original warband camp scene concepts shown at that features reveal at BlizzCon. But it should give us some idea of what Blizz are thinking. I especially like the wording.
Oh, Joe,
die
Joe,
and
you gotta know this. This is so cool. Almost all currencies are warbound now. That means they're account bound. So like I can actually send honor between my characters. I can send the honor between my characters right here in the currency. Look at this. I want to send like some honor. I can literally transfer it. I can transfer it all. I want to transfer it all from my warrior to boom. I just got 2,300 honor from my warrior. Let's go buy gear. So freaking cool.
recolors paragraph.
Instant
For newly
penalty
created
free.
assets, as opposed to legacy ones from existing art, we are allowing players to dye them a variety of colors.
Add. Probably need to download Adblock for doing this.
And first, like,
Okay.
yay for dyeing a bunch of different colors, this is an incredibly unexpected feature in my
Count
opinion,
stamp.
because it seems to be something that goes directly against Blizzard's collecting philosophy. Recolors of the same
Yeah,
amounts
housing looks
will
lit.
transmod
I am a little
to be
worried. Like, they
another
gotta have
thing to
PvP rewards in
collect.
it.
So
Like, how
this
could they
just
not,
in
right?
itself
Like,
is exciting,
PvP
and I know you'll
rewards
get
gotta be
extra
included in
excited at the
there.
prospect of that, meaning we might see it applied to mounts and transmog in the future. And, you know, maybe? I guess. I still don't know if I want that especially. I need convincing either way. Leave a comment, let me know what you think, like and subscribe, etc. But I think for housing items, yes, great. Load me up with that sweet ass dye. Blizz do make the effort to differentiate between legacy, pre-existing art, and new art here though, which is interesting because it confirms that eventually pretty much every existing piece of in-game furniture that exists right now will find it into our player housing collections, which makes perfect sense because there's 20 years worth of assets there to use. It's
all the furniture they've ever made.
Content, and it's a no-brainer, but it's nice to hear Blizz say it. But none of that older stuff that's in the game now is going to be dyeable in this system. Only new assets created for player housing and presumably for every piece of in-game furniture after the feature launches. Which is another thing about player housing and furniture in general, isn't it? New furniture and items and doodads and things are created every patch, every expansion, anyway, just for placing out in the world for set dressing. Player housing lets you double dip on those assets and dev time by making them usable in players' interiors as well. You get double the use out of that work. I love the revelation that partition walls will be a thing, meaning that within the overall
you can actually make corridors.
Interior, you can create rooms and spaces as you see fit.
That's
Another
so sick.
level of freedom that I was
you
not
can make
expecting,
castles,
which I
dude.
think
Multi-floors,
is awesome. This feature is
multi-rooms.
low-key one of the coolest things in this blue post, in my opinion, even though I suspect a lot
You can
of
make
people
guild
won't
halls.
actually
You can make
realize
your
that
place
until after
anything
it
you want.
launches. You can
That's
see
so
in the
cool.
image provided that someone has created a cool curved wall within the natural edges of the housing space. Just another way that players can get creative. Oh, and another very, very cool thing on this image too. It says which floor of the property we are looking at here, which certainly would suggest that we are allowed more than one level. This is not going to be World of Bungalow Craft, fam. We are going to get
World of Bungalow
stairs, fam. I've made a lot of play in this
Stairs,
video so
he
far about the lack
says.
of restrictions that
Hey.
Blizz are imposing on players here.
Stairs.
But in this presentation, we can spot indications of at least a few. So I want to go back to those menus for a second and point out something that I'm sure most of you noticed, but which I'm sure plenty of you didn't, especially if you're not familiar with typical player housing in RPGs. You can see that here every item listed has a value next to it, and up in the corner of the UI there is an overall figure. This would appear to be your limit to the amount of things that you can actually place within your
Does that say
home.
10,000?
So you can't have an infinite amount
I think
of
that
stuff in
says
your gaff. You
10,000.
can only spend within that budget. So in this example, the player has an item budget of 10,000 magic house allowance, and the nice comfy armchair in their collection costs 26 magic house allowance, which means if they wanted, they could fill their home with 384 comfy armchairs, but they could not fill it with 385 comfy armchairs, because that would take them over their home's allowance. And also, in either case, they wouldn't have any allowance for literally like anything else, like a toilet or whatever. Oh man, good point. Are we gonna have toilets? I'm just saying, I think we should have toilets. We know the art exists. The assets are there. Assets. On that cool top-down view screenshot, we see another restriction. The room limit. We talked about how
10
you can
rooms?
build walls within the space to make the rooms
That's a
however you
mansion.
like, but in this image there's a room limit of 10.
That's
in
a
the top
mansion.
corner. So does this actually mean that you might not have the freedom to partition the space out as you choose, even if 10 is a very high limit, more than they fit in here? Well, at first, I thought so, yeah, but looking at the image again, the number of used rooms given in this picture is 2, and like, there are more than 2 rooms that have been created within this space, right? And actually, there are circles on each of the 4 outer walls here, and one of them is lit up. So actually, I think the rooms in question here are these big squares that everything is built
That's
inside.
a
What I
room?
assumed was the whole player house. I think there's another one of these spaces again through one of these doors. And if there are 10 of these overall size spaces available to you, then shit, your player house can be massive, vast. This is an insane amount of space and completely customizable. This is kind of wild when you think about it, okay? You have the option here to not just make a house, but a mansion with like 60 odd rooms. You could make a hotel or a hospital or a death maze. Yeah, didn't your mind automatically go to death maze after hospital? That's just a natural progression. There's nothing wrong with that. That's not weird. And don't forget, these houses will be visitable. We don't know to what extent.
This might be a bit of a stretch, possible
by
having that many
people
rooms, that much
invite.
space, but
So
wow, the
all it
possibilities
needs
there.
is
That's
for
cool.
some of this player housing furniture to have like basic interaction or physics, and it's not hard to see people making escape rooms or proper Minecraft style instances or dungeons for their friends to play through. Eventually we could have another Dota on our hands here, and that's before we even consider what manna from heaven all of this is to role
So many
players.
hunters.
You might be able to tell I'm pretty excited.
Why is it
about
always
all
so many
this.
hunters?
Also, it's very plain to see now why Blizz have decided that the inside of our homes will have absolutely zero bearing on the size and shape of the outside, because this incredible freedom for the inside
for
would
real, that's super
inevitably
free.
be much more limited if the interior and exterior had to be relative in some way. There are
That's very
still
true.
lots of questions about player housing overall. Obviously, Blizz bring up plenty themselves in this article, such as how will professions interact with them, displaying mounts and pets, how collections will be collected. But honestly, the evidence suggests that we are not going to have to wait very long for the answers to these. It would seem now that these blue posts are going to be a very regular occurrence. This one came out pretty much exactly a month after the Neighborhoods one. We already know loads more about housing than I think any of us dreamed we would at this stage, and with this post in particular, I can say that for me at least, it's already way better than I thought it would be. More freedom, more customization, more potential.
That's where I've been at every point. And every point in
This interior
time.
stuff is genuinely
It's like,
doing
this
the
is
best
way more
case
than I expected.
scenario, and I am very excited to see how Blizzard are going to dick this up. I mean, deal
True.
with all those other things that we have questions about. That's what I mean, obviously. But what do you think? Is this detail on interior decorating of your player housing a pleasant surprise, or are you actually disappointed by what's on offer? That's okay. How does this compete with the housing in your other favorite MMO? I am sincerely interested to know, so let us know in the comments below. And thanks
Starfall.
for joining us today. If you like this video, don't thank us. Thank our patrons who give their actual real-life money to make all of our work happen. And patrons, seriously,
cool.
thank you, because without you,
So yeah,
there would
the
be a whole
possibilities
lot
look
less
absolutely
Taliesin and Avatar. If you didn't like
insane.
it, downvote the shit out of it. And remember, my name is Cams. No, my name is Taliesin from me and Evertal. Until next
I
time.
don't know where to put this
cheerio.
button. I don't know where I'm gonna put this button at all.
Saving money
I don't know where to
just
put it.
like when things are packed
We gotta do
tight
some
inside.
work on
Get
these
auto
bars for
insurance that fits your budget
the
and your
ye old
needs.
balance
Save up
druid.
to 10% when you bundle auto and renters.
Okay, that was very interesting. That is very interesting right there. Player housing looks pretty cool. I'm still concerned why they didn't list PvP as a source for housing rewards. Like, what do you mean PvP is going to be the only part of the game that doesn't give housing rewards? I'm sure that that's an oversight. I guess ignoring PvP always is. But yeah, for real, like, what? That's wild. That's absolutely wild. Thanks again, Telias and Nevatel, for putting on a great video. Yeah. Very interesting. Let's do a little healing here. Get some game sound. Very interesting. Player housing looks pretty sweet. I gotta agree with him. Like, it's already farther than like I ever would have like expected from WoW, really. And I'm just curious to see what else, like how far it goes. You know, I was kind of talking about this a lot before you came into the stream, but like my big question is, how are they going to incentivize people to want to hang out there? How are they going to get people to want to invite their friends there? What is there going to be to do? Like, our peers, that's easy. Like, our peers will go there and they will hang out and they will absolutely have the time of their life RPing there, because that's like what they do. They will create reasons to go and hang out in their house. I think that's the easiest one. But like, how are they going to, like, why is the Raider? Why is the Mythic Plus player? Why is the Quester? Why is the Leveler? Why are they going to their house? And why are they inviting their friends? You know, like, I mean, they're gonna want to go to their house to put down their fancy new stuff, and they're gonna want to bring their friends over to show off their fancy new stuff. That's a given. But I just like think of, you know, is there gonna be some kind of event or some kind of thing that you're able to do, some kind of, you know, obviously it shouldn't be tied to power, it shouldn't be tied to professions. That's a big issue of garrisons, is that like people would just hang out in their garrison and like, you know, break the economy and do like all the professions at one time. It was really, really cool in theory, but it ended up causing a lot of problems with the economy and with players hiding in their homes. My question is, how do we kind of avoid those pitfalls? How do they incentivize people to want to go there, spend time there, invest in it, and bring their friends there and make it into a really meaningful piece of content without forcing people to feel like they have to do it? And that's kind of a spot that I don't know if Blizzard's ever really mastered, to be honest. In fact, I know they haven't mastered that. You know, like, how do they incentivize just enough? And I am still really curious about, like, what does this look like in the open world? Like, it's one thing to be like, okay, well, it looks really cool on the inside. The options are immense. But, like, what is the situation with where these houses are? Being able to see other players' houses without being in their group, without being invited. Those are some very important questions that are going to have a very significant impact on the viability of these as like a stay, like a mainstay like thing that a lot of people invest a lot of time into. So I'm super curious about that. I was kind of hoping we'd get some of those answers there, but obviously that's the part they haven't quite hammered out. I assume that's the part they probably haven't hammered out as much yet. So just food for thought at this point. Definitely something we're keeping an eye on. Definitely worth keeping an eye on. It's a goal. Guard Captain Suleiman. Is this actually a boss? I don't know. Let's just kill him anyways. No, it's not a boss. The training grounds have been breached. Where are we going? We can go this way, we can go that way, yep. And achoo! Just pulls everything. Wait 17 seconds and see if we can get some big damn out here. Wait 17 seconds for Nature's Vigil to come back before we throw out the big heals. I am going to go ahead and shapeshift this. I'm going to go ahead and stun every one of these guys, though. There we go. That bought us a little bit of time, so I didn't have to pop the cooldowns. Alright. Now we pop cooldowns. Big damage, big damage, big damage. Let's go kitty cat form. Big bites. Cool. So what you coding? What you working on this morning, Joe? If you're busy, you can't respond, no worries. Oh my gosh, so much health. Hi, Priest Aria. I guess I ought to heal. I am like the healer, supposedly, as they say. Delete this guy over here. Achoo!
Ours is the true path to the Arathi.
5 seconds for Nature's Vigil. Big damn, big damn. I'm just gonna go ahead and pop Big Dam. Why is this guy dying? Problem solved. Oh, is he gonna accept that? Oh my gosh, we lost so many. Well, I don't know why everybody was taking so much damage. It was like damage was spread everywhere. But we got this now. I got a little overzealous with the cat form, it looks like. Yeah, player housing looks really interesting. You know, I mean, it's something that every single WoW player at one point or another has expressed wanting, I feel like. I'm sure someone hasn't, but, you know, like, it's one of those things. It's like a top common thing. People are like, man, every other MMO has housing, you know? And I remember after New World, like, really, really wishing that WoW had it, too. Really wishing that they had it, and so I'm super glad they're announcing it. I just hope that it doesn't get, you know, I just hope that the player base really enjoys it and has fun interacting with it. I hope that it becomes a mainstay part of the game forever, and I hope that they don't try, well, it seems like they're not attaching any, like, power to it, so, like, that's good. It's just, you know, a lot of trauma there. A lot of trauma there, so it's like, just please don't. Just please don't. So... But I think we're going to be fine on that end. It's just going to be like, are they going to do rewards for PvP? I feel like they have to. Like, how could they not? It's literally such a huge, like, it's a big part of the game, guys. Like, how could they not? On that, I do want to see, too, if Blizzard's made any posts about, like, PvP rewards recently. Because the last thing I heard was we're working on it. About 6 months ago, I remember they had a blue post, or maybe it was an interview, and they straight said they knew that rewards in PvP was a significant issue. And that they were working on it internally, and that Solo Blitz was coming out, and they were hoping that that would help with participation. And then sometime shortly after Blitz, they would have increased rewards. They'd have more rewards to try and incentivize PvP. And so we got the Blitz, and now we're just waiting for the rewards. You know, because seriously, it's the only reason I can think of why people aren't doing it. Like, it's PvP. People love PvP. It's just a matter of, like, getting them to want to PvP. Oh. Tank DC. Not bueno. Not bueno at all. Gotta wait for our tank. Truly going nowhere fast. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Give this guy a chance to reconnect. Yeah, the rain is moving out. It's a nice blue sky outside. Good sunlight. Nice spring morning. I like it. I like it. Zendirez, you there? You alive? Come on back to the world of the living. What's going on here? Talents. Oh, I have a talent point. Control of the dream, power of the dream. Healing spells cast with Dream Surge generate an additional Dream Petal. Grove Guardians cause your next target to heal to create 3 Dream Petals. And you have a target healing up to 3 nearby targets. Okay, so it's a walk-through heal thing. Time elapsed while your major abilities are available to be used at maximum charges. It's subtracted from the ability's cooldown after the next time you use a CDR. Yes. Don't need to convince me to get CDR. Oof. Oof. They are the offline now. Thanks for the transmog bot. Let's see. Any transmog to do? Good old tree. Tree man. And that's a good set. Nature Wraith. Tuskar. Oh. Edgy Tuskar. I don't have a whole lot of sets. Cenarian Guardian. Tree Guardian. Really don't have a lot of sets. Edgy. Super edgy. Chill. Oh, that's a cool looking pair of shoulder pads right there. Oh, there's the mushroom set. There's the Myco Bloom set. Yo. We're going mycology with it. We're going to be mycologist stream. Mycologist. I don't know what tabard to pair with it, though. Maybe this one, just because it's, like, fun. Do I have, like, a mushroom? I have, like, a mushroom on my weapon. Prolong, probably survive, lol. Let me transmog first. Staves. I feel like I totally have a mushroom bloom staff somewhere. Here we go. Apply. Yeah, mushrooms. That's cool. Achoo. There we go. We got our transmog set up. It's unfortunate that our tank DC'd. Hopefully we get another one soon. Yeah, Tramp boys, they was going for it. $31K is rolling. Mop Classic's also coming out soon. A lot of people are hyped about that. You know, the main thing that hypes me about that is that PvP was really good in Mop, and then the rating. I guess everything was just really good in Mop. I leveled the hell out of it. I got a little burnt out on the leveling back into time, but I do remember, like, PvP was a blast. DK had a lot of really cool tools. That's pretty neat. I enjoyed it. I've heard mixed opinions from various sources on, like, DK at that time, but I think it was a pretty good time for DKs, and I remember that PvP participation was through the roof, through the absolute roof. You know, I was off of Cataclysm, and Cataclysm was absolutely off the chain for PvP. So that's pretty cool. And then like Throne of Thunder though, like wow, Throne of Thunder, Siege of Orgrimmar, what great raids. So that's pretty hype. Although, like, it is definitely feeling like there's so many cool wows going on. Like, oh, Joe, you don't even know about Season of Discovery, dude. Season of Discovery is fucking insane. Season of Discovery is kind of like Classic Plus, but not quite. Basically, it's Classic WoW, but you have access to all the abilities that your class would have up to Wrath of Lich King. So every class is super viable. Every class is really well balanced and, like, feels complete. And they're doing some new stuff in there. They actually just released a Scarlet Monastery raid, which is really cool looking. Introduces a ton of lore. It's actually a raid that was planned for Classic WoW, but got junked last minute because the game was so big they just needed to ship it. So like basically what they're doing is like all that removed stuff from Classic WoW that just never made it to the final game. They're pushing it through in Season of Discovery. They're finishing it and pushing it through, and it's really, really cool. It is so cool, and I've played a little bit of it, and like the ability to like get all these new abilities. The leveling is better. There's a ton of quality of life stuff that they introduced with Season of Discovery. It's basically like perfect. It's like better Classic in some ways. It's really cool. I'm looking forward to playing that. Very much so looking forward to playing that. Hey. Don't gotta do this in the brawl. That's for sure. Might want to do the brawl until we get access to heroic dungeons. So we gotta get to 606 eye level. Might just stick with the brawl, boys. Don't have to worry about people DCing or leaving or anything like that. Been live for about 3 hours, 13 minutes. I'm feeling it. I'm probably gonna be wrapping this up in the next 45 minutes. Wrapping up the stream. Go wake up the GF. Get some good loving. Helmet. Cool.
Murpray has warped the Priory from a place of contemplation to an uprising. Why? She has always preached of the strength of the Emperor's will, but to turn against us is madness.
Moth-ridden leggings. Zoom. Whee.
Belladar is the crucible. It burns away weakness. Its blinding light reveals.
Yeah, pull everything.
We Arathi, an army of the risen. The Arathi will defeat the Nerubians, conquer Khazalgar, and subjugate the world.
No, such heresy.
Get that tranquility out.
Flame by animating the dead. They are no better than the Xodas.
Yeah, that CDR is nice. Definitely can tell a difference. Definitely can tell a difference to CDR. That was a much faster convoke. Like coming off cooldown. Sir Brown Pike. And is this actually the end of the dungeon? Prioress Murphy? I think it's the end.
Belladar's sacred flame will simply raise him back to duty.
This shit crazy. She's talking about people coming back from the dead. I don't know, there's one more boss after this, I think.
Sacred flame will cleanse your transgressions.
Sacred flaming cleansing shit today.
My place be purified. Flames take you. Brothers and sisters, up into the flame.
Is no one gonna kick this bitch? What? Is no one gonna kick her? There we go. It took a while. I wasn't sure it was gonna happen or not.
My place be purified. Burn. The Empire.
Nice. GG, thanks. Enter. Comp stomp.
These zealots no longer steer our faith towards destruction.
Oi. Comp stomp.
Comfort in the light of the sacred flame. Thank you.
Good old Erebus. 8 years ago. Fuck. Yup, it's been a minute, man. It's been a minute. I can't believe that was 8 years ago. I was 19. Oh, jeez. 27. Ugh. How you doing today, Erebus? No Lines Exist podcast, lol. Yeah, good times. I'm glad you're doing good, man. Glad you're doing good. I'm doing good today too, man. I've been streaming for a few hours now. Just kind of winding down. Gonna be heading out here probably in 45 minutes or so. Got myself to level 80 on the Druid. Getting ready to, just getting geared right now. We got comp stomp week, so just stomping some comps, getting some easy PvP gear. And looking to get ourselves geared, man. Maybe join a raid. Got your coffee, let us smoke, and looking at some StarCraft too. Hey, that's what's up, man. That's what's up. That's what's up. We're just stomping some comps, man. Grinding that gear. Been checking out stuff, talking about things like the new player housing, World of Warcraft, and the new announcements on add-ons and different things like that. Pretty interesting stuff. I'm still debating, so like, I'm keen to try it out again. How is it? Like the WoW or the player housing? I mean, the WoW's been good. I've been having a blast. I've been having a blast with WoW lately. It's like Dragonflight in the sense that there's no borrowed power, but it's better than Dragonflight in the sense that it's more WoW-esque, you know. No take candle with the kobolds and goblins everywhere, and you know, just some cool stuff happening. Comp stomp, I mean, it's stomping comps, you know. Expect leaves me more flaccid than the communism leaves third world nations starving. Interesting take. Okay. Well, I mean, hey, I guess it's not for you. You don't like kobolds, don't like goblins, and I mean, hey, you know, to each their own. Let's see here. Is there any alliance coming down here? Where are we going next? They should be able to wipe up those comps in a second. Yeah. This guy needs help. Okay. Freaking rogue. He got broke, though. Oh, computers. It's my PvP spec for such ass. Heal, 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 heal. Heal, 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 heal. More of a matter is no real big guild shit going down all the time. There's a couple of raid guilds are basically fucked to get into, or PvP guilds that you could essentially solo their top 3's team. I mean, I feel like he's got to look for it. Like, there are active communities in WoW that are doing all kinds of neat stuff. Like, there's streamer guilds that are always doing things. And, you know, that's kind of a mission I'm about to be going on, too, is, like, I'm going to be looking for my raid guild. And preferably, they're more than just a raid guild, too. Wow, I'm just getting blown up. Am I dead? I'm just dead. Okay. I don't think we have a single healer. Yeah, we have no healers. Okay, that's fair. You know, I feel like you just gotta look for them. But, you know, especially now with everything being cross-faction, you know, like, there's definitely big guilds. I mean, my warrior, he's in a guild with, like, 1,000 members, and there's always like 20 or 30 people online. You know, and I think the big thing too is that there's a lot of guilds out there with plenty of active players, but they really need, you know, it's just like in real life, like you really need event makers, like, you know, people that like put on events. Like in real life, like there's plenty of people everywhere doing all kinds of things, but getting people together, throwing events, getting people excited about things, that takes an organizer, right? And that's like a whole job. And not just anybody can like just go do that. Like it takes a lot of work. You know, and so it's just, you know, if you want to see more of that in the world, then perhaps you should be the one to make it. It's kind of what I'm saying. If you can't find what you're looking for, that is. I'm sure that if you looked hard enough, you probably could find what you're looking for. But if you really can't find what you're looking for, then maybe that means that you could start something. You know, it's an opportunity to do something new. Our druid needs ends of X-Pac gear. That is absolutely not true. You were talking to somebody that has raided like Dragonflight, first season of Dragonflight, raided just fine, and was like literally got 99% parse, and you know, our druids have been very dominant in the healing meta for the last few expansions, and they're still very dominant in the healing meta right now. Yeah, I'll have no problem going as far as I want to go over our druid, even in season 2. They're one of the, you know, they're one of the best healers, as long as whoever's playing it knows what they're doing. Personally, like in my opinion, a totally skewed opinion, but in my opinion, they're the best healer for pretty much all kinds of content. But it does take playing it right, and depending on the type of content, like especially when you're talking arenas, you need very specific compositions. But and that's probably the one thing that I will say, like if there's any place that like our druid doesn't always perform amazing, it's PvP, and that's just because like if it's a really bursty meta, it really does come down to a lot of factors. But like if you have like a really bursty meta, I think BFA was like this. If you got a really bursty meta and it's early X-Pac, then like, you know, the druid can be a little too slow roll for that sometimes. PvP, I disagree, was my off roll for years. Well, yeah, no, I'm talking about PvE, man. I'm talking PvE. But yeah, in PvP, it can be a bit harder. That's for sure. That's for sure. But it's still doable. I mean, it just depends what your goals are. There's there's no point in any expansion where just about any class can't get 2,500. You know, if you're talking about getting 3K, then sure. Like, there's only a handful of classes at any point that can like truly get like #1 rating in the world. You know, that comes down to literally being the top 0.1%. But I don't think there's a single spec in the game right now that's not capable of getting Gladiator. And I don't think that's been that way for multiple expansions. Like, I can't remember a time when there was a spec not capable of at least getting Gladiator. And in fact, the closest I think of is like Frost DK has had issues with that before. Like, there's been times where there's not been a single Frost DK Gladiator. You know, maybe there's some other niche ones I'm not thinking about, like maybe certain more lock specs or like Outlaw Rogue. But like pretty much everything, and BFA, War Within, Dragonflight, pretty much anything can get 2,400 if you're persistent enough and you play it right. But that's not my goal. I'm not interested in getting Gladiator. Like, I'll PvP for fun on this guy, and I'll probably chill out around 2K. Yeah, Outlaw's cracked these days. Yeah, but like back in the olden days, like back when Outlaw was combat and back when Outlaw was brand new, like it had some weird times. But yeah, Outlaw is cracked. Yeah, Outlaw does some crazy stuff, man. And like you said, Resto does scale better with gear because like it helps it combat burst metas. But I don't think that means that it's not playable. It's definitely playable. I've never played Resto Druid where it wasn't playable. It just depends what your goals are. If your goal is to get 3K rating, then there are times when Resto Druid may not be the best choice for that. There probably have been times historically where it wasn't possible to get 3K on a Resto Druid, but like my goal is not that. My goal is 100% like as long as I can get my 2.2K, I'm happy. And I know for a fact, like I'm sure there's hundreds, if not, I'm sure there's probably hundreds of 2.2K plus Resto Druids right now. Not dozens, I don't know, maybe not hundreds, but dozens. So that's fine. Our Druid is maybe a bit B tier at best at the moment. The hard counters and the meta itself is just against it. Okay. I'm not super into the PvP at the moment. Like, I'm just like focused on my RBGs and on my raids. But that's good to know. just more effort than it's worth. I mean, if you really want to play Resto Druid, then like that's the fun, right? Like that's the challenge. That's one of the reasons I've always liked Resto Druid, is because sometimes it is viewed as a bit of a, especially like specifically in Arena, it's viewed as a bit of a B tier a lot of the time. Once again, especially talking historically, and that's part of the fun, is that it's not like, you know, Disc Priest. It's not gonna be like the best. You know, like Arsham kind of falls into that too. Like Arsham can be like S tier at times, and it can be absolute dog shit at other times, you know? Where it's gonna fall just kind of depends on a lot of factors, like who's playing it, what time are they playing it, what comps are they playing it with, how dedicated are they to making it work, you know what I mean? Hey!
Good morning.
Good morning. I was just thinking about coming in there and waking you up soon.
Good afternoon, I suppose.
Yeah, welcome to the stream.
Hello.
Just talking about Resto Druid and metas, and got to level 80 on one of the druids, and so yeah. Just grinding it out.
Good.
Yeah, starting to feel it. Been streaming for about 3.5 hours now.
Yeah.
So starting to feel it.
Okay. Oh, it's really pretty. That's a nice color.
Yeah, it is cool. Throwing beer on the floor.
There's totally some loot over there.
Loot. Oh.
Refresh.
Yeah.
You get the loot.
Got the loot.
You get the loot.
Got the loot.
Woohoo.
I'm all about making them bleed these days. Feral for life. Amen. Yeah, Feral's pretty cool. I've been having a fun time just cat weaving as Resto, and it's making me excited to get a little bit of agi gear now that I'm max level, and playing around a little bit with Feral. Although I've always wanted to play a lot of Feral. It's like Rogue. I've always liked the concept of Rogue, and I've always wanted to invest in Rogue and Feral and stuff like that. But it's not a play style that really comes naturally to me, I suppose. Maybe I just need to, like, you know, just like force myself to play it for a while. But it doesn't come to me naturally, and so like I end up just going back to Resto or Boomy or Guardian, because I'm just so much more naturally inclined towards those. But the moment I'm on a Resto Druid, I love swapping the cat form and like spreading the bleeds, and I do decent. Like I do decent damage as a Resto Druid with it. So I don't know, it's an interesting one. I like it more when I'm Resto. I like Feral Druid more when I'm Resto than when I'm actually Feral. I'm not sure if you remember Glads from SE Illidan. He taught me Feral forever ago. It's so different now. Oh yeah, dude. Feral's one of those that's changed so much, dude. It's changed so much. It's constantly evolving. Constantly evolving. It's one of those that, like, you know, I mean, Feral is probably the prime example of a spec that Blizzard never really knew what the hell they were doing. Like, what is a Feral Druid? I don't know. Like, same thing with Boomkin. Like, it's just been a weird place for a long time, and so it's just gone through so many iterations and big changes, which is pretty interesting. But it's a really unique class. I think that's why so many people enjoy playing it, and it's got such a niche crowd. It's so unique. You know, not just Feral, but Druid in general. It's just such. It's, in my opinion, it's the most unique class in the game. You know, it's so cool. You can do so much with a Druid. But yeah, it has changed a lot. I'm glad you've been enjoying the Feral, man. Like I said, it's cool.
I like the mushroom initial, dude.
Thanks. Yeah, I went for the mycology, transmog just today.
It's so cool.
Yeah, I like it. Get that living.
Mycology ones are my favorite.
Yeah, I know you like the mushrooms.
They're so cool.
Yeah. Of course you go for the shroom set. Damn straight, brother. Damn straight. Gotta love the shrooms, man. Portobello, Chanterelle, Morel, Shiitake, Wood Ear, man. Like, you telling me you don't eat mushrooms, bro? Them things are tasty. Things are tasty, dog. Cleanse that off him. Just prepare him for that to explode in his face. I genuinely do not. My diet is obscenely strict. How is it so strict that you don't eat mushrooms? Mushrooms are so healthy for you. They're full of not carbohydrates, full of protein and like great macronutrients and micronutrients. They're low, yeah, B vitamins. They're low calorie. They're lean. They're not fatty foods. Like, man, like, shoot, I try to sneak mushrooms into every dish I can. Like what are you trying to like avoid from the mushrooms?
They can be cooked like steak too.
Ground beef, rice, eggs, supplement greens. Look, that sounds really tasty, but I mean, man, I gotta be honest. Like that's like that sounds like a high inflammation diet, brother. Sounds like a lot of inflammation right there. Like you need some mushrooms to balance that stuff out. You feel all right, man? You ain't sore, are you? Getting your cholesterol checked, those good, that type of stuff. Not even close with the inflammation. Okay, well that's good. I'm glad you're not in pain, man. That's what's up. Some people are really sensitive to it. I don't get a lot of pain from eating a lot beef personally, but like my girlfriend, she absolutely does. She eats one steak and she feels bloated and inflamed for like 2 days, like 3 days. Yeah. So it's glad to hear it doesn't do you like that. Your bloods are perfect, homie. Alright, good. I'm glad you're taking care of yourself, man. That's what matters. Still think you could stand to eat a mushroom or two, but hey, I'm glad that you're healthy, man. Healthy and happy. That's what matters right there. Inflammation from beef generally only happens when it's fucked with. Note why the carnivore diet is the anti-inflammation diet. I mean, that's not exactly what I've heard, man. Like, not exactly what I've heard. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say like I personally have experienced a lot of inflammation from eating meat, but I've watched documentaries and seen stuff online and talked to dietitians and heard from dietitians that would very much disagree with you.
Carnivores in nature have different sized colons than humans.
That's a good point, yeah. Like, usually I hear, maybe this is the difference between, like, American health system versus Australian health system. But, like, usually I hear, like, vegan diet is the anti-inflammation diet. In the bodybuilding and fitness industry, it's my wheelhouse. Okay, aye, for sure. Fair enough. Roadhouse. Alright, fair enough, man. I'm glad it's working for you, bro. I personally, I still eat a fair amount of meat in my diet, but my girlfriend, she's vegan, and so she's introduced me to a lot of new vegan dishes and introducing a lot more vegetables and like beans into my diet, and I gotta say, I feel a whole lot better than I have in a long time. Still gotta have the meat in my diet. If I don't eat meat, I get sore. It's hard to recover when I don't eat meat. Even if I supplement with things like creatine and like vegan protein shakes, like I can't do the full vegan. It just equals body pain for me. But it absolutely has helped with like losing weight and just like having more energy and feeling generally better. So I've definitely learned that although meat has a place, vegetables, then you gotta respect the vegetables, man. They put in work. Vegan whole food, actually one of the most fucked things for inflammation is spinach. How is spinach bad for inflammation? Vegan whole foods, good. Vegan mock foods, the cause of what used to be rare obese vegans. Yeah, I have a lot of questions about the vegan mock foods too. Like, I'll enjoy a veggie burger on occasion, but I do have a lot of questions about like how natural that is, and like, it's so processed. Like, it's no longer in its original form, right? Why am I wearing this weapon? Oh, that's right, I haven't bought the weapon yet. So like, yeah, definitely gotta watch out for the vegan mock foods. Like, they're cool in concept, but like that's so processed laboratory food, and there's nothing natural about it. And I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out that they end up getting linked to some issues over time. Companies got a hold of them and messed them up, man. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised, you know. Like I said, I enjoy a good vegan burger in moderation and stuff. I think they got their place, but I definitely got my questions about it. Very curious what you know, science will be saying about them down the road. In fact, I'm pretty sure science already says quite a bit, like, you know, to moderation and watch out for them, so. Spinach is high in oxalates and histamines, which can trigger inflammatory responses despite its antioxidant content. Interesting. That's worth looking into right there.
And there's other food that can be eaten to counteract the oxalates.
Okay. But if you gotta like eat food to like counteract the food you're eating, then why eat the food?
It's to make sure that there's a proper binding procedure for everything that's being eaten, so it doesn't take away from the body, or it gives rather than takes away.
Okay. When anything gets processed that much, it ain't good. Yeah, that's what I tend to think too. Is like the more whole your food is, the more close it is to like how it comes from nature, probably the better. That is, I feel like, the safest bet. Like if anyone were to like just have one bit of information about nutrition for their life, I feel like that would be it. Is like if you're eating it the way that it comes from nature, then it's better than if like, you know, like where are you gonna find your McDouble in nature, right? Like where are you gonna find a lot of things. Where are you gonna find fruit snacks in nature? I do love me a good fruit snack. Not hating on fruit snacks. I love me some fruit snacks. This is one of my go-to like you know, like treats. But
Do you know where the grapes are?
the grapes? Oh, I put them in the fridge to keep them crispy.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
So yeah, big facts. Your beef versus Australian beef? I mean, I think it depends. Like, we buy beef that's like antibiotic free, and like we try to get the organic grass fed stuff. You know, try to do our best to get the best that we can. But yeah, America, our laws, they allow people to do some messed up stuff to food. I'm not gonna, unfortunately, they do some real messed up stuff to our food sometimes. And so yeah, it's hard. It's actually shitty. It's hard to buy food in America that's good for you. It's actually hard. Sometimes it feels like a full-time job just trying to like find the best thing you can in a store for your health. It's crazy. You know, like I hear stories about like other countries have grading systems. Like in Canada and the UK, apparently they have this system where on the front of the box of the food, it has a grade like A, B, C, D, or F. And it's directly linked to the quality and the health benefits of the food. It's like regulated by a government. I have no personal experience with it. I can't say if it's a good system, but it sounds a lot better than what America's got going on, which is like they put the Snickers bar in front of you and they're like, Snickers make you feel good. And it's like, no, Snickers aren't going to make you feel good. Snickers are going to make you feel like ass, you know? Like, it's not real food. Where's your Snickers bar in nature? You point to one Snicker tree, damn it. One. You can't do it. There is no Snicker tree. It's all lies. See here. Let's see here, a necklace. Let's buy ourselves a necklace here, shall we? I mean, I'm half Hispanic. I enjoy a bit of ass. Oh my gosh. This guy. Verse mastery. I'll take it. Big upgrade. Alright. Back to the comp stomp. I want to hear your guys' opinion. I know we've got Erebus here. Hopefully we got Joe still. Hopefully we got a few other people here chilling with me. But I want to know. So lately I've been streaming to both Twitch and YouTube. Ooh, grapes. And it's been pretty cool. You know, I double my viewership because of that. And because my stream is on YouTube, like the stream continues to get viewership even after I streamed it. So there's like benefits to that. Cool. But here's kind of the thing. To stream to both YouTube and to Twitch simultaneously means I can't play music. No copyrighted music.
You can play stream beats.
I could play stream beats. I could play like World of Warcraft soundtrack. But a lot of streamers just aren't playing any music. You know, it's kind of like how my stream is right now. There's no music playing except for just the game sound, my voice. Basically, are you guys missing the music right now? Do you guys wish that I was bumping some tunes? Or are you guys like listening to your own music right now? Doing your own things? Watching a TV show? Listening to your game music? Are you guys wishing Thunderstruck was rolling through your speakers right now? from my stream? Or would you rather just play your own music?
I like the version with the spoons.
Yeah, the spoons one. That's a cool one.
It's only on YouTube, but it's real good.
Yeah. Yeah, I know you're a musician. Always need the tunes. I feel that. Like, that's my thing too. A lot of the streams I like streams like I watch Tally pretty fairly regularly. You know, Tally doesn't usually have music in his stream. He usually just has like we're doing right here. But I've also watched a lot of like Asmongold and Peekaboo and stuff, and you know, and they always have classic rock rolling or whatever. Been listening to Body Snatcher lately. Body Snatcher, what band is that? Sound like a metal band or something.
There was a game for the N64 called the Body Snatchers.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty creepy.
N64 Body Snatchers. Okay, that's cool. I bet it was a freaky game. It's a freaky name. Oh, I could always listen to my old raps. No thanks. No thanks. I'd rather those just stay buried, man. Those are for personal use only. That's definitely not for sharing with the world. Yeah, I'm sure you will never forget, man. I'm sure you will never forget. Trust me. Unfortunately, neither will I. Recently, we got FL Studio, and we've been looking forward to making some new music. So who knows? We might end up coming in with some chill electronic music or some dubstep or something.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, make our own like stream beats album. I don't know.
Or beep boops.
The beep boops. But not to kind of where I started is, I personally appreciate both aspects. I like that when there's music in the stream, you know, everybody's kind of getting the same vibe, and like the music can be used as a part of like setting this tone for the stream. I think it can be used in very powerful ways, and that can aid the show. But I also recognize and enjoy when I'm watching the streamers that don't have music going on, and like I can play my own music. I can play whatever kind of music I want. I'm not forced to listen to whatever music they like. I'm actually a healer this time. Let's go. Take this, comps. Get out healed, bros. You know, and if I want to like listen to my own music, I can do that. If I want to put on a show, I can do that too. If I want to watch two different streamers, I can do that. And like the soundscape isn't just getting completely obliterated, right? If I want to just like listen to WoW, you know, it's just chill. It's just chill. You enjoy making hardcore techno, modern dubstep? Yeah, that's what's up, dude. You got anything out like released in it? In fact, you're still. Are you still playing with your band? Have you guys like released any music lately? Like, I don't even know where to listen to your music, man. Are you on Spotify or got a YouTube channel or anything?
Making music is cool.
Yeah, straight up. Yeah, he's a great guitarist. Erebus has been played in a metal band forever.
That's cool.
And they're super cool. I haven't heard his music in a long ass time. Can't believe I don't actually know where to go to find your music, but I assume you guys were releasing albums or something. I'd be down to hear your techno dubstep stuff too, dude. What do you use to make it? Do you use like FL Studio? Only what I made when I was drunk for electronic shit is for the band working on 2 releases. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. When was your last release? Where can I hear that? Nothing online yet? What? Nothing online yet? What do you mean, man? Gotta be online. Gotta be online. That's where everybody is. YouTube, Spotify, you know, like get DistroKid, man. I've heard great things. Route Note, I've heard great things about them too. You know, and just start putting stuff out there, man. Don't be a perfectionist, homie. Release that stuff. Let the world hear ya. I've never released the Deranged Humanity material. That's what I was thinking, Deranged something. I couldn't remember the Humanity part. I've always played for everyone else. Haven't had time to work on Deranged Humanity properly. Now I do. Okay, well, hey, that's what's up, man. I'm really glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that. I'm looking forward to it. Please, when you do get to the point where you're ready to upload to the internet anywhere, please send me links, man. Please send me links. And hey, if you give me permission to use your music on my stream, I will use your music. I will like make sure that it's on the screen. You know, like music by Deranged Humanity is in the comments section. I will absolutely help promote, man. If you'd like. You know, you don't ever have to do that. Like, you know, you'd never have to do that. But if you would like that, I would be happy. I would love to have some copyright-free music to use, and I'd be happy to do anything I can to like help spread the word about your music, brother. You have full permission to use that garbage? Oh, my shitty EDM. Okay, I got full permission. Nicotine Zol. Let's see what's up with this shit, man. All right, I got full permission, you say? So if I get copyright struck and I forward you the email, you will tell YouTube, nah, I said homie can. The Deranged Humanity stuff you can use whenever. Just let me know so I can remove automatic copy claims. Okay, cool. All right, I don't even know where to listen to Deranged Humanity, man. Like I remember you showing me years ago. Excuse me. That's about the only way I know how to access that is like to my memory. I think I've seen it. I think you've shown me Nicotine Zol before. Let's listen to this here. That was loud. Alright, sounds good, man. That goes super freaking hard, dude. Oh my god. When Pan comes back, I'll just show her. She'll think this is cool. I was blind drunk making all this. No idea what I was doing. That's what's up. What do you make it in, man? This is cool, dude. It goes so hard. Like, when's the drop? The first second. That's when the drop is. The better question is, when's there not a drop? FL with massive? Yeah, dude. FL Studio goes hard. 454. I think it's our reverse piece of gear. Yeah, we're replacing that belt today. It gets louder. Jesus. I like that we have this build with the melody. Water. Hydration check, people. If you haven't drank your water, it's good for you.
Summer trips are around the corner.
Ah, ads. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. That goes hard, bro. That goes real hard. I dig it, man. The only one I remember making is God Core. I was making that with some chickpea. Oh my gosh. Holy shit, dude. Jesus. You're an animal, dude. You're an animal. Other shitty tracks. This is not for elves. Oh my god, dude. Did you expect anything else from me? Honestly, no. Oh wait, this isn't an ad?
Go anywhere with Hertz. You'll hit the.
Oh, they're not gonna let me listen to it till I listen to the ad. Screw that. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. That's some good stuff. Yeah, even the title screen trash can drunk. Yeah, 100%. 100%, dude. Trash can drunk, man. Oh man. Ugh. And we're back to the Weird Al Yankovic. I've got some music playing. That's the one. Oh. I gotta listen to this ad. We're a healer again. Found the bastard. Wait, the only 2 healers went here? Oh boy, this is nice. Oh, okay, never mind. We got a demon hunter. Here we go. Glad you found yourself a good one, homie. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, man. We're talking about Pan. Yeah, she is a good one. Oh, this is playing the... Here we go. Oh, here we go. This is cool. Yeah, she is chill. Yeah, she brought grapes. I don't know where she went off to. She went off to go do something. But yeah, she's always bringing me food and stuff, and she's chill. Yeah. Her best thing is she's just a great person. She's just a great person. In every way. Absolute sweetheart. She takes good care of me. Keeps me out of trouble. She makes a lot of music. Oh, I just got feared by the AI. Ugh. She's made hundreds of EDM tracks, hundreds of songs. When I met her, her discography was like well over 600 songs, easy. She primarily makes like electronic synth music and stuff. Okay, it's the only one where you made like even the kick from scratch. That's cool, dude. It's really loud on my side. Sorry if I'm yelling at you guys here. On that note, my microphone sound okay to you guys? Especially like you, Erebus. You got a good ear for this. Does it sound like it's not like peaking constantly or anything? Just, you know, any tips? You know, obviously I can't hear it the way you guys can, so... Always trying to make sure it sounds good for you guys. I've got a high quality setup, so it's like just about me setting it up right to try and get the best out of it, you know? Oh my god, this AI is so good at interrupting me. Sounds on point, levels are all good. Oh dude, that's fucking glorious. I'm so glad to hear that. So glad to hear that. It has that professional stream sound. Sounds crispy, buttery smooth. Nice. If it was... Okay, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Hey, that's what's up, man. Thanks for sharing the music. Thanks for sharing the music. Check out Ritual here. Okay, no, we heard Ritual. That's what's up, man. Oh, this is cool. I like the intro to this one. It's got a build. We're ramping up into it. I like that. Get all these old potions off my bars. The Soothing Emerald Tea is so OP. Get that moved over there. And then we don't have overgrowth. Okay. That looks pretty good. Gear. I think it's time to save up for a weapon. I think my weapon is like my poopiest piece of gear at this point. Yeah, except my weapon and these bracers. Shoulder pads. You played these songs live at a club before? The easiest $500 you ever made? Dude, that's what's up. These are good. Yeah, I mean, they make me want to dance. Yeah, man. That's what's up. That's what's up. I think we're just going to go for the weapon right now. Press play. Win. That's what's up, man. I appreciate you sharing tunes, dude. Appreciate you saying I'm allowed to use them. Like I said, I'll be emailing you later the copyright strikes I get all over freaking YouTube. I'll just send you a list of them to deny. Anything is possible when people are fucked up. Ain't that the truth, though, man? Ain't that the truth? That's worth getting tattooed right there, man. So you sell this old poo-poo gear. I'm not doing the one-handed life, man. I'm out.
At the Home Depot, we're here to bring your projects to life.
6:30.
So, what are you working on?
Actually, maybe keep this. Maybe keep that. Just to be sure. 541. Oh, okay. 593. 541. That's poo-poo. Sell that.
But who said anything about guests?
528.
The Home Depot
Yeah,
is
sell
here to
that.
help you build the space of your dreams.
593. That's worth.
Same-day delivery on select items. Go from dreaming
Actually, that's
to
not
doing
worth.
with the
We're
Home
selling
Depot.
that.
Order select in-store items by 4 p.m. subject to a
593 dagger. Nah, it's not worth for selling that. Screech into Home Depot ad just as intended. Just as intended, man. Damn it! I've played an ad in my. Home Depot's got to pay for that ad space. Damn it! I'll eat this boar here. Oh, dude, you in your mouth. I got the boar. Got the boar. Yeah, we've made bank just playing today. Holy hell! I want to say we made a good $4,000 at least just playing today. It's great. $4,000 in the G's, man, and the gold. Here, in fact, like what I can do. We want some tunes. We're gonna change up where we're going. We're healer again, so we're just gonna go this way. It's the last healer. Healer's the healer we got last time. Play a little Spotify. Turn it down a bit. And let me get some harder Spotify though. Like, this is Stream Beats by Harris Heller. It's copyright-free music. But a lot of it's really chill. It's kind of the only downside. Is like you don't have a ton of super like. This is an album called Slaps. Let's see what slaps here. Okay. Perfect. Dude, that's what's up. I'm so looking forward to hearing your new stuff, man. I'm so looking forward to hearing it. Yeah, please do send it my way whenever you guys release your next work. This isn't slaps, dog. What about groovy? This is so chill. Like, hello. Trying to find some Stream Beats music that slaps. But there's not a lot of slapping going on here. It's a lot of very chill. Oh, this is vibing. Dreamy Stupor. Alright, this is a decent vibe. I like it. Oh, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Plants looking good today?
Yeah, they look
Good. That's great. We need to replant those strawberries soon.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I'm sure they will be looking forward to not getting knocked over and being up off the ground.
Yeah. I put them in between the tomato plants to try to help them not knock over.
Okay, cool. Check out Beskar Smartwatch from Stream Beats. That whole album is just killer. Oh, I'm glad you're familiar with Stream Beats, man. Let me check this out.
That's great. Thanks for the suggestion.
Yeah, straight up. Let's see here, Beskar Smartwatch. Beskar Stream Beats. Yeah, I see that. Oh, hey, come back. I saw it just a second ago. Stream Beats by Harris Heller. Whoa, cool.
They're wearing a Mandalorian helmet.
Yeah, they are. Turns down about right there. Turn my headset up. It does remind me of Mandalorian. I think Beskar is a term for Mandalorian too, if I'm not mistaken. Just reminded me that we have to plant our chili soon. Reapers, scorpions, and chocolate ghosts. Whoa, I never heard of chocolate ghosts before. We got serranos. We're growing serranos, tomatoes, strawberries. We started an herb garden. Oh, losing my headset. Hopefully the mic doesn't pick this up too much. It might be picking it up. Yeah, this goes pretty hard. Yeah, this is a vibe. For a moment, it looked like Pam was sniffing your mustache. Does he still have food in there? Oh my god. Yes, I do actually. It's where I keep my leftovers. Saving them for later, man.
Delicious. Little snack for later.
Little snack for later. Let's see, we're at 1,200 on us. Oh, we can afford a weapon. Maybe not a two-hander. Where's it? Two-hander right there. Yeah, 1750. Like one more for a weapon. More comp stomp. Stomp the comps. Whoa, this guy's on an electric eel.
That's cool.
That's a cool man. I think that's the new PvP mount for the season. Yeah, Vicious Electro Eel.
Cool.
It's got like tubes off of him.
Oh, but why?
Because for the electrocuting. Whoa, he's a laser. Look at like eyes of like laser awesomeness and like electro belly. I don't know. Cool.
I like the tail.
Yeah.
They're like two-tone for the blues.
Yeah.
It's really nice. Oh, they got a cut.
Yeah, it looks like maybe this eel was being harnessed for electricity, for like an electrical source at one point before this person liberated them.
Oh, okay. Huh. The blue is nice.
Yeah, Dropbox is OP. I don't know if I have Dropbox though. That's up to you. I mean, I don't mind waiting for the release, man. If, you know, you're trying to keep things under wrap and whatnot. I get that. I get that. I don't mind waiting. I don't mind waiting. Getting a lot of Mark of Honors today. Wow. This is a great Mark of Honor farm. Oh, you sent the link anyways. Live in browser. I played on stream before, so we good. Okay, cool. All right, so yeah, you want me to play right now? Oh, I'm gonna make sure. I'm gonna wait until you reply just to be sure you actually want me to play this on stream before I click it.
That's very considered.
Yeah, gots to. Go harder than. All right, man, you got it. had to mute the microphone so that it wouldn't feedback really bad. Dude, the chugging in this though.
This is nice.
Yeah, this goes freaking hard. With all the mistakes in there, no edits. Alright. Dude, sounds great to me, man.
Yeah, it sounds nice.
Whew, that's cool. You get the water walking hosts. So cool, dude. This is dope. I'm looking forward to hearing the full, like, hearing with lyrics too and everything, dude. It's gonna be lit. I'm glad you guys are working on some releases, man. See, we just like ninja this cap real quick. Doesn't seem like they're gonna let us, but you know. Yeah, they're gonna get that cap. That's okay. Oh, I like that. That's cool. I'm dead. Oh, that's nice. Dude, the chugging is dope. It's deep, it's dark, it's fast. It makes you want to bop your head. The melody is nice. It's crisp, it's clean. Pan looks genuinely unamused. Nah, dude, she's chilling.
I just woke up like an hour ago.
Yeah, she just woke up. She's just vibing.
I've had no caffeine.
No caffeine.
I really enjoy the music though. It's nice.
Yeah, she likes Death Clock and stuff. She's probably. I think you're more of a metalhead than I am. Like her alarm is literal. Like her alarm is metal.
Yeah, it's Metallica.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Gimme Fuel song.
Yeah.
This song was great.
Yeah, man, that's what's up. Thanks for sharing, dude. That's great. Yeah, I can't tell any. I can't pick out the mistakes anywhere, man. Just sounds good to me.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, the chugging is dope. The melody, and then like that's the thing that I like is like, you know, chugging is dope, but like the melody is what usually sells me, and it's got it. You got like a few different melodies at different parts. There's like good variance to it, but like not too much. Like, I like it, man. I like it. Yeah, I like it.
It reminds me a little bit of Gojira.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
I can hear them all. It's subtle timing things, you know, when you're not tight. Yeah. Okay, I get you. Yeah, you know, and it's like when you're listening to your own work, right? Like when you're listening to your own work, you're always like you're going to be the most critical, right? For me, I'm just like, whoa, you made this? That's freaking cool. Back to the comp stomp.
Comes down.
The newest one's almost 9 minutes. Dude, you got to have like a 2-minute guitar solo in that thing.
That's cool.
Just like the, you know, some like, You know, some like Def Clock style, like Def Clock style, like guitar solos, man. You know, no solo yet. For me, that's like my favorite metal band is Def Clock. Like I might be normie as shit, I don't know, but like Def Clock just goes so hard. Farming at the comp stomp, do, getting me a weapon, do. Yeah, we keep on streaming, do. There we go. Huh. Oh. Okay, you got another one. This one's got lots of melody, eh? Let's check it out. Another one that is good for me to play on stream. Yeah, all right, cool. Oh shoot, that's not stream beats anymore. Oh god, I gotta be careful. All right. Boop. Only song in the normal tuning on the whole record. Interesting, yeah. And you can totally hear it too. Can you hear it? Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, that's cool, dude. Oh, that's cool. The do. I want to headbutt, but I'll lose my headphones. Now what we gotta do here? Wait.
You
gotta do it right. You gotta do it right. Whiplash. I'm okay, yeah.
Okay, you look great.
Oh my gosh. Got a headbang, man. That's some good stuff. I like that. Hagrid banging. Yeah, dude, straight up. Oh my gosh, there's so much hair. So much hair. Oh my gosh. Yeah, a lot of harmonies. This is cool. Yeah, this is super cool. There's that chugging, man. Woo! This is great. Healer again. Again. Let's go harass stables. That was dope, dude. That one, I like that a lot. A lot of harmonies. Yeah, that's sick. I love the harmonies, man. I love that real prominent lead guitar, you know, just chilling. Yeah, much respect. That's cool.
The ending of this one reminded me more of a System of a Down.
Yeah, I guess I see that, yeah.
Yeah.
Is this guy just dead? Death lettuce? Don't die, Death lettuce.
Death lettuce.
Death lettuce, you have so much to live for. No, death lettuce. I'm a resin. We can't let anybody die. Oh, someone else died. All right, we're letting some people die. The very end is a tribute to death. A very Chuck riff. Interesting.
Okay, interesting.
That's what's up, man. That's what's
cool.
up. Yeah. I dig it. Don't root me. It's so rude. I think there's a stealthy right here. Or that, or maybe that's him. No. Okay, maybe there's not a stealthy right there. Oh, instantly locked. I swear, these guys are as bad as players when it comes to kicking the healers. Big ol' bite. That's tanky for a bot. It's like their whole team's just on me. That's one thing about the bots is that they sure do know how to gang up on a healer. Without Chuck Schuldiner, there would be no Erebus Black. My first exposure to the subgenre I love above all was Bite the Pain by Death when I was 10. Dude, that's awesome. I don't know if I've ever heard their music before. Have you ever heard of Death? No? Oh, shoot. We absolutely gonna have to check it out after stream. Heard it randomly on a late night radio station. Dude, that's what's up. Are they an Australian band or are they like international killing it? It's not surprising I haven't heard of them, but Pan, I think she's heard about just about all the music on Earth, so that is real surprising.
Oh, they're from Florida. That's cool.
Oh, they're from Florida. Interesting. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to check them out after stream, 100%. Get that fancy weapon. Prized aspirant stash. Oh, he sadly died. Oh, man. Brainstem cancer. Oh, wow. That's awful. R.I.P., man. R.I.P. Usually it's some of the best ones that get taken from us the earliest, you know, man. It's unfortunate. Especially that way. Like, that sucks. That really sucks. But I'm glad that he was able to influence you and get you into music. You know, that's what's up, man. His legacy lives on. Let's see here. Get a little more stream beats here. The album to check out is his magnum opus, The Sound of Perseverance. Okay. Sweet, yeah, we'll check it out as soon as the stream's over because I don't want to mute my microphone, mute everything, just play it and all that right now. But as soon as the stream's over, I'm gonna check that out, man. I'm sure we'll enjoy it. I'm sure we'll enjoy it. Lots of loot today. Oh, did I not queue? Queue. Can I afford anything else? I don't think I can afford anything else right now. 548. Yeah, okay. Got that weapon though. That's the big one. Moving up in the world. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that one's actually pretty good. Oh, yeah. 5, 6. 6 pieces of gear. We can do that. We can do that. This is lit.
I like the Godzilla cover.
Yeah, Godzilla approves. Yeah. Yeah, this is Erebus' SoundCloud is showing me this is his dubstep.
That's cool.
Short version, there's a whole world I can expose you both to that you probably haven't heard if you're down, is for hip hop, waiting for a damn Hobson release and there, buddy.
Oh, Hobson. I like his contacts.
Yeah, Hobson's cool. He's got cool style. Cool style, great rapper.
He's got white contacts.
Yeah. Straight up. Gah. We on the rocket. Yeah, we're a healer again. Cool. Big cool. Gosh, making me want to play music on streams. Like, is the YouTube worth? Because, like, technically, what I could do is I don't have to live stream to YouTube. Like, I can always export the clips or export the VODs even and like upload them to YouTube, and I can even do that with like removing the like music track. So I mean, I don't actually have to you know, I don't have to stream to YouTube. It's kind of like I've been feeling it out, just kind of seeing, and honestly the YouTube viewership's been really low. Really low. But like what is cool about the YouTube though is that after the stream's over, the VOD gets a lot of views on YouTube, like a whole lot of views.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That sounds worth.
Knock Madness Killer. See, I listen to other things too. That's good. That's good. I like listening to a bunch of different music. Generally cannot stand YouTube streaming. Why not? Well, what about YouTube streaming do you not like? Specifically, probably like the whole like the MCA to all hell thing. That's like my only complaint with it. I like it from the sense that like when my YouTube is active with videos, then I can get a whole lot of viewers on there. Yeah, the terms of service. Yeah, the terms of service is heavy-handed. That's like the only downside for me is that it is heavy-handed. You know, they have a very specific set of things you can and cannot say or do on YouTube. And if you don't play ball, then they just bury you as far as like what your earning potential is. The thing is, I'm not really doing these live streams, especially for YouTube, for the earning potential. Like, if there is any, you know, the earning potential there is like mostly from Twitch. It's from donations and subscriptions. For YouTube, it's more so to like activate the channel and to just have more content there. It's more for like marketing purposes. So like, I kind of don't care about the terms of service. Like, if I wanted to like maximize my ad revenue on YouTube live streams, then like I would just like not cuss at all. I would not play any music whatsoever. I wouldn't play WoW because like they punish you for having for playing violent video games. So like, you know, YouTube streaming for me is just purely marketing. But the majority of my stream is on Twitch. The only time that's ever different is like when I'm really active when I'm am I just dead? When I'm really active on YouTube, then I can get like hundreds of viewers per stream on YouTube. So that's cool. That's kind of why I'm here. Is like my channel's not active right now. It's kind of dead. But I was curious like what a dead channel's live stream could be. So yeah, shorts do get more hits anyways. Big facts. Big facts. I'd like not to get copy claimed for my own work. Yeah, that's happened to me too, man. That's happened to me too. I've lost so many of my videos to copyright claims that were bogus, and it's really sad. Like probably half the videos I've ever made in my life for YouTube no longer exist because YouTube decided that they were going to copyright it for no reason. No reason. And that does really blow. If I were you, I'd just upload stream clips to YouTube. That's pretty much what everybody's doing anyways. So yeah, I was thinking about that this morning. It's like, okay, well, the live viewership isn't really paying off the way I wanted it to. So, you know, why not do that? And then I can do whatever I want on Twitch, because Twitch doesn't care. Like, they get paid. So, you know, like, they don't care. It's pretty cool. I like that about it. I've never uploaded a single short on my YouTube channel. Not a single one. There's probably some stuff from these streams. If I were to go back, like if I were to take the time post-stream every day and like just clip things and export it to YouTube, I bet it would do pretty good. I bet it would do pretty darn good. Such as today, like early on in the stream, like I'm really proud of this VOD. Earlier on in the stream, we did some like React content. We've been talking about a lot of stuff. Just cut the YouTube stream right now and bank some tunes you enjoy. Well, actually, can I do that? I guess I technically can.
But then you wouldn't have the YouTube VOD.
Then I wouldn't have the YouTube VOD, yeah. Yeah, so that's true. what I can do is maybe I'll think about it more after streaming and stuff. But maybe what I'll do is I'll set up, because I can set it up to where the VOD will still end up on YouTube. But if I cut the VOD right now, I won't have that set up, and like anything else that happens today in the stream won't be saved to YouTube. So maybe I'll change the setup tonight. I mean, like, I'm still banging tunes I enjoy. I'm enjoying the stream beats we got going on right now, and like, you know, whenever we're not playing music, like earlier when you first joined and stuff, like I just had Spotify muted and OBS, and I just had it banging whatever, you know, like the playlist, you know, like my playlist. So I mean, I'm vibing. Main thing is I want to make sure it's a good show for others. Some people like shows, like their streams with music in the background. Others don't, is what I've kind of realized. So I like asking. To see what you guys like, because I tend to go towards the route of, like, I always want more stimulation, you know, like more mental stimulation. Like, if I could stream with a TV show going 24/7, I would. That's definitely against terms of service. So, you know, like, this is how I am. Probably get these shoulder pads. I'm feeling some shoulder pads. Haste verse. I'll probably go with the haste verse. Watch it turn out everyone's going crit right now, I swear. Most people go for more stimulation. Yeah, that do be facts. Like, you know, we gamers got that, you know, gamers have a high capacity for multitasking, and they like a lot of stimulation all the time. So that is very true. But not everyone. I've had some people that came in the stream and were like, hey, your music's too much. I don't know. I mean, it happens. This person's a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
That's cool. They're also a Murloc.
Yeah, they're in their Murloc onesie with a turtle shell on their back.
That's
Two samurai swords and a bandana. Oh my gosh.
So cool.
They're a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
Cool.
Wow. That's neat. Whoa, their pet's cool.
That's cool.
Whoa. That's like their permanent fell hunter. It reminds me of something from StarCraft 2. It looks like a Zerg.
Yeah, they do look like Zergs.
Wow, that's a cool... I wonder if that's a glyph. Like, what? I'm gonna whisper them. Oh, they're not my faction. They're Alliance. Sure, a lot of Alliance here. Has the game gone more Alliance? Zerg for life. Yeah. Erebus is part of... That's one of the things he does, is he plays... Oh my gosh, this person has a really good Sylvanas cosplay. Erebus... play. I'm a filthy Protoss. Hey, Protoss is cool. Erebus is a pro StarCraft 2 player, and he mains as a Zerg main. Interesting. This person's got a literally... I didn't know that they actually had this gear in the game to look like Sylvanas like that. That's so cool.
That's cool.
Yeah, those shoulder pads are so sick. It's such high resolution. That's neat. And they're a survival hunter. Mad respect. Like, is everyone Horde?
Oh, that
Horde.
Brachiosaurus is cool.
Yeah, the long boy.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Some dude just chilling on the side.
Yeah, they got a mail courier on one side and an auction house on the other. Like, it's so overpowered.
They need larger chairs.
They need larger chairs, like just like hanging off. They're just like just sitting there chilling. Actually, here, before this pops, I need to go to the bathroom.
I'm gonna go check on the plants.
Okay, be right back. Hopefully this pee doesn't pop on me. That's okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, I missed the Q pop. Missed the Q pop. That's all right. That's okay. There will be others. No problem.
I'm gonna work on these decals.
Okay, sweet. And we back. My hair is going everywhere. Oh my gosh. There we go. That'll work for now. Gonna start your stream. Gonna do some 3 a.m. practice meme games. Hell yeah, man! When my stream ends, I'll throw you a raid, man. I'll throw you a raid. I'm gonna do some meme games. He says. People have such cool transmogs. Like, whoa. There's so many alliance. I'm so blown away. Come say hi, you jackasses. Alright, for sure. Big love, man. Big love. Thanks for hanging out, bro. I'm definitely going to drop by and we'll say hi and chill. Yeah, I hope you have a good stream and hope you have some good games, man. Have some fun. Kick some ass. Take some names. And spread the Zerg throughout the galaxy. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. A Raffi Basin comp stomp. Rah. Gonna get the gear. Gonna get the gear. Roll. Yeah, there's a lot. In fact, like, so what is the population right now? I feel like it's a lot more 50-50 than it has been a long time. WoW, retail WoW, faction population. Like, I imagine it still has to be primarily Horde, but like I'm seeing a lot of Alliance. Oh, I don't know. Interesting. You know, everything going cross, almost a certain player base has dropped by 80% of these queue times, though. I don't know. Supposedly it's still high. Like, you can actually Google the population on WoW. And, like, it's actually supposedly pretty high. I was looking at it the other day, and, like, there's still estimated, like, 10 million players. So, you know. Not that they're all on every single day, you know, or anything, but like that, like 10 million players within a month log in and out of WoW. So I mean, it's still pretty decent. It's probably like at least 3 to 6 million active players. But yeah. I'm looking at the information here, and it's not super telling, to be honest. This is looking at WoW progress. There's WoWanalytica.com, and they're showing 63-36 in favor of Horde. 63% Horde, 36% Alliance. Average guild size 103 members. There's 9,000 Horde guilds, 4,800 Alliance guilds. Those guys got that healer and a wreck going up top. We got people going directly for stables. I'm gonna help secure this, and then we're gonna be going to good old. See if we can do this. I getting kicked. Disoriented by a dragon's breath. Okay. Then we're going to mines. If there's any part of the population that's hurting, it's probably specifically the PvP segment because of, like you said, like queue times. Queue times do be rough, man. They do be rough. Alright, we're going down to mines now. We might be the only ones that are gonna go get it, so hey. We'll take it though. We'll take it, and we'll take the extra honor for getting it too. Invoking this guy. Yeah, kick that. Jesus, your hair is long. Yeah, dude, it is freaking long. It looks nice. I'm glad you like it, man. Yeah, big chillin', big long hair. Fluff, 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 fluff. I took it down earlier to do some head banging, and I haven't gotten around to putting it back up. So it's just doing its thing, man. It's just doing its thing. But yeah, it's super long, man. I haven't gotten a haircut in well over a year. I think I might be coming up on 2 years without a haircut, actually. Now I think about it, that's wild. That's wild. Very clean, so fresh and so clean. Yeah, man. How you doing today, bro? Doing good? TBH, you like it more? Yeah. I'm getting a lot of compliments on it. People like the long hair. It's cool because it's like naturally curly. So I get a lot of compliments on that. You know, not everybody's got naturally curly hair, and so it's pretty cool. I like the curly appreciation. Right now I'm rocking some like 2-day hair, so it's not like curling, like coiling, but like when it's fresh, like fresh, like out of the shower hair, it just like completely coils, man. It's really cool. I enjoy it. I'm doing good, man. We had a great stream. Been going for like 4 hours, going on 5 hours now, and honestly, I'm just feeling great. Had some good times, you know. We did some React Andy content. Looked at the your hair is curl by default. Oh, there you go, dude. There you go. Yeah, you know what's up then with the curl. Yeah, I dig the curly hair, man. It's good stuff. There you go. But yeah, man, it's been a good stream. We've been talking about player housing and talking about just new announcements and things for WoW. Talking about their new like announcement for add-ons and like their philosophy of add-ons going forward and stuff. And been hanging out with Erebus and talking music and listening to some different music and got to level 80 on Druid, man. It's just been grinding out dungeons today. Now we're level 80. We're just doing the comp stomp to just farm honor points, trying to get to a decent item level here. And yeah, man, the day's going good. The day is going good. We're almost there too. I need this helmet. And I need boots, and I need pants, I need gloves. What do you think about the add-on? About the add-on announcements they made? I'm genuinely super, super happy about the add-on announcements, man. The one-button rotation thing, so it's not quite that. So, like, first of all, I want to preface this with I'm not worried about it whatsoever. What it is it's Hakili, you know, like, which is an add-on which has existed forever. Like, I had an add-on like it when I was a kid back in Cataclysm. Those add-ons are cool, but they don't play your class for you. You know, like their one button thing, like at first I was a little worried, but they're adding a global cooldown penalty to it. So literally you can't play good if you use it. And then it's not super smart. So like they said, it's not going to know, especially at first, like all your talent choices and work perfect of all your different talents. It's not always going to be the best at deciding if it's like, should you single target rotation or AoE rotation? There's limits on it, and ultimately it's not going to be able to make decisions. At the end of the day, like a good player is not going to rely on that. There's no one who's going to hit 100% parse with that thing ever. it will be like anyone who uses it, it will be simply there to help with accessibility. You know, for me, I think of players like my mom, for example, who couldn't care less about like mastering her class or knowing what her abilities are called or what they do. She just wants to like run around and do professions and world quests and things like that. For her, that button's going to be perfect. She's going to have fun, you know. She's not going to have to worry about dying all the time because she forgot to press her button, you know. It's just gonna help her like do bare minimum so that she can like enjoy the game. And there's a lot of players that are like that. There's like super casual and they don't want to know their character. They don't want to be good at their rotation. They just want to enjoy the story or do the professions. So I'm not worried about it. Honestly, the one button macro is existed for a long time. This is nothing new. Both aspects of what it does, you can download that right now on the add-on store, or you can make it in a script. I've made them in a script. I've made macros back in Mist of Pandaria. I made a button for my warrior that played my warrior for me. One button, ran a perfect script, did my rotation perfectly every time. The reality is they suck. The reality is they suck. Like if you care about your performance, you're not going to use that thing. So yeah, no, it's nothing to worry about. It's just accessibility. It's just going to make the game more accessible to people that for one reason or another, they need help with their character. That's insane. Yeah, dude, straight up. Like I wonder. I don't think I have any of those scripts anymore, but I'm sure I don't. If I did, it would be on my warrior, and I don't think I have any of them. But literally, like, you can make a macro right now, script mac, and you can do like hashtag show tooltip / cast sequence reset equals 15 rejuvenation comma life bloom comma regrowth. Save. Check this out. Rejuve, life bloom, regrowth, resets. Click this guy, rejuve, life bloom, regrowth. All one button, man. Ain't nothing normal. That's how you do it. Just like that. It ain't nothing. It ain't nothing special, man. You can make a one button rotation for any class just like that. It's just coding. And there's add-ons that do this and make it even easier. You can do that for any class in the game, dog. It really ain't. And the reason people don't do this is because it sucks. Like it's bad. Like if this was the only button on my bar, it's all fun and games until I need to hit wild growth. It's all fun and games until I change targets midway through the script and I need to hit rejuve again. Yeah, you can. Yeah, Rep Pally is actually probably the one class that it could legitimately do the best with a one-button rotation because their rotation is so easy and so predictable. If there's any class that could do it, like, and actually have any semblance of success with it, it would 100% be a Rep Pally. So yeah, no. People are going to freak out about it, but it's because they don't understand that people have been doing that forever and it's never been dominant. And there's a reason for why it's never been dominant. Maybe sub-rogue? I don't know. I mean, it is really numerical. Like playing a sub-rogue, like it is a really numerical experience, you know, like you build up X amount of combo points, you spend X amount of combo points. And there is not a ton of variation in that. But at the same time, there is. Like, which combo point spender are you going to spend, right? Because like technically Sub-Rogue's already a one button class. Like you spam backstab or whatever that version of it is now. I don't think it's backstab anymore. They changed the class so much. And you build up 5 combo points, and then like where your rotation is like which finisher are you gonna use? Is it eviscerate? Is it gonna be like slice and dice? Is it gonna be your bleed, you know? Like so like ultimately, I mean, yeah, maybe you could, but I just wouldn't recommend it to anybody. I really wouldn't. As someone who's made a lot of those. Yeah, Shadow Strike. That's what they call it now. Yeah. You know, like, I just wouldn't do it. I've made one-button macros for all my specs, all my classes throughout my years, and the only time it's ever been useful is for mindless farming. I've never been able to, find success in Arena doing that. And I don't think I'd be able to find any success in a raid doing that either. But it does, like, the macro I showed you, like, making macros like that do have really valid uses. but they need to be very well thought out so that they don't cuck themselves. You know, they can't. You don't want any issues with like you need to press a button, but you can't because it's in the script. You know, like your script can't ever block you from an action, and that takes a lot of logic, and that takes a lot of predetermination. It takes a lot of skill. And frankly, I think that eventually, if you start thinking about the like possibilities and what you actually need to accomplish, I don't think that it's reasonable to use one button for your rotation ever, no matter how good it is. Shadow Strike's been there since Legion. Trust me, that's still new to me, dog. That's still new to me. Shadow Strike's been there since Classic, but it used to be that for sub rogues, when they hit level 10, they would spec into Backstab, and then they would just use that instead. That for a long time, like that's how it was for them. Is that you wouldn't really use Shadow Strike. Assassin rogues use Shadow Strike, and sub rogues use Backstab, and they only use Shadow Strike if they couldn't get behind a target, and that was pretty rare. So, you know, iterations, man. But yeah, I'm actually really happy with the add-ons announcement. I agree big with everything they had to say. I don't know if you watched the announcement. We watched it on stream earlier. It was pretty interesting. But yeah, I'm actually excited that they're going to be limiting some of the power of add-ons in raids, and I'm super excited to see what that does for the design of raids. And yeah, ultimately, I thought it was a really positive talk, and I think that they did a great job of trying to address player concerns, and I think they did a great job of communicating what this is and what this isn't. And I know there's going to be a lot of backlash. Like, I've already seen it on the forums. I've already had people coming in the stream and saying, dead game, it's like a phone RPG. It's not going to be like that. People are freaking out. They just don't realize this stuff's been around forever. Like, it's just not, and it's because they're not using it. You know, and it's because they're not using it for a reason. Like, the reason you're not using it is because it sucks. If it was good, trust me, you know this community as well as I do. If one button macros and like Hikali add-ons were meta, then we'd all be using it. We aren't because it's not. It's not meta, and it'll never be meta. So that's like my opinion there. Clip that, turn that into a YouTube short. Storm is nice. Comp stomp. Let's go. Ooh, flower picking. Ooh, irradiated mycobloom. Like how a lot of add-on for PvP is big meta. Yeah, straight up. Like, you know, if you don't have, I mean, I feel like it's becoming less so. Like Gladiator Losa, I don't think is meta. For example, like Gladiator Losa, honestly, it's training wheels, and like the idea is you're meant to grow out of that eventually. You know, most like the rank 1 gladiators, most of them are not using Gladiator Losa. To be honest, and if they are, they're using it in a heavily modified form that tracks like a handful of things. You know, a handful, like literally like 3 things, like 3 things specific. You know, because no one can listen to like, you know, like it just going off telling you every little thing that ever happens. You can't use, that's not usable. You know, like that's chaos. But, you know, so it's got a place. You know, I've used it before. But, yeah, no, rank 1 gladiators aren't using that. That's not meta. You know, rank 1 gladiators tend to be playing with the least amount of add-ons because they are usually, like, preparing for BlizzCon and things. Like, they're thinking about going into a space where they can't use add-ons, tournament stuff. But, you know, like Skoda, you know, like, that's necessary, you know, like, having a details, you know, and... having like a arena frame, that's pretty important, but that's less so. I don't use an arena frame anymore. Like the one they built into the game for Dragonflight, or maybe this expansion's really good. So I haven't had any issues with that. So many notifications. You know, like I mean, honestly, if there's anything meta I have to say, it is an insane skill. If anything, like there's add-ons I wouldn't want to go without for PvP. It would be being able to see my team's cooldowns. I think that's Omni CD, and then Omni CC, which shows me my enemies' cooldowns and their interrupts. Like without those two, I don't like. That would be a pretty big damper in the way that I play WoW. You know, but outside of those two, I can't really think of any PvP add-ons that I actually use, and I think that's pretty true for a lot of big PvPers I see and know. So, yeah, like you know, like PvP, like when I think of like what content you know is ridden with add-ons, it's absolutely raids. Absolutely raids. What's the healer stun add-on? Never heard of that one. Let's see if we can do this without getting kicked. There's that. That's Heart of the Wild territory. Getting trolled here, team. Getting fucking trolled. There we go. Dead healer. See my healer get stunned? It's so useful. It like lets you know when your healer is stunned. That's pretty neat. I mean, I usually just like look at the I look at the player plates, right? And I just like see a big old stun on their head. That's cool to have an add-on for it though. If you it let you know on screen when your healer is stunned so you can act accordingly. That's cool. That's what's up. Yeah, that's a good thing. Like, there's definitely times where I'll, like, be really into it and I'll get tunneled. I'll get tunnel vision and, like, I'm not communicating, like, verbally with my healer and I'll miss the, like, I'll miss seeing the notification. Like, I'll miss seeing the little, like, you know, debuff, you know? So, I get that. That's cool. That makes a lot of sense. But, you know, that's not bad. Like, that's just a little bit, you know? Like, when you watch Mythic, like, World First Raiders, though, like, their whole screen's an add-on. They're not even playing WoW anymore. They're playing add-on world. And that's what I would like. That's what made me really excited about what they had to announce for the add-on things, was that they recognize that that's just trash, you know? Like, they're not playing the game. They're playing add-ons, dude. Like, they're just so powerful. And it changes how they design the game, you know? Like, they, you know, basically to say literally what Ian said, it's that instead of developing mechanics that are more focused on coordination and communication and things like that, the types of things that add-ons usually trivialize, rather than focusing as a team on developing fights with those types of mechanics, they're focused on making things that the add-ons can't trivialize. And that ends up being the shit people hate. And that's like the swirlies that take like 1 second to activate and they kill you instantly. The instant dead swirlies, you know? And like that shit sucks. It's so bad. But it's like one of the only mechanics they can make that an add-on won't just like automatically trivialize. And so like I would love to see a world where we have less instant death swirlies and we have more communication and coordination and things like that. And, you know, and then we think of, like, some of the hardest raid fights. Like, they quoted, like, they talked about Sledge Fist from Shadowlands. Like, that was a fight that was really hard for me. You get chained to an ally at random, and you guys have to stand within 5 feet of each other. If you move out, like, away from each other more than 5 feet, you die. And there's, like, stuff to dodge everywhere. So you guys have to coordinate your moves. You have to go in the same directions. You know, if you guys split in 2 different directions to try and dodge something, you're dead. That was a really hard fight, and it was a lot of fun. And it wasn't something that an add-on could trivialize, you know? It just took coordination. And so, you know, things like that's pretty interesting. It was a really hard fight. I straight up, I couldn't do it for so long. I wiped so many times on it. I actually, like, it was real bad. I ended up building, like, a mental block against it, and I had to, like, pug my way through it. And get comfortable with the fight before I could go in back with the raid, like with the raid guild. It was brutal, man. It was real brutal, but it was a lot of fun, and it was a really good challenge. Like, it was a challenge that I had not really experimented with because we weren't doing comms, you know. Like, I couldn't just be like, you there, you know, and if we could, it was hard. That was Castle Nathria, if I'm not mistaken, Shadowlands with Sledge Fist. Sludge Fist. I want to say that's Castle Nathria. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good raid. When yeah, dude, that was. Yeah, you were in the raid guild, man. Yeah, you were in the raid guild for Shadowlands and and Dragonflight. At that time, I didn't even use add-ons. I remember that, dude. I remember that. We were like, you got to get at least some add-ons, guy. At least some. I legit rely on watching videos and understand what to do. Yeah, yeah. And I mean, there's people that play that way. Like Mike Hazed, he literally plays by listening to the sound cues in the game. Like, the reality is that whenever a raid boss does something, 9 times out of 10, they have a voice line that coincides with it. They have an animation that coincides with it. So if you learn to read the animations and listen to the voice lines, you really do, generally speaking, in the more modern raids, get most of the information you need, if not all of it. And Blizzard did admit that they need to work on that. Like, that's not always perfect. You know, like, there's still more work they can do on, like, telegraphing those things better. Yep, yeah, animation, cast name, straight up, straight up. So, you know, I'm all about a world that's a little less reliant on add-ons. And I don't know if you saw the video or not, but they did like make sure to also say they're not looking at customization add-ons. They're not looking at you know, quality of life add-ons outside of raids. They're not looking at trade skill master, auctionator, you know, like whatever that stuff. They're only looking at things that just trivialize and you know, and kind of affect raids in a really powerful way. That's specifically what they're looking at, like the most advanced features of weak auras, for example. So yeah, it wasn't that hard for me, but that's just me. Yeah, you know, and a lot of people, that's the thing, is that's not really hard for most people. It just takes getting used to it, you know, and that can be hard. Like, you know, sometimes it's hard, like for people whenever they're told like you can't use the tool you've relied on for years. You're gonna have to do it a different way now. There's a learning curve with that, and you know that's not going to be comfortable by definition. But it's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. And Final Fantasy 14 is less dependent on add-ons. You can use add-on to help you, but some mechanics or even most add-ons won't help that much. And it was more challenging. Yeah, see? That's what I'm talking about right there. Very well-designed fights. I've heard that multiple times. I've never played the game myself, at least not to that capacity. And but I've heard that repeatedly, that people really enjoy the raid content over there. And arguably, that's one of the best things WoW's got going for it, too. You know, a lot of people play this game specifically for raid. If not the majority of, like, end-game players, they are raiders. So, you know, it just makes sense. It's time for a bit of an evolution there. Really? That's what's up, man. That's super cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing that. I dug up my 99% part. It was 100%, but since I got that 100% early on when that raid came out in Dragonflight, I got my 100% parse, and now I've like someone's beat me. I'm 99% now. Oh, am I dead? I'm just dead. Okay. I don't have enough gear for this quest area. But yeah, I dug that up. I got a screenshot of it and stuff. So I got my 99% parse. I'm going to try and get myself into a decent raiding guild. If you're just playing to raid, it is a good game to play. But outside of that, oh my god, yeah. I mean, it seems like they have really fun mini games. And it seems like they have really fun customization and like player housing. It seems like a social MMO outside of raids primarily. I did play a little bit of the PvP, and I saw the PvP, and it's neat. It's not nearly as complex as WoW or anything like that, but it's neat. You know, you can tell they don't balance it for PvP. Some pretty wild stuff goes down sometimes. Like, it's a game that's emphasis on... It's like, it's fun social first, you know, and then, like, PvP and different things like that seem to kind of second, you know. It's fun social story raid. That's like, what it's strong at. In a lot of ways, that's what WoW's become, you know, like, there's no sugarcoating it. Blizzard has not shown PvP the love it deserves for years now. Arguably, they might be trying to turn a new leaf on that one, but it's still very much a work in progress, so. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that it's really good. I haven't gotten super involved in the Final Fantasy story, but I've heard no complaints. I see you're saying that, yeah, it's good sometimes. Yeah, wow, PvP is getting worse and worse. Yeah, they just need to incentivize players, man. I was a little disappointed. I was learning. We watched a video earlier today and read some things here on stream about the player housing and player housing rewards. And Blizzard actually did not name PvP as a source for rewards for the player housing system. I mean, hopefully it's just hopefully it's just like overlooking it. I mean, they do tend to overlook PvP regularly. But like the idea that there's not a single house reward that's going to come from PvP is ridiculous. PvP does demotivate people to communicate less. I don't know about that, man. I mean, PvP is the only reason I've ever, like, PvP and Raid are the only two reasons I've ever gotten in the Discord of people. I don't get in the Discord people over M+. I mean, I probably have, but like that's not my preference, you know, like PvP and raiding is when I get in the Discord people, so I don't know. Oh, because the way they're... Well, dude, if you're not talking shit, then you're good, bro. Like, don't talk shit and don't be a streamer, you know, that, like, you know, and, you know. Don't be talking shit, man. I've never gotten reported in PvP, and it's because I just am nice to people. If I don't like the way they play, I just leave the group. I just leave the group, man. I'm talking in game too, like not even just Discord, like in game. Like if you don't want to get reported, just don't talk shit, man. Most of the PvP I've done has been through in-game comms. You know, it's just that, like, you know, if I don't like the way people play, I don't tell them how bad they are and tell them how much I hate them. I just be like, all right, thanks for the games, and I leave group and I go find another person to play with, and I just keep doing that until I find someone that you know, it's a good match. You know, I don't make it other people's problem that we're not a good match, you know? Like, it's an arena partner, you know? You got to find people that, you know, that mesh well with you, you know? You can be friends with and you can work with and all that stuff. Create good strategies with. Well, that's solo, man. Like, you know, like, you just got to accept what you get, you know? If you want to be picky, then don't do solo. You got to form your own team for that, man. Like, you know, I forget, if I'm not mistaken, you're kind of a newer player, relatively speaking. But, you know, back in my day, the only way you could do arena is you had to form a team. And that team was semi-permanent. Like, you had to go into your PvP tab. You had to build a team. You had to literally create a team from scratch. It was an investment. I think it cost gold, maybe. You had to make a name for it. And then you had to invite people. You could only have 5 people on that team. And you could only PvP with those 5 people. If you wanted to PvP with anybody outside of those 5 people in your arena team, you had to leave the team. And if you left the team, you lost your rating. Maybe it wasn't a gold cost, but you lost a part of your rating, and you'd lose all your MMR if you ever left your arena team. So everyone only had 3 to 4 partners that they could potentially PvP with at any given time. So the game was really hella focused. Yeah, for real. That's how it worked before. That's how it worked all the way up until Mists of Pandaria. It was like that in Cataclysm. It was like that in every expansion, Cataclysm and prior. You know, and so you only played with your closest friends. You only PvP'd with your closest friends. You weren't ever playing with strangers. That's just not what the game was designed for, you know? So, like, my perspective's a bit different. You know, from my perspective, you pick an arena partner. You pick a handful of arena partners, and you stick with those people. You know, nowadays, because there's not an arena team, you might have 20 people that you stick with all the time, but they're in your friends list. You know, you don't just play with random freaking strangers, because random strangers are oftentimes going to suck. And even if they don't suck, you may not have any kind of, like, you know, synergy with those people. You might have different opinions or different ideals or different strategies that may not mesh well. So, like, it used to be a big deal that you had to find your arena partners and commit them to your team, and that you guys stuck together. You planned when you would play together. Outside of WoW, you'd plan when you would play together. And yeah, it was super good. Yeah, Classic Kata didn't have the arena teams. When I played Classic Kata, it felt more like you rely on LFG, but I guess because, see, there was no LFG back in real Kata. Because we were living more in a modern style, which is more solo-like type of shit. Yeah, straight up. I would like to have that type of shit. What the fuck, man? Yeah, it's straight up. It's cool. Like, I mean, it was really inconvenient in some ways. Like, you could only play with the same 3 to 4 people. It's kind of inconvenient, you know? Like, sometimes you want to play and nobody's on, you know? And that sucks. Or sometimes your arena partners quit. Sometimes your arena partners die. Like, sometimes they don't ever come back, you know? And, like, that's rough because, like, you got to remove them from the team. And it reduces your team's entire rating. Because basically the way it works, your team had a rating, like the team itself. Like, let's say I made a team right now named the Rascallions. It's a 3v3 team. I invited you, Hazed, Joe, you know, a handful of people to play on it with me. We could only play together. We each have our own individual MMR, but our actual rating is set by the team. So like, let's say we all played together and we got 2200 together, and you decided that you don't want to play with us anymore. You're going to go find new people to play with, and you left the team. You have 0 rating. You have 2200 MMR, but you have 0 rating now. You got to start all over. You know, so like, it was a whole different level of commitment to your friends and to this team, and you know, people took us serious. So it was like a whole different world. And so my perspective heavily still comes from that. Like, sure, we have the freedom of being able to play with whoever we want with now, but that doesn't mean I want to just play with everybody and play with like strangers all the time. Like, it means that I want to play with the pugs to meet good players, get them on my friends list, and then I want to play with those players over and over and over and over again. You know, because like, that's how you find people that you like playing with, and that they perform the way you expect, you perform the way they expect. Everyone's meeting each other's expectations. Everyone is relying on each other to pull their own weight. Everyone's working together to keep the team together. You know, and it comes back to just like that level of commitment to PvP. And yeah, it is a pretty good mindset. Like, I never thought about it, that people would have a different perspective, because like, in your case, you started in like Legion, if I'm not mistaken. You never knew that world. So that's crazy to me. This has been really eye-opening. It's a really eye-opening conversation, because that's a huge thing that's changed about PvP since the beginning of WoW. Yeah, in a way I like it too. I think that it has its perks, that's for sure. It was inconvenient at times, but it had its perks. You have no idea how fucking stupid it is to try to push for Glad nowadays. People say use the LFG and play, it's so easy. Yeah, that's bullshit. That's straight bullshit. Like, one single loss will make one person leave instantly, even after you get them in a Discord call and shit, stay connected. Yeah, like, the only way to do it is you just play, like, when you don't already have a friends list full of people to play with, the only way to do it is you just play with pugs until you find friends. And you don't add anyone to your friends list unless like everything goes well. And usually, like, my rule is, if I have a positive win rate with somebody, they get added to and they're over a certain rating, they get added to the friends list. And when I need players to play with for arena, I go to the friends list first. They get first pick. You know, like they're priority. If there's no one on my friends list to play with, I go to the LFG and I look for new friends, you know, to like add to the friends list. And eventually the idea is you'll have like 10 or 20 regulars, you know, or like 5 to 10 regulars that you're playing with regularly. You guys have good synergy. You guys have similar experience. You guys have similar goals. But it's hard because there's so many people that, like you said, like, one loss and they rage quit. Those people aren't the people you want to play with. That's when you say GG's, bye. You know, those are the GG bye people. They don't have patience. They don't understand what it takes to get an achievement, a goal like Gladiator. They don't understand what it means to work on a team with other people. They want what they want and they want it now. And that's not how teamwork works. So you'll never get far with those people. So you can't be mad at them. You know, they're just not the right people for you. You have a goal and they're not willing to share the work that it takes to get that goal. You've got to just keep looking for the people that are willing to share that work, put in that effort to stick together as a team. Like, when I got my first 2.2, like my first 2K plus rating, I didn't do it with random pugs. I pugged randomly to 1500, and around 1600 I started meeting people, and I made friends with was one guy named Computer. His character, he's a holy pally named Computer, and another guy, he was a Brazilian Frosty K named Antares Khan. and we played only with each other. This was in Legion. We played only with each other, period. Nobody else. Nobody else understood our strats. Nobody else understood how it is that we each played, each of our own individual play styles. We were friends. We hung out. And you want to know the craziest thing? You want to know the craziest thing? Antares Khan didn't speak English. Antares Khan did not speak English. He got in Discord with us, but he had no microphone. He was from Brazil, and he didn't speak English. The way we communicated with Antares Khan is I literally would type our strategy into Google Translate, and I would copy pasta it into chat, and he would read it in Spanish. And then he would send me his response in Spanish, and I would put it into Google Translate and type it back into our chat for me and computer to look at in English. You know, like, that's how you build a fucking team. That's how you get Glad. And we almost had Glad too. It was actually, I got impatient. Me and Antares Khan got impatient. Computer was in college, and we kept telling him to drop college and play more arenas with us. Not for realsy, just memeing. But we just kept memeing on him. He needed to quit college. He was in pharmacy school. And we were like, just quit college and go Glad with us. Have more time. And he obviously was not going to quit college for that. So literally, like, Antares Khan and I got impatient, and we tried pugging with some strangers. And Computer got 2400. He got his achievement. He got Gladiator. Me and Antares Khan tanked 400 points on the last day of the season, trying to push for a few extra points, and we ended up just getting 2K. It was so fucking funny. It's the closest I've ever gotten to Gladiator. And you want to know what's up? Computer, Fidencio Aguirre, right here. This is him. 2K Holy Pally. He's still on my friends list. We still chat regularly. I was just talking to him yesterday. We still talk. And Taurus Khan, unfortunately, doesn't play WoW anymore. You know, I think things were complicated with his living situation in Brazil, and unfortunately, we lost touch. But yeah, like me and the Holy Pally still talk, and like we still talk about get back together, man, and going Glad, you know, because like literally we're the dream team, you know, like it was us three playing, me, my warrior, Computer on his Holy Pally, and then Taurus Khan on his Frost DK. That's how you build an arena team. That's how you go Gladiator. You find people that you mesh well with, you stick with them. You got to dig through a lot of pugs. You got to dig through a lot of quitters. You got to dig through a lot of lazy and a lot of bad. But you find the gems and you keep them in your friends list. Maybe I could join. I can be your Frosty K replacement. Hey man, maybe. He's no longer in medical school. He's now actually a pharmacist. I think he's in his residency now. You know, so he's got more time to play. He plays in the evenings. I haven't talked about doing PvP with him a whole lot in a while, but you never know, man. Possibly. My warrior is all set up. He saw me every time he sees me log on my warrior. He's like, bro. So you know, that's how you go Glad. There you go. That's how you do it. You find the right people and you stay true to them, man. You don't forget their name. Yeah, congrats to him. Yeah, he did it. Man's a pharmacist now. Makes big money. Makes real big money. I'm sure. So yeah, good for him, you know. But yeah, man, there you go. That's an old school WoW player's perspective on how you get Glad. Yeah, let's go. You find the players that you mesh well with and you just keep playing with them, man. You guys work together, you get better together, you talk at every loss, you talk. Whenever you lose an arena and you're with players that you actually want to keep playing with, you talk. Why did we lose? What went wrong? What could we have done better? What are we going to do different next time? Those are the questions that come up after a loss. If those aren't the questions that are immediately asked after a loss, that person is not your arena partner. That person is a pug. And also another problem, ever since solo shuffle is a thing for a few years now, arena has been having less people overall, and even ranking up is harder. I've heard that. I haven't really done any arena at all since solo shuffle came out. I was really excited for solo shuffle, and then like I got completely screwed over. Like I'm a 2K Resto Druid. I've never not been a 2K Resto Druid, not in many years. And I got hard stuck at 1600, and Blizzard just kept putting me in lobbies with 1300 players. I don't really want to play solo anymore after that. You know, play solo shuffle. Like if I did arena today, it would be with people from my friends list, and it would be us just having fun and working together and going as far as we can. You know, and I'm down to pug for new friends too. You know, like that's part of life. But you know, I don't push rating with pugs. Although with that being said, I has actually a stream on my YouTube channel, a live stream. It's a 9-hour stream where I went from 0 rating or maybe 1K rating to 2K to rival. Oh my butt. I've been sitting for a while in a single stream. And I actually pugged that whole thing. But by the end of the stream, I wasn't pugging. I started the stream off with no partners, pugging every person I played with. And by the end of the stream, I had lifelong arena partners. In fact, I still have them on my list. One of them is Razgar. Oh, is he not in here? Oh yeah, River. This guy right here. In Shadowlands on my Frost DK, I got 2K with him. He was a pug. He was a prop paladin pug that just worked out really good. And like we went from 1500 all the way up to 2K together in a single sitting. Yeah, Shuffle's not serious. Shuffle is a mini game. It's meant for practice. It's meant for fun. You know, it's not meant to be like where you prove your mettle. That's not what it's for. You can't take that serious because you're not playing with people over and over and over again. You can't build any synergy. You can't build any camaraderie. You can't build any teamwork. They're never going to sit with you at the end of the solo shuffle and be like, hey man, I noticed that you didn't do this. You know, hey, this priest, you ran right into the priest. You stacked on top of us and we all three got feared and it directly led to us losing. They're never going to take that time to tell you that. That's what arena partners are for, man. Not randoms in solo shuffle. Yeah, fucking Prop Pally. Yeah, Prop Pally in Shadowlands was ridiculous, man. It was crazy. It was so crazy. And yeah, you can get screwed over in shuffle. People can throw. People can win trade. People can just quit. People will have 1300 MMR when you have 1800 MMR. Like, it's not in your control. That's why you can't take it serious. Actual real arena is in your control. Every last bit of it. Who you're playing with, when you're playing, what comp you're playing, what strategy you're playing, the talents that everybody's choosing, the gear that everybody's choosing. That's all in your control. That's how you push Glad. That's how you have fun, man. Yeah, bad matchups. Yeah, not every composition is a winning comp. You know, like TSG, for example. That's what I got my first 2K with. That's what I played from Cataclysm all the way up until Legion. I only played TSG or TreeSG. TSG with my Warrior or as my Frost DK, and TreeSG as my Resto Druid. Those were my only comps I played for threes. Period. And so that means that I've played hundreds and sometimes even thousands of arenas with that exact composition. You know, like, you can't exchange that kind of experience for anything else. You can't do it. I've played TSG from every position. I've been the Holy Pally, I've been the Frost DK, I've been the Arms Warrior, I've been the Resto Druid, I've been the Resto Sham. That's how you like master a comp. That's how you get Gladiator. Yeah, people getting boosted. Yeah, buying their rating. Oh, I got Legend. I'm so good. No, you're not. Stop the cat, but I got boosted due to your class. Yeah. People getting boosted, man. How's it going?
It's going good.
Good.
I got some decal started.
Nice. It looks great. I'm having fun talking about PvP.
Cool.
Oh. Although I did get knocked off this platform and died, so now I am waiting for the team to carry.
Okay.
Yeah. Would you like some orange juice?
Yeah, that sounds good.
I need some water. So yeah, you can't take solo shuffle serious, man. It was never meant to be taken serious. It's a place to have fun, try out new builds, try out new specs, try out new classes, try out new comps. At best, it's a place to meet people, to add to your your arena partner lineup, you know, to your arena roster, but that's about it. Oh yeah, because you like the illusion. Does it actually have its own specific illusion, or is it just the same illusion you get from getting 1800 in any PvP? You wouldn't add people from shuffle? Dude, what are you doing? At all? Like, bro, like, nah, dude. Every time I go into a solo shuffle and I meet someone cool and that's good, that's the first thing I do is I add them. Like, that's what you're partly there for, is to find cool people that are good. Same illusion. Yeah, like, why are you pushing in solo for that illusion, man? Like, you could get that in RBGs or 2s so easily. Like, I know you have people on your friends list that are good. Like, you're literally in, like, a guild with a bunch of really great... Well, I don't know if you're still in Defiled, but, like, you know, you met a lot of really good players and stuff, you know, playing with me and Hayes and everybody. Like, I know you've got people on your friends list. Like, you could go 2K in 2s anytime you want. So, like, you don't have enough XP. They could also not like playing with you. Well, that's why you ask them. It's like, hey... this is great. You want to queue more? You know, like, I've actually met people in solos and then asked them if they wanted to queue 2s afterwards, and then like added them as a friend in the solo shuffle. How the hell? Where is everybody? Where am I? What's happening? I don't know how to find them. Yeah, dude, I'd rather play arena than solo too, man. I don't want to have to like go through the never-ending rain of like playing with randos that don't know what they're doing over and over and over and over and over and over again, man. Like, I want to meet my arena partners, meet some friends that I like playing with. I want to play with those guys. You know, like, that's what it's all about, is making friends, meeting neat people with similar interests and goals and similar experience, and, you know, forming a group goal and then everybody pursuing that together. That's like what it's all about. Oh, we're down here. Okay. We're down here. Oh my glove. Okay. It does exist, man. That's how, like, if you watch the streamers, if you watch like Sidu or Zaryu or Peekaboo, you watch any of the WoW PvP streamers, they aren't playing with randoms like over and over and over again. They play with the same people that they've played with since Cataclysm. And when they do play with new people, it's because they're people they're introduced to through their friend group. You know, like, you know, like, the rank 1 gladiators aren't playing solo shuffle looking, you know, trying to get rank 1 glad and that stuff. They're playing with their rank 1 gladiator friends. Yeah, sometimes it goes that way, man. Sometimes you meet people and you think they're going to be cool, and then they end up being dickheads, you know? Like, that's a part of it, too, you know? Is, like, not everybody's going to be a gem. But that's why it's, like, when you meet people you do like, and you want to, you know, and you do keep playing with them for years, like, that's why it matters. Like, you know, the way I met Hayes was that way. Like, literally, back in Cataclysm, end of Cataclysm, literally very last week of the season, yeah, that was brutal. Very last season of Cataclysm, Hayes, my holy pally, gets off work, and I get home from school, and I message him like, "Hey man, you want to do last end of season push for raiding?" And we had an arena team, and he was like, "No, I'm gonna be playing with this other guy actually from my fancy new guild." He was in Daramak tier, which you probably don't know what that is. They were a #1 PvP guild at the time, and I was like, "What? You're not gonna play with me?" And he's like, "Nah, dude, I gotta help this guy from the guild. He's really good." And I was like, whatever. And so he went and played with Hazed, and I went and got a different healer, and we queued into 2s, and sure enough, first game, my healer and Hazed versus me and the new healer that I just found, and my healer and Hazed won. And I immediately messaged him, and I was like, "What the heck, man? You got a different Frost DK." And he was like, "Dude, you got to meet this guy, though. He's crazy." And so he invited me into the vent call, because it was vent back then. and we got an event call, me and Mike, and I was just like, dude, you did a lot of damage. Like, what did you do? And me and Mike just started talking about DPS and just started talking about Frost DK. And like, we just started dueling. And, you know, we've been friends ever since. Like, neither of us talk to that Holy Pally anymore. But, you know, Hayes and I have been friends since then, man. And, you know, like, that's like straight up how I met Hayes, was through 2v2 Arena. You know, all my friends that I hang out with either are from Arena or from my content, you know, like it's like you know, coming in and like seeing you know, seeing the stream and like hanging out and talking and eventually, you know, wanting to play. So like, you know, that's how everybody on my list is. They you know, they're either from arenas or they're from like you guys, you know. So now has dropped out of WoW. Yup, I know. How could he, man? How could he? I'm sure he'll be back eventually. He just needs to get unburnt out, and then he'll be back. He just needs a couple expansions away. He'll get the itch. He always does. We all do. It's part of being a WoW player. Yeah, you can't blame them, you know, like we all get, like I've been burnt out before. I've checked out of expansions. Like I usually check out of every expansion at one point or another, just for getting burnt out, you know, it happens. For me, the biggest thing, the most freeing thing I've done to like enjoy WoW again is letting go of Frost Death Knight. The moment I let go of Frost Death Knight, the game was fun again. That you know, that might be, you know, they call that sad, but like to me it was freeing. It was freeing. I really want a pair of boots with verse on it, but I'll take this haste piece. It's like with Frost DK, yeah, you just had to play Final Fantasy. I remember that. Yeah, you played Final Fantasy, you came back. Yeah, mixed feelings on the Frost DK. Like for me, it's just gotten to the point with Frost DK where I don't think they're like I really knew it for a fact when I played Raft Classic. Once I played Raft Classic and I still felt burnt out in my DK, I realized it's not that Blizzard is you know, changed the class on me. Like I mean they have changed it, but the thing is I'm just burnt out in Death Knight in any iteration, any form. You know, I've played every iteration. I've played Death Knight since Wrath of the Lich King. I've played every version. There is no version that's going to bring me back to that's going to make me happy to play Frost Death Knight like out of nowhere. Like the only thing that's going to make me want to play my Frost Death Knight is having enough space and time away from it that I get the itch for it again. And until that happens, like there's no reason for me to bash my head into the wall like trying to like the class, right? Like I'm just burnt out on it. Like I have so much more fun when I play on my Druid. Yeah, there's things I like about old Frost DK. There's things I like about new Frost DK too. You don't think it'll ever be good for PvP again? I don't know about that, man. I mean, Frost DK is never, for starters, Frost DK has never been an amazing class for PvP. Like there's never been a time where there was a lot of Gladiator Frost DKs. In fact, I think the first Frost DK Gladiator there ever was in Legion. If I'm not, I could be totally wrong on that, but like I remember in WoD there wasn't a single Frost DK over 2200 in the entire game. In fact, the highest rated Frost DK in Warlords of Draenor Season 1 was 2100, I think. So like, I mean, at least nowadays there's 3000 rated Frost DKs. So like, I mean, Frost DK, I don't think Frost DK's ever been actually good at PvP. Like if someone wants to go rank 1, if a Death Knight wants to be rank 1, if a Death Knight wants to be Gladiator, they've always had to play Unholy. It's only been recently that that's changed, like maybe Legion since that's changed. So, you know, from my perspective, it's not bad. At least you even have the option to go Gladiator or rank 1 as a Frost DK in today's world. That was not always the case. Zeke is great with Frost DK. I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with them. Are they a content creator, or are they just like they just go hard in the paint? you have proper team and stuff, it is possible. Yeah, yeah, it absolutely is. He's a streamer. Okay, okay. I'll have to keep my eye out for him. I'll keep. Do they make YouTube videos? You thinking about playing? Mm-hmm. Yeah? Yeah. Ooh, do you want to play with me?
Yeah.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. All right. Oh, he's the highest ranked Frost DK right now. Good for him. Good for him. What's his rating at? Thinking about taking a quick breather first. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this stream's gone on for 5.5 hours. This has been a great stream. I've had a great time. Also watch Party Waffle, but he is mostly on Holy DK. Party Waffles. I've heard of Party Waffles. That's what's up. Here, I'm gonna be right back. Like quick like 5-minute break here. I'm just gonna get a little air, stand up, get a little sunlight, and then it sounds like we're gonna do some. We're gonna be playing with Pan here when we come back. We're gonna be doing some leveling and some questing, and we're gonna have a good old time. All right, I'll be right back. All right. And we back. We back. Yeah, anybody that sticks with Frost DK, like, permanently mad respect to them. Alright. Well, we comp stomped it up pretty hard. Thank ya. We comp stomped it up pretty hard. Let's go do a little bit of some chillin' on the Paladin with Pan.
Oh.
Something's wrong with them? You mean like people that play Frost DK nonstop? I don't know about that. It's just, I see it as they're just extremely passionate and they haven't gotten burnt out yet, you know?
This internet seems to not be connecting as well as it could be.
Let's close this and reopen it. Oh, okay. Oh, shoot. Yeah, the computer is like, help me.
So we need to close out other applications.
Oh, there's so many WoWs open. There was like 3 WoWs open.
Oh.
4 WoWs.
Oh no. Okay.
There we go. I'm just gonna minimize these.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah, I couldn't connect because because it was trying to connect on like 5 different ones at a time. Yeah, I just see they have a lot of passion. That's how I see it, you know. And I don't think someone like Zeke will ever get burnt out as long as he can get rank 1 easily, as always. Yeah, right. Like, and as long as they're meeting their goals, like they won't get burnt out, you know. It's when you're like struggling. You're gonna be ready to play.
I clicked it. There we
Okay,
go.
cool. Yeah, it takes a minute. Would you like
Give me
some?
that water, please.
Sure. Would you like some apples?
Oh, sure. Thank you.
Yeah. Here, I'll go get more water.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I love you.
Love you too. Water.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like trail mix?
Oh yeah, I'm down for some trail mix. Shoot, sign me up. Nom nom nom.
These are for you.
Thank you. That's for you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
There you are.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Cool.
Invite.
Accept.
All right. You want to go catch butterflies?
Yes.
Come in here. Come in here.
Okay.
In here, you can use your
How do I not be on the bird?
you can click your button here, your mount button, and it'll take you off.
Oh, cool.
And then you can use this button to catch the butterflies.
Butterflies.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Hey, we helped one out of 3 people. Let's go help other people.
Cool.
You can come down this way. Well, these guys look cool. The Explorers League. Whoa, Reno Jackson. Let's see. Is there a way we can help these guys?
I
What?
talked to this person.
Do we need to strengthen wards here? What are we doing here? Okay, maybe there's not.
That person's glowy.
Check the Algari. Oh yeah, she's glowy. We gotta talk to the person. Okay. Oh, that's what you meant. You're smart. You got this.
Okay, thanks.
Let's come up here and talk to these people.
Okay. Cool.
Whoa, that's a glowy thing.
Glowy thing.
Oh, this is the ward, so you got to use your little item over here to strengthen. Looks like I did it for both of us.
Oh, cool.
Cool. This is the Archmages of the Kirin Tor. They're super cool, super lore important.
Oh, okay. Archmages. That's neat.
What is this? This is new. I've never seen this before. This looks like... It doesn't look like something from this expansion, but this definitely isn't from Legion. Huh. I don't know what that is. Kind of... that map. Oh, it does look like the... I guess it does kind of look a little bit like Legion. I guess this maybe is from Legion. Legion was great. I love Legion's story. Yeah, Legion had a really good story. Legion was a good expansion. Let's go help other people.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and mount up. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and put mounts on that can fit both of us. Let's see here. Chopper for a ground mount.
I do appreciate that.
And Mammoth for our vendor. And for our flyer, I know I have other flyers that can hold 2 people besides just the Sky Chaser. What is it? Well, Sky Chaser. Passenger? No? Okay. Alright. To the chopper!
Oh,
Would you
cool.
hop on, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Haha,
Cool.
sweet.
We're cruising.
We cruising.
You're a good driver.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we gotta use this thing here. And back to the chopper.
Doop.
Oh, something in here to do. I hear Dollar is moving again. Could you help me make sure my shelves don't fall over this time? Yeah, let's see here. I think we need to help him up here
Okay.
with his shelves. Maybe not. Is it not up here?
What you go for victory.
Where's some shelves? They look like they need help not staying. He has some cool stuff on his wall in here. All kinds of neat loots and things. Got like some Amazon packages back there.
That's a cool sword. Is it for sale?
Right, that's a super cool sword. I don't know.
Do I have any money?
Oh, it's not for sale.
I surely should have some money because we did dungeons together.
True, yeah, hit B. You'll see how much money you have in your bag.
Bang.
You gotta close that little tip thing out.
Close the tip.
You got 391 golds.
Ooh, is that enough to buy that sword?
It is not for sale, unfortunately.
Oh, that's okay.
But I think I have that sword.
It kind of matches your sword that you have right now.
Yeah, it does look like it. That's cool. Excuse me. Let's see here. Do I have that sword? Or do I know where to get it? But it kind of remind me of that sword, but it's not that sword. I bet Google knows.
This wallpaper is quite nice.
Yeah. One second, I'm gonna look at the name of the store. The Arsenal Absolute. What is the sword on the wall? In the Dalaran store, Arsenal Absolute. Valadin Silverblade. Oh,
Ooh,
it was a high.
sword. That's cool.
No, that's not it. You no longer use Twitter? Yeah, I deleted my Twitter a while back. I need to actually start a new Twitter for all this. What toys are you using that is randomly showing your wings? The kindness of Chi-Ji. It matches Paladin so well. It's so great. It's got basically no cooldown and it lasts for 8 hours, so it's just a permanent thing. It's really cool. I don't know what that sword is, but it's cool.
It's very cool.
As for this person's thing, though, I don't know what shelves they want us to help with. It's a toy based off of the legendary back cloak from Miss Pandaria. This is what all paladins had if they had the legendary cloak. What the heck? Do we strengthen the ward? No. Oh, there's a button here. Secure the shelves. Which shelves? Who knows? That guy right there. Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, you just click this button right there.
Okay, how do I back up?
Oh, you can hit S if it's bound.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. I personally pivot like this rather than turning around.
I like using the back button.
Yeah. The cloak is unobtainable now, but the toy, I'm not sure. I can like check real quick.
Wait, there's no what? There's no like okay. Whoa. So WoW doesn't have like a back button like application for people to move in curves rather than straight back.
Yeah, they do. So the way you do that is by doing like I move.
Oh wait, like this with the right button. Okay, never mind. This is good.
Okay, yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay, cool.
Kindness of Chi-Ji.
Oh, wait. Where did you go?
I'm right behind you.
Oh, okay.
How to get kindness of Chi-Ji toy. Wow. Okay, so in Pandaria Remix, actually, it was 4,200 threads to get this toy to unlock for your whole account. So it is actually unobtainable. Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty cool thing. You could get it either in Miss Pandaria from the legendary cloak, or you could get it from Pandaria Remix when they were doing that by getting max level and buying it from the vendor. But that, yeah, I can't do that no more. Yeah, adjusting defenses. We fixed defense. Defense. It's been fixed. Sorry you didn't get it, man. Yeah, sorry, but they're cool wings, man. You gotta, they'll always be doing stuff like that. They always be doing stuff like that. Ooh, what do they want us to do in here? Oh, no, nothing in here. What do they want us to do? Ooh, the cheese store.
Cheese store.
Oh, where you get to try cheese and meat.
Is it vegan?
Yes.
Mine is vegan.
Yours vegan. All right. Eat food. Eat the food. So yummy.
Excellent.
Nice.
Well, that was neat.
Yeah.
How kind of them to offer a platter.
Right. Oh, welcome back, Erebus. Welcome back. Hey, elite sets are dope, man. I'm sure you got more than you realize in your collection and your toys and stuff. All right, sweet. Time to turn to quests in.
Quest.
Boop.
Boop.
Oh, quest right here. Last game was nasty, though. Oh, yeah? Giving them hell, spreading the Zerg influence throughout the universe, man. Bran Bronzebeard. Oh, ding.
Oh, you leveled up. Good job.
Thanks, level 71. Oh, hero talents. That's cool. Lightsmith and Templar. Templars stop at nothing to bring justice to the wicked. They call down hammers of light and unleash devastating combination of physical and holy attacks. Lightsmiths develop such masterful control of light that they are able to wield it tangibly, employing constructs. Like, what? Blessing of the Forge. Avenging Wrath summons an additional sacred weapon. And during Avenging Wrath, your sacred weapon casts spells on your target and echoes the effects of your holy power spending abilities. And you gain a stack of Light's Deliverance when you call down an Empyrean Hammer. While Eye of Tyr and Hammer of Light are unavailable, you consume 60 stacks of Light's Deliverance, empowering yourself to cast Hammer of Light an additional time for free. Templar sounds cool. Let's try this out. And for whom the bell tolls, divine toll grants 100% increased damage to your next 3 judgments when striking only 1 enemy. That's super good for raid and dungeon bosses. Hammer of Light instantly calls down 2 Empyrean hammers on your target once cast. It's better for trash clear. After casting Hammer of Light, call down an Imperial hammer on nearby target with 2 seconds or 8 seconds. We're doing that one first. Boom. Hammers of Light. Sweet. All right, we ready to talk to Khadgar?
Yeah.
Awesome. Let's do it. Here. I'm going to move this camera around so that stream can see ya.
Okay.
That focus. There we go. Cool.
Cool.
Sweet.
This is I'm ready to depart. It's so like so weird.
Ready to depart. To Khazalgar.
I am not on a boat.
All right. We're about to be. You ready to depart?
Oh, for real?
Yeah, you
Getting
ready?
on a boat?
We're getting on a boat.
Oh, okay.
I'm ready.
Cool.
Proof. Yep, there it is. Proof, man. Proof.
Oh gosh. He got a pencil behind his ear. Or in front of his ear.
I need to find Khadgar. Trent, where's the rest of the council?
Trendon's been dead for years.
All this time.
Wow, the betrayal.
Since my presence. Oh, it's not time for that yet. But if you're so eager for a fight, perhaps this can keep you occupied. Until we meet again,
Ooh, the betrayal. You know that you play too much when your hand immediately at rest goes to the hotkey for your hatcheries? Yeah, dude, you got StarCraft hand. The betrayal, dang. Zalatath murdered that guy years ago. That's messed up. She's just been living in his life.
Gosh. That's awfully rude of them.
That's awfully rude. Alright. Oh my gosh, Dalaran. It's all messed up. We just got done cleaning this place up, dang it. Alright, let's go knock these spooters' teeth out.
Oh, okay.
Wait, what in the tank spec am I? One sec. I'm in combat. I want to be out of combat, dang it. There we go. I gotta change back to rep for some reason. I was in my prop spec. Has Pan ever played? I don't think she's. Have you ever played StarCraft 2?
No, I've watched gameplay though.
Yeah, she's watched gameplay. Okay. The YouTubes. Yeah, might definitely have to play a little StarCraft 2 sometime.
That sounds cool.
Yeah.
That sounds really nice.
Although I won't ever send you into the meat grinder of battling against Erebus. He.
Okay.
Don't get bitten by the spider, or else you'll become the next Spooder Man.
Oh gosh.
Okay, I'm down to be a Spooder Man. Run around this corner here, beat these guys up. Us two versus you, dude. I don't think, like, we would just get obliterated. If we were to ever do something like that, we'd have to do it some other time. But yeah, man. For now, we are doing some leveling, some questing. This is Pan's first time through all this, and so we're chilling and checking it out together. Killing them splooters, saving the citizens, trying to keep Dalaran together, man. Basically the same thing. Hey. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see, where else? Where else? Citizens. Oh, that's the citizen needs help. Don't worry, citizen. Whoa, look at this cool hammer he built.
Whoa, cool.
Yeah, that thing looks metal.
That's neat. Oh gosh. I will protect him.
There's a splooter.
Oh, splutter.
You do have other DPS abilities too that'll do more damage. Yeah, that's actually, like, that straight up just murders it instantly.
Okay.
And then, like, you have your so, like, your DPS rotation is you have your Tiger Palm.
They're like all the way over here.
I know, yeah.
Gosh, can I put them on the mounts?
You only
That
have
would
2
be,
buttons.
That'd be super cool. Okay. Well, this one is for mount, and
I mean, if you
this
want.
one is like unbound.
Auto run, I think, is what you asked.
Auto run?
I think is.
Auto run is the center mouse.
Oh, that's right, center mouse. So you got one button there, but you can't.
One button. Okay. How about like one of these attacks? Oh.
Well, so I would suggest, like, what do you think about maybe like using shift 1 through 5?
No.
No. What about using F1, 3, and 4? F1 through 4.
One through 4 is
F1, 2, 3, and 4.
like my hands don't do the shifty thing so much. Like,
Okay. Erebus says shift and control modifiers are game changers. Pan. Listen to Hagrid.
It's not Hagrid.
Apparently I'm Hagrid.
Oh my gosh. Silly.
You're a wizard, Larry. Let's see here. Another person in need of help. Run! Word to the all-knowing. Reminds me of Wirt from Over the Garden Wall.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I see you in here.
Sophiste.
Hello. Hello. They did. Olisra the Kind. She's the medicine lady. This is cool. So you see this bathtub here? At one point in the story, one of the mages of the Kirin Tor got turned into a walrus, and he had to stay in here while they were helping him get better.
Oh, okay.
Or no, what it was is a druid. A druid got stuck in their water form. I've gone full Hagrid, and she looks like Luna. What's Luna from? Oh, from Harry Potter. I'm like thinking, like, what character is that? Hey, you got the blonde hair. It's true.
I got the blonde hair.
Got the blonde hair. That's a good point. Yeah. Whoa, can you see undead horses?
No.
No? Okay, that's unfortunate. That's probably for the best, though. Them things are kind of nightmare fuel. Those things.
Not see those things.
Not see the dead horses.
No.
It's nightmare fuel. Yeah, can't blame you there. Oltumba.
Where'd you go?
Oh, I'm right behind you. I'm still inside the building. Oh yeah, you're still here with me. Yeah. I'm just fighting stuff. And
I
here.
think I saw your wings.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
That's so cool. Here, I'm gonna help you out with something. I'm gonna turn on player nameplates so that you can see where I'm at easier.
Okay.
And finish. Nameplates. Always show nameplates. No, but that should do the trick.
Oh gosh. Cool.
Wow, your son's 6 now? That's crazy, Erebus. Time flies. Time absolutely flies. I remember when you told me about him, man. It seemed like just yesterday.
This is a very small room.
Yeah, for real. I'm fighting sploders out here. Die, sploders, die!
Spider outside. This is nice.
Spider outside. I wonder if we can... I don't think we can... Yeah, we can't jump down. We gotta go down the long way. Feel free to peer pressure Xodas into StarCraft 2 anytime. Dude still has them young hands to micro with. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't have the carpal tunnel yet. I haven't played Zerg for 100 hours. I am not all old and brokeny, Erebus says. That's great. You're not old and brokeny, dude. You're like... Shit, how old is you? You're like 29, 31, something like that. You're still a young spring chicken. I want to try something. Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, now I'm much easier to see. I can also do this.
That's cool.
I'm a diamond.
Oh, nice.
You're 35 this year? What the heck, dude? Man, time really does fly. But you're still a young spring chicken, man. You got plenty of macro left in you. Wait, where'd you go?
Hmm?
Oh, there you are. Yay!
Oh, these signs are cool. They look like Sheikah signs.
Oh, they do. Yeah,
They're even purple.
it's the Eye of the Kirin Tor.
I'm gonna take a picture.
Yeah, nice.
Cool.
Return to the city and eat lots of peaches.
Oh, peach is so nice.
Yeah, true. Oh, look at that stack of books in there.
Books?
Yeah, look down this hallway.
Books?
Books. Someone's been doing some studying.
Books. Oh, cool. Books.
Books. This is a nice room. It's so blue. This is nice.
This is nice. This is very cool.
Yeah, Pan loves a Kung Fu Panda. She monk is her thing. She's good at it. She likes the martial arts and stuffs. Touch of karma. Yeah, straight up. Yeah, she my pocket healer. She's Miss Weaver. Navigate the sewers. You ready to go into the sewers with me? We might see a sewer rat.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Yeah. Do they know how to make ratatouille?
Oh my god, we have to find out if they know how to make ratatouille.
Okay.
Hey, Anduin, what's up? See, you found a rat right here. He's not a rat. He's not a rat. He's alright. He's alright.
I think rats could be okay too.
Yeah, cats are, yeah. True. If you weren't Rhett, we could actually carry Pan so hard in 3v3 that these do be facts. These do be facts. I mean, this is one of my characters. I got a warrior, I got a druid, and I got this guy. And I got, like, every other class and spec. Alliance and horde, so I mean, you know. Oh, the sewer grate. Fancy.
How long until I'm out of the tutorial?
This isn't the tutorial. This is the main campaign.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
You'll never be out of this. This is forever.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh, we got a quest turned into this guy. Boom, boom, boom. Ooh, we're gonna get pants. Oh, not upgrades for me, but it might be upgrades for you. Oh, you're getting a helmet? Mouse over that. Is that good for you? Oh.
Oh, sorry about that.
Oh, good. You can check it in your bag.
Bang.
Yeah. Oh, here, I'm totally gonna help you. If you left click, check this out. You left click each bag, you can tell it what you want it to go. So like I would do like equipment there, and then click the cleanup button here.
Oh.
Yeah, you got some like you can open these bags and stuff, and you get stuff out of them.
What's in it?
All kinds of things.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, like the gear and stuff. You got bag there, there, and there.
Oh, mysterious satchel. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. So give it a right click, open it up. Whoa, mysterious signet. That's a piece of gear.
Oh, cool.
It
This
might,
is neat.
yeah, it might be an upgrade. Might open up your other bag.
The shrinky do. Would it be the size of a small mushroom? With the shrinky do?
Yeah, maybe.
That's cool.
But yeah, you can hold shift, and they'll tell you, no,
Oh,
your stuff's
super
better.
fast. Oh, okay. Cool.
And you can right click that bag.
Okay. Oh, experience points.
Got potions and stuff too. That's cool.
This is neat.
Water.
Try water.
I highly recommend putting that on like G or something. That's where I put my water. Okay. And then that way, if you ever need mana, then you can just push G and you can drink.
Cool.
Yeah, speaking of which.
Hydration check.
Hydration check. It's good for you. All right. And then this stuff. So that's actually an upgrade, but marginal.
It's an upgrade?
Nah, it's not an upgrade. Got Venric's goat milk served in a skull.
Vegan goat milk.
Vegan goat milk.
Excellent.
Excelente. All right. We ready to get out of the sewers?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Whee! Find your way back to the surface. Oh, did they not want us to go that way? Oh, okay.
Huh.
We'll go this way then. Whee! Need to put my auras on a proper bind.
I just healed. That's not XP, that's healing. Why do I keep healing?
It's one of our passives.
It's really cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
That was a person.
I can also heal you too. Oh. Red Jack Findle. No, Jack!
Like, are they dead?
Yeah, he dead.
Oh.
He dead.
Is there a shovel?
Nope, I don't see any shovels. I have a cremation torch. I might be able to cremate them.
Okay, that would be better.
Let's see, a toy box.
Just being here.
A cremating torch. Oh, I can't use it in this zone. I will do a prayer. Boom. I have prayed. Alright, may he rest in peace forevermore. By the way, this place is totally falling out of the sky, and if we don't get out of here, we'll die.
Oh, okay.
We will join him in the afterlife.
Oh, okay. No, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, with Warrior, we could play Kitty Cleave. 3 of us. I don't know if Kitty Cleave works with a Mistweaver, but I mean, like, Mistweaver's just good, so I don't know, like, yeah.
Oh, cinematic.
Whoa, Spider Lady.
They got a lot of eyes.
True.
It's cool.
Big facts, big facts.
Oh.
Probably this probably boss. Oh, we gotta fight the boss. Oh, hello. Ooh, pristine, mysterious satchel. Open that up. Ooh, mysterious band. Not an upgrade for me yet.
Cool.
Hey, we did the thing. Oh, that guy needs healing. I'm gonna heal him up.
Oh, okay.
So cool we can both heal. We're
Yeah,
support.
this is nice.
We're a couple of support classes.
Cool. Well, what is this?
That's my blessing of freedom. It allows you to move unimpaired through otherwise impairing circumstances.
Oh, I just don't go through walls.
No, okay, not quite that impaired, but
You
like
said unimpaired.
that's not. That's like less so impaired. It's more like blocked.
Bonk.
Here, this guy right here. Yeah, we would all have stuns. It would be we would be pretty DR'd. For going like 1800 plus would be kind of hard. Ooh, completo questo.
Cool. Whoa, their stuff is cool. It's got like blue bells on it.
Yeah, for real. That's like the power generator for Dalaran, I think. Oh, she be meddling. Yeah, go Khadgar.
Energy whooshes.
Energy whooshes.
Those are the subtitles.
The captions, yeah. Dang! Khadgar. Near Khadgar. Dalaran. No. The end of an era. Man, my childhood. Right in the childhood. We gotta kill that bitch now. Zaltaf.
The lady with the blonde hair reminds me of Ash from League of Legends.
True, yeah. Yeah, totally.
Because of their bow and arrow.
Yeah.
It's blue and glowy.
We gotta push the rebel off ourselves.
Okay.
Hmm. Pam.
I'm still shoving the rocks.
You got this. I would help if I could, but I can't.
That's okay. There you go.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome back.
Cool.
Man, they destroyed it. They burned it down. Those bastards.
It would be a good idea for us to make tea soon.
Okay. Sounds
Some
good.
caffeine.
Yeah. First of all, you want to murder all these people to show how angry we are? Have a
Not
little,
particularly.
you don't want to have a little evening massacre?
I want some caffeine.
You want some caffeine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Caffeine.
Caffeine.
I think I got some like, there's some dark chocolate right here. That's got caffeine.
Oh, that's caffeine.
Caffeine.
That really works.
There's also green tea gummies. I had some of those when I started stream.
Oh, that's nice.
Caffeine, the elixir of life. Yes. Well, you like disappeared. That's cool. Still not an upgrade. Okay, cool. Let's see here. There we go. Wonder what kind of cool toys we got. Rumble toy. Divine hammer. Maybe what we need is a turnip. Turnip. Wonder how. What does this stuff do? I'm getting tired. After casting Hammer of Light and call down Empyrean Hammer on a nearby target every 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Crusader Strike, Hammer of Wrath, and Blade of Justice extend the duration of Shake the Heavens by 1 second. Okay, cool. So it just like it's a dot, helps with that consistent DPS. That makes sense. Templar's Verdict, Divine Storm, and Divine Hammer calls down an Empyrean Hammer on a nearby enemy. While Shake the Heavens is active, this effect calls down an additional Empyrean Hammer. Oh my god, just so much condensed damage sources. And you gain a stack of Light's Deliverance when you call down an Empyrean Hammer. While Wake of Ashes and Hammer of Light are unavailable, you can consume 50 stacks of Light's Deliverance, empowering yourself to cast Hammer of Light an additional time for free. When Empyrean Hammer critically strikes, 125% of its damage is dealt to nearby enemies. Enemies hit by this effect deal 5% reduced damage to you for 8 seconds. Divine Steed lasts 2 seconds longer and increases your movement speed by an additional 30% for the first 3 seconds. These are pretty cool talents. You receive 20% less damage from Blessing of Sacrifice. Each time its target takes damage, you gain 4% movement speed. My only issue is that like none of them are active. It's all like passive stuff. It's replaced with Hammer of Light. Wake of Ashes is replaced with Hammer of Light for 20 seconds after it's cast. Hammer down your enemy with the power to light, dealing 297. Okay, that's not passive. That's cool. That's cool. And we remove that from our cooldowns here. Put Radiant Glory down here instead. Okay, we'll try that out. Okay. Okay, it's a holy power spender. Okay, you get to use it 1 time. Okay. 1 time per use. Interesting. You bring cookies and beans. Whoa, snacksies. I like snacksies. Much appreciated. Got that cocoa cashew butter. Cookies. Yeah, I was like, no, you shall not see cookies. Here we go. Cookies. Yes.
And beans.
And edamame beans.
They're also known as soybeans. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I'm beating up a turnip. It owes me lunch money.
Okay. Are you gonna eat the turnip?
Nah, it's uneatable, unfortunately.
Okay.
It'll disappear in about 10 minutes.
Why is there a turnip here?
Because I placed it there.
This is funny. You're funny.
It's a toy I have. It's the turnip punching bag. It's for is for having a placeable target dummy for practice anywhere you want.
That's so funny.
All right. Did you pick up the quest?
Oh, there's a quest up here. I was distracted by the turnip.
It is a cool turnip.
That's a very cool turnip. I am clicking the button.
Button. I had to escape and hit complete quest again.
Okay.
There you go. That was a little visual bug.
Cool.
Cool. Now time to go on a massacre. Hurrah!
Oh, I meant to put that on you.
That's
oh,
okay.
no.
That's fine. Murder all these spluters. Destroying my childhood, destroying Dalaran, how could they? Gotta go over here and help with this crystal. Gotta go help the others.
Okay.
Here, I'm gonna. Oh. Oh. Gotta fix my mounts so that we have the right ones. Mounts. The chopper!
The chopper. This is cool. I'm having a great time.
Good, me too. We freed them.
This is so glowy for me. I
Okay.
think I need to. Yeah, there we go.
Nice.
Okay.
There's a rare boss over here.
Oh, cool. Do you want to fight them?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Let's go whoop them.
Okay.
Boom.
Cool.
Boom, boom.
Do I need to dispel them?
Yeah, probably. He got the wool pulled over his eyes. He turned to a sheep. Think you just figured out your new Zerg versus Terran build? Basically old school with a twist. +1/+1 Roach into Lichbane Hydra. What's +1/+1? Like hatchlings or hatcheries? Or is that like 2 roaches and then go into Baneling and Hydralisks? Okay, we gotta use our thing to destroy this thing over here. Isn't there one over there? Oh, ranged attack and armor upgrade. Okay. Yeah, all these like malfunctioning doodads you just walked by. Like there's one over here too. We gotta do these things. Phew. Oh, I'm not seeing any quests for you. First of all, what are these quests?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Huh. Did you not get a quest I got at one point? Yeah, you don't have... Alright, we gotta go adventuring. There's some place where you need to pick a quest up.
Okay.
If you see any quests, let me know. Oh, this guy. This is pretty cool. Riston's Soulstone. Yes. See how he's dead up there? That's unfortunate. We were going to bring him back to life. Hey.
Do I hop in?
Yep. I found him.
Okay. Yeah.
Quest turn in. Slay the saboteurs. Ah, ding. We level 71 now. Congrats. But no quest to pick up.
Do I talk to them?
No. There you go.
Cool. Thank you. Do I potion to aid those survivors? Want to check. So try to do damage to that, then transition. Transition to what? Bum bum bum. Now you should be able to click that little crystal thing and do stuff with it. Yeah. Cool. This looks cool.
And I can't see all of them, so if you see one, okay, there's one right here. So yeah, let me know.
Yeah, there's one right here.
Cool. Try not to spill my beans.
I spilled the beans earlier.
And no one up here.
I gave them a potion.
Oh, nice. Nice. I'm gonna guess on this mount.
This is cool. We're so fast.
So fast. You got 2 quests turned in? We have no quest turned in. Can you get M? What is this quest? Okay. Can you zoom in right here? What the heck? You should have 2 quests to turn in. I don't understand.
Perhaps when you activated the crystals, it did not count for me activating the crystals?
That is true, but it says you have no quests. Like, you don't have the quests anymore. What, were you hiding quests over here?
Not intentional.
Were you clicking them?
Clicking them?
Yeah, did you click any of these?
I just clicked these 2.
Okay, yeah, that makes them go away.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's how you hide them.
Oh.
Let me clean this up so it's easier. I didn't get rid of them all. What the heck is going on here? What is wrong with your quest?
Perhaps I should just reload it.
I've never seen this before.
Okay.
Like, it says you're on the quest and
Oh,
everything.
it changed. Right?
Urgent recovery. Yeah, yay. Erratic antics and urgent recovery. Okay, cool.
Cool.
Now I just need you to lead the way to your quests. So going to those yellow dots and stuff. Because I can't see that anymore.
Oh. Okay, so I will?
Yeah, you can mount up and I can follow you.
Oh.
You can use your button on your mouse right there.
Button.
Button.
Button. Okay. Just like this area here. Wait, it's too far. Alright, so there's like a yellow dot.
Like right here? Mm-hmm.
Yellow dot. Is this
A potion.
Oh. Okay, yeah. Just like that.
Neat.
That's the potion. Okay.
To the other dot. Double jump on your space bar to fly. Oh, we haven't unlocked. Oh, we haven't unlocked dragon flying. What the fuck? You have to go play dragon flight to get dragon flying? What? I don't know what's up with that, but wow. Okay.
Okay.
You may not have flying at all. You may need to go to Stormwind and learn it.
I'm ready
Sure.
to turn in a quest now.
Cool. What's that other quest you have that you're working on? The mouse over the blue, it'll tell you. Okay, more of the arcane relics. Those are those like little stampy things.
Oh, should I go ahead and do that?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
There should be one like right here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. There
Yeah.
you go. Cool. Got all the quests done.
Nice.
Mhm. This is great.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Of course.
We survived. And the ruby is
Jaina, throw! We need help. Magni's in trouble.
Find Magni and defeat Queen's Guard Xerix. Xerix.
Follow me. Magna can't hold off Xerix
Feel free to
much
hop on.
longer.
Thanks.
We'll hold the line. Champion, help Magni. Father for
Whoop the spider's butt.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Now you're invisible, so I went like this, and then you became visible again. Oh, we're going to the city.
The city. I need to get the napkin.
Clean. Oh, here, I got you the rest of
Oh
them.
my gosh. He's so silly.
There you go.
Thanks.
No problem. Okay.
I follow the council's directive.
Do I click here?
Yep. You'll unlock skywriting through this. That's good.
Oh, cool. Neat.
May the Titans card edicts mandate that I defend the core.
Here we go. You want to hop in?
Yeah.
My stormriders will gather the rest of the
Yep, I counted for you too. Good.
Now, take flight.
This is fun.
Yeah, right?
This reminds me of Mario Party 2.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Totally makes me think of like Sonic. Like it's high speed and it's like rings.
Yeah, or Sonic. That too.
Mount the Stormrook Lokrin and slay Norubians in Dornegal. Alright. So we'll get to ride this guy, and then while he's gonna fly while you use 1 and 2 to just shoot things at people.
Okay.
So like you'll press it and then you click where you want it to go. So I can click at the enemies. I personally like to put my camera like this, where I'm looking down. It makes it.
Bird's eye view.
Yeah, it makes it easier for me. And then our goal is to just destroy a certain percentage of these.
They are retreating. Well executed, Outlander. Now, I believe you and your friends have much to discuss.
Nice.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Do you require
Complito questo.
Cool.
Speak to Thrall.
No, the Nerubians were focused on the core world.
What is the plan?
Another part of Xalatath's team.
You got the Thrall.
Oh gosh, your cinematics are gonna be slayed now.
Yeah.
No.
No. Rip Khadgar.
We'll grieve him in time. But Thrall is right. Without reinforcements, we're at Xalatath's north.
3 years cool.
Yeah, it is.
We must stop her.
Jaina and I will rally the Alliance at a whole. But it will take some time for us to save the battle.
Right. In the meantime, we'll stay here and keep the survivors safe.
You, not me.
Valyria, we need you
No,
now.
we don't. I can't keep anyone safe. But I can hunt down Xalatath and make her pay.
Ooh, the vengeance.
Oh my gosh.
We will be back.
Bye, Thrall. Have a safe trip. Later, Jaina.
What is your query?
Hey.
We are the bedrock. I will check on my people.
Alright. I'm kind of feeling the bathroom, but I've been live for 7 hours. Are you ready to wrap it up for the day?
That sounds good.
Yeah?
I'd like to cook for us soon.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
Got some stuff we wanted to do in town, too, so.
Okay.
It's a beautiful day. Alright, well, it's been a great stream, everybody. Erebus.
Great stream.
Time limits. I know you guys still hanging out around here. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you guys and your support, and I hope you guys have a great night. And I know, Erebus, you're probably, it's like 2 a.m. or something like that for you over there in Aussie time, so.
I appreciate the medal.
Yeah, appreciate the medal, man. Yeah, we're looking forward to your releases, man, and just keep on zerging. And we'll see you guys tomorrow, all right? Have a good one.